entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it. Fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, ditto. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. CEO entrepreneur, born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Tell us why, show us how. Look at where you came from, look at you now. Zuckerberg and Gates and Buffett. Amateurs can fucking suck it. Fuck their wives, drink their blood. Come on, Jeff, ditto. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. Not actually rainy, but it's cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. It's doomy and gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is a cloudy, doomy, and gloomy day, but it's still a wonderful day here. It's Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, 11:10 a.m., and I'm actually perfectly on time, and yeah, we're going to get into it. But this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life for all my parasocialists out there who are wondering, Hassan, you cease to exist in my mind in between the time period where you stop the stream, where you hit the stop streaming button, and then you start the stream where you hit the start streaming button. It's real. That's a question that people have. What do you do? Do you live? Do you live life? Are you living La Vida Loca? And to those people, I have to say, I am not living La Vida Loca. I am living mid Loca. I don't know what the fuck I don't know if that works, but whatever. Anyway, what did I do last night? Watched a little bit of Jujutsu Kaisen. After I ended playing Spooderman, splooging all over New York, Williamsburg, Queens, Bronx. After I did all of that, what else did I do? Pretty much nothing, as a matter of fact. Hung out with my mom, did a little bit of reading, saw the Eric Toller coverage from the New York Times, talked to some other forensic investigators about what their latest updates are. Don't lie, the real reason you sent Kai away is because you caught wind of the coup she was going to do to remove you from power. It's true. Beyond that, what else did I do? I'll tell you. Beyond all of that, are you reading the Britney Spears memoir? Of course. It's required reading. Required reading. Of course it is. For those of you who don't know, of course I'm doing that. Any updates on if there's a pod tomorrow? No worries. If there's nothing to share right now, just curious. Oh, you mean leftovers? No. Yeah, we're taking a little break, which is fine because it means I don't have to leave my house on Thursday mornings, which I am excited about. I'll admit. I put together a thread on links to throw together for a Craven costume by this weekend. Oh, thank you. So did Austinox, I feel like. Working a job is trash. I'm about to be internet famous like you, Papa. Hit me in 2 years, baby. Okay, good luck. I did not realize that we were so goddamn close to Halloween once again. I did it again. It's an entire fucking month of Spooktober that I did not actually engage or participate in spooky gaming at all. Bro, did you not notice the emotes? Yeah, I mean, I noticed it, but I didn't. I forgot that it's like at the end of this month. You know what I mean? Anyway, what else did I do? What did I watch last night? My brain is mush right now. I'm not even kidding. Oh, I watched first episode of Loki. Did you see that celebrity open letter? Which one? The one that's pro-Palestine or the one that's like, Biden, you need to release the hostages now? Like thinking that Joseph Robinette Biden has the hostages or something. Oh, yeah, I watched Loki. It's all right. It's a little silly, but, you know, it's something to watch with my mom. Pretending he's going to play scary games has to be the second most constant community meme, second to only the top of the hour. Yeah, probably. Anyway, what else? Yeah, that's it. I watched Loki, season 2. Marvel. Disney sends Israel money to commit war crimes. Really? Like, what are they doing? They're giving the idea of Mickey Mouse? They're like, hey, when you guys are feeling sad, are you in the Israeli Air Force? Do you feel sad that you just dropped a fucking equivalent of a nuclear bomb on a strip the size of Rhode Island where you killed many children? Here, this is Mickey Mouse and Minnie Mouse. Do not try to reuse this IP. We will come and kill you. They're giving him Mickey Mouse helmets. Anyway, have you seen Gen V? No, I haven't had time to watch it, but I've been very excited to watch it, actually. May I start making blast off memes now? I'm going to get back to it soon, so yeah, you can start making them if you want. Mike Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about him today. Yeah, Mike Cock. Anyway, what is it? Didn't I like, should I move there instead of Ankara? This guy is the funniest, dude. I'm tuning in from my library job thinking about moving to Ankara. Are you sure I shouldn't move to Ankara? Like every fucking day he comes in the mornings and says, I'm thinking about moving to Ankara. And then I yell at him and tell him it's the fucking silliest place to move. I'm a girl, but thank you. Sorry. This girl is talking about moving to Ankara every fucking morning. Yes, I know Israel killed the Al Jazeera Arabic chief reporter's family in Gaza in an airstrike. His entire family. I know. We're going to be talking about all that. All right. Anyway, I woke up this morning. I've been doing high bar back squatting. Here's an update on my fitness. Okay. Yeah, fitting this dick in your mouth. Got him. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah, we'll talk about Argentina with Milei and Sir Sergio Massa and Javier Milei. We might be talking about that too. The update is more pizza law. No, what I was going to say is I started high bar back squatting instead of low bar back squatting a couple weeks ago. And I've just been like slowly but surely working up back to a weight that I'm like good at. But it's also, you know, because it's been better on my knees. Not that you care about a chatter's opinion, but his squats look a lot better. Well, I think chatters don't realize that low bar back squatting doesn't give you the same depth. You can't dive as hard as you can with high bar back squatting. High bar back squatting is when you put the bar like up above your shoulders. Low bar is when they're behind your rear delts. But you know, I've been doing that and I feel pretty good. It's leg day today. What about why Swifties are mad at cutie? I mean, we already moved away from that. Also, squatting sucks, especially after a prolonged break from lifting. I love squatting. Yeah. A lot of lifters choose leg day midweek, but I found Monday's best for leg day. Get it out of the way first. No, it's good. Midweek is good for me. That way I can eat well before and get ready for it. But anyway, let's blast off. Let's get started. IDF kills Al Jazeera reporter's entire family. Okay. America finally has a new speaker learning about Mike Johnson. You squat 2x per week. I remember you mentioning you like squatting on push days. No, my splits have changed. I'm in Cali playing Elden Ring. Take your pups for 3 weeks. Thanks for being my game inspo and watch for one day. Yeah, Mike Johnson. Yeah, I'm using the Kaya Piker speaker of the house. Meme chatter. Thank you for that one. There was a couple things I want to talk about. Oh yeah, New York Times report counters USN evidence on Al Ahly Hospital. So, couple things I want to say. Okay, I am not a very intelligent person, as you guys know, right? Never said that I was. I'm a Twitch streamer, not the smartest guy out there, you know. But there are certain things that I feel like I am decently, understandably skeptical on. And one of those narratives was how quickly people made up counters when there was like a fairly obvious, consistent thing that was occurring as Israel was bombing Gaza. Now, I want to say something about the New York Times investigation that concluded yesterday that showed that every single fucking person that ran with this, like a rocket was intercepted possibly or failed on its own and fell on a hospital. Every single person that ran with that was like rushing to judgments that that they wanted to arrive at, that just shifted the responsibility away of 6,000, 7,000 bombs at that point. on the 7,001st bomb not being Israel. And that still might be true. I'm going to say that. I want to make sure that you guys understand. Okay? This is not 100% conclusive. Okay? Let's get started on this real quick and let's talk about it, because I've said this before. I really, really trust Eric Toller. Okay? He is very good at a lot of this like OSINT forensics and visual investigation stuff. And also Evan Hill. These are two people in the forensics investigation side that I really trust. I think that they are very even-keeled. They're very balanced. Specifically, Evan, of course, very famously, his team, he was a part of a team that uncovered the last bombing out of Kabul, as you guys know, which completely eviscerated America's horrifying and gross lies about the unlawful, unjustifiable execution of an entire family in Afghanistan. And those are the types of things. Those are I trust MHUD. MHUD says he's known Eric for a long time, pre-Bellingcat, and he's always been very good. So if MHUD says Eric is good, and I've only seen good things about Eric, I've only seen good work from Eric. Okay. And I personally vouch for Evan Hill. Evan Hill is at WAPO. He used to be at New York Times Visual Investigation, and now he's at Washington Post. Now, these are not like random OSINT guys. I mean, even though I do talk to some random OSINT guys, including Archie Irving, who I want to fucking say I apologize for. I don't know if you're in here or not. I know someone sent me his thread before, and I didn't even look at it because I thought it was another fucking OSINT flub. But we'll talk about it in a second. So, the New York Times conducted a fairly comprehensive investigation on the IDF and U.S. intelligence narratives on the bombing of the Al Ahli Hospital. Okay? They looked at all of the footage that is currently available. They looked at trajectories. They mapped out trajectories, and they recognized that both the IDF and the U.S. intelligence had lied about the counter evidence that they had provided to beef up their narrative that it was actually a rocket misfire, but also maybe it was actually a rocket failure that you could possibly see. They used the Al Jazeera footage. Now, if you were in here on the day of and you saw me cover this, you saw me look at the Al Jazeera footage where we quickly found out, the longer Al Jazeera footage, the live stream, where we quickly found out that the IDF and the IAF, the Israeli Air Force, had lied about conducting bombing campaigns in that area. That was the first lie. That was a very big lie. Because if you recall, once the Al Ahli Hospital courtyard was bombed, they immediately turned around and said, we were not conducting operations in that area. Some people might forget. I do not. I was there. I was covering it in fucking real time. And I saw that was not true. That was day one. We knew that day fucking one. Okay? So a couple things happened, though. OSINT Andes, even before Israel said it was a rocket misfire, very quickly ran with that narrative. And I think that was an early narrative to fucking adopt. Why? Because you had not seen the impact site. You had not seen the crater at that point. And you had just simply ran with that narrative that was completely destroyed. Geo confirmed that OSINT guy, Geo confirmed, literally had this massively viral fucking thread where he made an insane assertion that was ridiculed by even stupid people like myself, where possibly the rocket that you see that explodes in mid-flight actually fell on the Al Ahli Hospital and was capable of exploding and killing hundreds of people in this courtyard. That is an unacceptable narrative to go along with. That just made no fucking sense, especially at a time when all of the circumstantial evidence pointed to this being yet another Israeli bombing. There was bombing campaigns happening in the area. Israel had bombed the hospital prior with an with an artillery shell, an illumination artillery shell. Okay, Israel had told this hospital to evacuate multiple times. People on the ground
who are basically experts at this point at being bombed because they experience it all the time. But of course, firsthand accounts and eyewitness testimony in that regard is always going to be not the most reliable, had also said that this was yet another Israeli bombing. So having said that, people still ran along with this narrative that, like, oh my God, no, this definitely is a rocket misfire. Out of the 7,000 bombs that Israel has dropped, the 7,001st bomb is not Israel. It's actually Hamas, or maybe it's PIJ. To be honest, Vergeo confirmed at that point there was limited evidence, and once more came out, they deleted it. No, that thread had gone viral, and it doesn't matter. Even with limited evidence, it is crazy to me. I do respect that he took responsibility for it, which many don't, and deleted the prior thread. But it is crazy to me to look at 6,000 fucking bombs over the course of the past week and go, the 6,001st one, even before you see an impact crater, must not be Israel. This must be someone else. That was a ridiculous fucking take. Okay? Like, I respect that he took it back. I respect that he admitted that he was wrong on his original analysis, but plenty of people pointed out how fucking unimaginably silly that is, right? The only video evidence available at the time was the verified balcony footage that showed audio cues that are consistent with a possible guided missile strike. Okay, a Mark 84 JDAM that Israel uses regularly. Now, I was wrong on that. I saw that and I thought, oh, this is yet another Israeli airstrike. They're already doing bombing campaigns in the area. Of course, it makes sense that this would be another bombing campaign in that area. However, I admit, once I saw the impact, once I saw the crater and engaged in a little bit of fucking, Western OSINT analysis, I very quickly also came to the conclusion that this impact crater was not consistent with a Mark 84 strike. It's just the truth. Okay? It's just the truth, which then eliminated that conclusion entirely. Still did not actually eliminate the idea that this was an Israeli bombing, okay? But once people looked at the impact, and once people looked at the crater, then they really started pushing this line that it was certainly not an Israeli bomb, but instead a Palestinian bomb. Now, are there actual reasons as to why this could still be a rocket misfire? Is there enough evidence? Absolutely. Okay? Yes, there is. There is certainly evidence for it. I recognize that. Impact crater shows, and the damage done shows signs very consistent with the rocket misfire, with the only exception being the number of casualties and how large the explosion was. So that's one problem there. The second problem, and perhaps the most important problem, is that Hamas or any other on the ground team on the Palestinian side has not shown a fragment from the missile. Missiles do not evaporate. Missiles have fragmentation. This is a key part of the evidence, okay? The fact that Hamas's take on this was that the missile had perished like salt in water is not a good sign for them. Okay? Not. However, they also said that they welcome foreign investigations into the matter on the ground. Now, could they say that knowing full well that Israel will not allow it? Certainly. Could they say that knowing full well that no one can go into North Gaza right now because Israel's absolutely fucking bombing the shit out of northern Gaza still to this day? That could possibly be the reason. But if there was one side that was open to a third-party UN investigation, it was Hamas. And the side that was not open to a third-party investigation was Israel and the United States of America. So that's something to also consider. So there is misinformation, or rather inconsistent information and confusing information coming from either side, which is why my analysis still lands on this being the likely factor here being Israel, because they have dropped more than 7,000 bombs on Gaza since October 7th, okay? And the only way for the way that I would change my mind on this, of course, is if there is, and I said this on the first day, a third-party analysis that engages in like chemical testing on the ground, looking at the soil composition, looking at doing things that you normally would do in the aftermath of a missile strike to figure out exactly who did it, figure out who done it. Okay, so here's the important part. Israeli and U.S. intelligence officials believe that a projectile captured on video shortly before the Ahli Arab hospital explosion was a Palestinian rocket. New York Times visual investigations found that this object was launched from Israel and likely unrelated to the deadly blast. Here it is. This is most likely an interceptor that exploded a rocket, and so therefore the Al Jazeera analysis was correct. Don't 50% of all Hamas missiles fail, though? They do. You are absolutely correct on this. 15% of Hamas missiles do fail. When they fail, do they fall on Gaza? Sometimes they do. The death count when a Hamas missile fails, however, and falls or misfires and changes its trajectory is oftentimes marginal, never more than 5 or 6 people at a time. Okay? The casualty numbers, even by the most conservative European estimates, have been around 50. Minimum 50. Okay? So, that's something very important to consider. So, even if you think that only 50 people died there and that like the healthcare professionals that are not even related to the Gazan health ministry on the ground miscounted the number of dead, okay, somehow, even then, even if it was 50, it would still be a massively deadly singular strike, something that is not within the capabilities. Now, where's the Eric Toller article, though? I don't know why this thread doesn't show the rest of it. I'm a little confused here. Oh, here it is. An IDF spokesperson went on CNN and BBC with a printed out screenshot from the Al Jazeera live stream showing this projectile, which I thought was really funny because this Al Jazeera live stream also immediately disproved what Israel was saying about how they had no bombing campaigns happening in the fucking area. Why do you omit the possibility of an airburst that decimates the missile completely? Great question. Because an airburst missile, okay, still has a shit ton more explosives in it that is inconsistent with a on-the-ground crater that you saw. An airburst missile is still significantly larger. It would not create a crater that size. It would not also only turn up 3 fucking cars. It would actually completely destroy that entire courtyard and possible parts of the hospital as well. This is the real reason why I do not believe that it's an airburst missile as well. Okay? Many people, like I said this in the first day, or rather the second day when we saw the impact, when we saw the crater, I told you the crater is too small for it to be the regular munitions that Israel uses, but also too large for it to be a drone strike that Israel also regularly uses as well. And a drone strike that Israel uses would not lead to that many casualties anyway. So it was, but that doesn't entirely rule out the munitions of Israel. Obviously, they have a very broad range of munitions that they've used. So I don't know. I don't know if there's something out there that I'm unfamiliar with that could make a crater size like that. Okay? However, one thing you have to remember is mortars and artillery that Israel has used on this hospital is very consistent with the crater that you've seen. The only difference between that and the only problem there in the artillery argument is that artillery is very hard to aim. Okay? It's very hard to aim. But considering that they had already hit this hospital, literally, what is this? My 17-year-old cousin from Gaza was a big supporter of yours. He was martyred yesterday along with his family in a missile strike in his own home. I only recently discovered you through him. Thank you for doing what you do. Holy shit. Sorry for your loss, man. Khaled, my 17-year-old cousin from Gaza, was a big supporter of yours. Shit. Rest in power to him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Still on the hospital missile. What about the doubling in Palestinians in prison since October 7 up to 10K now captive and prison cell capacity has been removed? Yes. I don't think anyone can tell me that I don't think anyone can fucking tell me that I have, used this distraction and have like completely stopped dead in my tracks in my coverage of things that are going on in Palestine. This is just a simple update that I'm offering for people who are maybe stubborn just like I am. So, but it is important. This is important because one aspect of my coverage revolves around media narratives. One aspect of my coverage revolves around media narratives. Okay? And how quickly the media jumped to that conclusion, how quickly those in the OSINT community jumped to this could not have possibly been an Israeli rocket when 6,000 others have hit on Israel's own admission was alarming to me. And the fact that every single respectable media person also ran along with that as soon as the IDF said, look at the crater, look at the size of it, here is some inconsistent ass evidence that we posted that you should just take at our word, even though we have lied time and time again in identical situations in the past. Anyway, it's important because it's ridiculous that it took like a week to fucking conclusively say this is a fucking bullshit counter that they offered. Even if this is a fucking misfire, this does not discount the thousands of children that Israel has murdered over the course of the past 2 weeks. Okay? It doesn't change my mind, and it should not change your mind on the emancipation of Palestinians, unless your argument literally is it's only bad when Palestinian forces accidentally kill Palestinians. It's perfectly fine and valid when Israel kills them. Okay? When Israel deprives them of water, power, food, when Israel only gives them a little bit back, 22 fucking trucks, as though that is some humanitarian aid that is good enough for 2.2 million people. Okay? Israel is still engaging in ethnic cleansing, regardless of whether this was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket or whether it was the 7,001st Israeli bomb that was dropped. Yemek masasına bak. Yemek masası. Anyway, but it's important. We geolocated 5 videos that showed this projectile launch from north, south, east, and west. By drawing lines of perspective, 3 of which can be seen here, we assessed that this project was launched from near the Israeli city of Nahal Oz, where there is an interceptor. We cannot say with confidence what exactly this projectile is, but we know that there is at least one Iron Dome launch site. What? Sorry. He was very moved by your Emotional Leftovers podcast and shared it with our family in the WhatsApp group. Your ability to speak on what's happening moves us all. Thanks. Shit, dude. So fucking 17 years old, man. Fucking hell. Okay. So, I'm going to continue. Okay. This site was still present in the satellite imagery this year. There's an Iron Dome launch site in nearly the same location that overlaps with the sight lines we drew from the 5 videos. The projectile may have been launched in reaction to barrages of rockets from Gaza, which we saw on the camera footage. A timeline: 1. Palestinian rocket barrages, followed shortly by 2. Israeli projectile launch, 3. 17.5 seconds in the air before the projectile detonates, 4. Explosion at the hospital, 7 seconds later. About 25 seconds passed from the last Palestinian rocket fired an Israeli projectile to the hospital explosion. There is no visual evidence we have found that directly links these events to the blast at the Al Ahli Arab Hospital. The projectile launched from Israel detonates at least 2 miles from the hospital, and 25 seconds pass from when the final Palestinian rocket was launched in these videos and the hospital explosion. The situation in the area around the hospital was chaotic that evening. The Al Jazeera live stream of the scene, plus other videos we reviewed, shows at least 2 large explosions near the hospital in the minute before the deadly blast. And those large explosions near the hospital, as far as we understand it, were the Israeli Air Force conducting a bombing campaign, which they lied about originally, and then went back on their lie and said, yes, we were maybe doing a bombing campaign in the area, but it wasn't close enough to the hospital. That's what they fucking said. The IDF told the Times that it was striking Gaza City that evening, but said that it was not in an area that would endanger the hospital. Originally, though, they had told everyone, not just the New York Times, but everyone, that they were not conducting an air operation in that area at all. I wonder why they were not doing that. I wonder why they lied about it. And also on top of that, 3 days before the blast, a 155 millimeter illumination shell, this is artillery, commonly used by the Israeli military and not in use by Palestinian militias, was fired into the Al Ahli hospital. This is the cancer ward. Hospital administrators said that they had received warnings from the IDF telling them to evacuate. They destroyed the cancer ward with a illumination shell and actually injured 4 of the hospital staff. Okay? Here it is. This is the imagery. I've shown you this. This is all information that was readily available to every member of the fucking media. It should not have taken a week for them to compile all of this together. Okay? Our analysis does not answer what actually did cause the blast or who was responsible, but it does undercut one of the most publicized pieces of evidence used by both the American and Israeli officials. Okay? He also gave a shout out to Archie Irving, who you guys, I don't know if you're in here right now, but you guys have sent me his thread when it first literally came out, and I dismissed it offhand because I thought it was another like geo-confirm style thread. I was wrong. He also pushed in the same way that I did over the course of the past week on one of the more important questions. And for those of you who don't know, or maybe you didn't see it because I wasn't live at the time, I was literally on Twitter pushing this exact question. The idea that like everybody single-handedly fucking decided that like, no, it was a misfire and we can see it on the fucking camera, or it was a rocket that was intercepted and fell on top of the hospital. Like all of this shit was completely fucking insane. Completely insane. Sam Cedar raid. Hey, thank you, Sam, for the raid. Now, let me tell you why. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you what the questions I had were at the time. And maybe you will understand where it was coming from, like why I had this specific question. I specifically replied once the Al Jazeera footage came out, showing that this was actually a rocket that was intercepted. Okay? Where is it? Hold on. I replied to him, and we talked, I think. I'm trying to figure out where my reply is. Uncle Sam, hope you had a good stream. And Emma, hope you had a good stream. Yes, the hospital topic is now being discussed once again, but this time with new information. Sam is stuck in jury duty. Wow, what an American he is, dude. So here's what I said, and I'll show you. So my biggest regret for my previous thread is that I didn't geolocate it myself. I said, I don't think Al Jazeera ever made claims on the trajectory. I always felt like some on OSINT Twitter added that conclusion that it was over the middle of northern Gaza and ran with it. So this is on October 19th, okay? When the Al Jazeera investigation came out, Nathan Reuser said, this investigation is flawed and concludes that the Al Ahli hospital explosion was from an Iron Dome intercepted rocket that fell exploded. This is demonstrably untrue, as the Iron Dome is a terminal phase interceptor. It does not intercept in the launch phase. To which I responded with, that never actually happened. The Al Jazeera video, I mean, I said it in a more kind way, but I said, is that what the video is saying? Might be wrong, but it seems like they are matching the footage of the IDF claims and disproving them. What the New York Times did on their investigation mirrors what Al Jazeera wrote about on October 19th. The video never claimed that that was the rocket that fell on the hospital at all. The video never said that. The IDF made contradictory claims yesterday and even categorically denied doing bombing campaigns in the area, which is demonstrably false. He said, yeah, slightly misunderstood the Al Jazeera claims, but the operative thing is that they claimed the rocket was intercepted over Gaza, which isn't how Israel's interception systems work at all. If the rocket failed, it was not from an intercept. And I said, appreciate the clarification. Might be absolutely brain broken right now, but I am not seeing the part of the video that establishes a link between the strike that hit the Al Ahli hospital with the rocket that was intercepted, only that it was totally destroyed, not sure where on its trajectory. So, like, this is all information that was readily available since the day after the hospital bombing. So the idea, and Archie even fucking replied and said, yes, it is. Please respond to DMs, Nathan, the guy who also uncovered it, that got props from Eric Toller. Literally, we were in his fucking, in his replies being like, no, dog, nobody said the trajectory was over. Nobody said the trajectory was over Gaza. Like, we did not say that. I'm grateful for Khaled for introducing me to this community. I never had the opportunity to visit Gaza or meet my family there in person. Khaled was born into an unlawfully besieged territory and was murdered in the same, but we communicated regularly. From what he has shared, your streams gave hope to him and his friends who saw promise in the humanity you showed to their vulnerable community. Prayers to all the children of Gaza. Holy shit, dude, you're going to make me cry. And before people say, is the New York Times also manufacturing narratives against the war machine now? No, they're not. Because in this article itself, it still says, we most likely think it's a rocket misfire. There is no evidence for it, though. And that's what's frustrating about articles like this, okay? That like there is no evidence beyond the fact that, yes, rocket misfires happen. So if we're operating off of likelihoods, 15% of the Hamas rockets that are deployed out of, 15% of rockets that are launched out of Gaza misfire, okay? They misfire. Fine. That there's a likelihood that this could be a rocket misfiring. I'm not discounting that. Except, you know what's also incredibly likely? And two things that are incredibly likely. One, Israel lying about doing a bombing campaign in the area when they were very clearly doing a bombing campaign in the area. And two, Israel bombing that hospital, especially after it had bombed other hospitals, including that hospital. It's fucking ridiculous. If you do not have enough evidence in either direction, you have to make an assertion that lands you on the side that has the most circumstantial evidence. It's ridiculous. So what has been deeply frustrating to me about this, and I have become like a missile autist as a consequence of this personally. Like I've been the most OSINT Andy over the course of this past week. Not that it fucking matters at the end of the day, like I said, because like ultimately arriving at the truth of this is important for the victims, okay? However, the reality is that this does not change the dynamics. This does not change the dynamics even a little bit. And it is gross. It is fucking gross that people try to act like this is a good reason to discount the Gazan Health Ministry casualty numbers, and this is a good reason to assume that all of the fucking neighborhoods that have been leveled by Israel are actually fake. They're not leveled. What the fuck? I respectfully disagree because you're applying your own assumptions, which is disgusting. It's disgusting to me that there are still people at this point that fucking refuse to see the metric ton of evidence that shows that all of the counter narratives that Israel immediately rushed to put forward were false. I admit that I'm biased. I admit that I'm biased in this circumstance, but it's not necessarily that I'm just saying, well, of course Israel did it. What the fuck? I hate those guys. They're bad. I'm telling you exactly the reasons as to why I think that, of course, this is still more likely Israel's doing. And none of this, whether it is a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket, or whether it is another Israeli missile that accompanied 7,000 others, does not change the reality that there is ethnic cleansing happening in Gaza right now. There's ethnic cleansing happening in Israel right now, okay? It's happening. Not only false, but falsified. Should have tanked their credibility from nothing from the get-go? Yes, except most people are completely oblivious to that reality, and they do not fucking understand. Even so, when so many news sources said it was probably Hamas, yes, because news sources take what the Israeli intelligence says and repeats it uncritically and unconditionally. This is a problem. They do this with America, and it's a problem. I yell about it when it's done at the behest of the United States of America, when the American State Department will give confidential sources and pieces of information to the media, and then the media runs with that narrative because they do access journalism. And it's certainly a fucking issue, a major one, when Israel does the exact same thing as an extension of our fucking State Department. It is absolutely unimaginable. These guys need to do journalism. And if you are a journalist, your job should always be to be incredibly critical of Israeli air campaigns, specifically because they lie all the time. They have lied about the exact same situation in the past. It blows my mind that we are just looking at a situation where there's so much overwhelming evidence in one direction, and the only counter is Israel just deploying a counter narrative that literally doesn't even make sense in their own PowerPoint that they posted. Evidence that they used from a clipped, like a visual that they used from an Al Jazeera stream that immediately showed that they were doing a bombing campaign, air raids in that area, although they had lied. Moreover, here, this is important. A week after the hospital tragedy, much remains in question. The death toll, initially put at 500 by Hamas, then lowered to 471, is believed by Western intelligence agencies to be considerably lower, but no number has been verified. The hospital itself was not directly struck. Whatever caused the explosion actually hit the hospital courtyard where people had gathered for safety and a handful of parked cars. Moreover, the crater from the impact was relatively small, a fact that Israel has cited in arguing that none of its munitions caused the blast and could be consistent with a number of different munitions. Hamas has not produced remnants of an Israeli munition or any physical evidence to back up its claim that Israel is responsible. This part is actually pretty serious. That is, that in and of itself is ridiculous. Like the fact that they could not find a single fragmentation, single fragment, is definitely suspicious. Okay, that paired up with the crater, with the impact crater, when you look at the damage done on the ground, these are certainly pieces, like key details that you also have to take into consideration. Except what you must also take into consideration is, if you find this to be suspicious, then you have to also find that Israel's counterfactual was completely falsified. Like completely and utterly falsified. I am at least honest. Okay? How are they supposed to provide it to fucking who? Come on, dog. Don't act like you don't know how this works, or maybe you don't know how this works. Okay? They literally do a press conference and they show the fucking fragment. And as a matter of fact, they could have literally shown another fragment from another bombing campaign if they chose to do so, because there's plenty of fucking fragments that they could find a block down the street. And the fact that they didn't even do that is also strange, because if they had shown a fragment, then most people would turn around and go, that's a fake fragment from another bombing campaign. I'm new here and don't know how this works, but my message might be deleted. I just wanted to highlight the treatment of Gaza by the Israeli regime. Last year, Khaled's mother died from her very treatable cancer after the Israeli government denied her entry of her chemotherapy to Gaza due to the years-long blockade for no reason other than they could. May they all rest in power. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, it is unimaginable the cruelty that Palestinians are subjected to. It's unimaginable, okay? Israel is engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign, in a genocide. It is completely and utterly disgraceful. It shows the ass of the Western world, who claim that they are those who tamed the barbarians, when they are the real barbarians, okay? They are the real violent animals. Unimaginable. There's no power in Gaza, and places all seem to be using generators. Would it be possible the fire side of the explosion was the generators, the fuel? It could have been cars that blew up. We saw that the cars blew up there. It could have been an artillery that struck a car, or caused a massive fuel fire in that area. Why do so many people still support Israel? Because they don't know. Because let me tell you something, okay? I read so much from the Israeli side, so much, nonstop. As much as I learn and cover on the Palestinian side, I read so much on the Israeli side. And one thing that I have heard is that they are not covering what is going on in Gaza at all. They do not have any journalists that are even turning their fucking cameras in the direction of Gaza. They are not talking about Gaza at all. At all. Nothing on the West Bank, nothing on Gaza. A little bit on the West Bank, nothing on Gaza. Palestinians were being genocided. Prominent Holocaust scholars, this is a genocide. Israel, we want to do a genocide. Random Twitter blue user, well, actually, exactly. That's what my mom said too. She literally didn't know. Now she supports Palestine, unlike the rest of my fam, who is still 100% pro-Israel because they hate Muslims. There is no Hassan's view count bot. Nice flex, dude. I read so much. I'm saying that I read a lot on the Israeli side as well to get a better understanding. Okay? People do not know. People do not know. They do not know at all. They do not. This is a deliberate way to dehumanize those who you've declared enemy combatants and their family members. Okay? That's it. Yeah, we're going to talk about Blinken reportedly telling the Qatari prime minister to turn down the volume of anti-Israel incitement on Al Jazeera. Fucking insane. I'm not going to lie. Those who are more convincible than anyone else, in my opinion, are young American Jews. Okay? Given their proximity, given their history, given given the long shared history of Jewish people being persecuted, and the long history of Jewish people at the forefront, being at the forefront of social justice, the most convincible people on this matter are absolutely young American Jews. Okay, that's why you see young American Jews at the forefront of the anti-occupation movement in this country. Way more so than Christians, I will say, in my opinion. Many of them are some of the most outspoken anti-colonial, anti-Zionist voices. Yes, I disagree with that. No, they get fed a metric ton of propaganda in Jewish schooling, in the Jewish schooling system, in Hebrew school, and like camps and whatnot. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As someone who's Jewish American and a grandchild of Holocaust survivors who's been to the camps, I think that overall, like, there's a lot of pro-Israel sentiment I feel that they view. Yes, that information is learned for sure. That information is taught. But I think, in my experience, I think that it's like, as long as you show a lot of people the other side that they rarely have ever seen, and you explain to them that these are human beings that are being subjected to horrifying conditions for no reason other than just land grabs by a right-wing fascist government, I think most people recognize that. Something to also consider, like I said, because Jewish people are again historically at the forefront of social justice causes. What is this? This person blocked me. Gideon Levy is a columnist for the left-wing Haaretz who's won the Sokolov Award for Israeli journalism. Levi gives fascinating insight into political views of the Zionist government from his speech 5 years ago. The first value is hiding behind the Chosenite status.
Both left.
I don't know who this fucking guy is. Who atavistic nationalism, Rainbluter. I feel like this guy's fucking. I feel like, is this guy like a Nazi or some shit? I mean, it doesn't matter. This is Gideon Levy, who is awesome, but it might be some fucking weird red flag here. The weirdo who posted this video. An American Jew who grew up in Jewish institutions in the late 80s and 90s that was fed so much pro-Israel propaganda, like you said, Hebrew school, camps, birthright, etc. Yeah, I think this guy Gideon Levy is awesome. If whites in the United States summarize or notice these things, they're called anti-Semitic and terrorists. Okay, fuck this guy. Never send me a link from a fucking Nazi piece of shit ever again. The guy who he posted, Gideon Levy, is actually a dope journalist and awesome, and but the person who posted that is like probably a Nazi. Yeah, atavistic nationalism. Give me a fucking break. Anyway, I think you're underestimating the amount of American Jews that also fall for the propaganda. All I'm stating is that given the long history of Jewish people being at the forefront of social justice causes historically in the anti-apartheid struggle. Don't take my word for it. Take Nelson Mandela's word for it. He was asked about this very question, when he talked about Israel's apartheid, where he said, my lawyer is Jewish. The first car I was able to drive in was owned by a Jewish man. Jewish people have been at the forefront on the anti-colonial and anti-apartheid struggle. This is not something you can fucking cast aside. I'm not saying Jews are a monolith, of course. That would be anti-Semitic. I'm simply stating that that throughout history, Jews have been made to be the villain time and time again. Okay? Time and time again. Anti-Semitism has taken root anytime material conditions worsen. Okay? This much is consistent. Pogroms have happened as a consequence of this. Horrifying things have happened as a consequence of this to Jewish people. And of course, the Holocaust as well. And time again, Jews have always been at the forefront of anti-colonial struggle, anti-apartheid struggle, and every different kind of social justice movement. It's not something you can just simply forget or cast aside just because Israel and the right-wing theocratic fascist Israeli government regularly tries to muddy the waters and act as though they are the representative of all Jews and what it means to be Jewish. Okay. Is it something about one Israeli life being worth 1,000 or something? Can you show me the source? Yes, one Israeli life being worth 1,000 Palestinians is the prisoner swap that happened a couple years back. Where one Israeli, when one IDF member was swapped for 1,000 Gilad Shalit. One IDF soldier was swapped for 1,000 Palestinians in prison. Now, let me explain to you something, though, because a lot of those fucking Palestinians in prison are not even in prison for, like, murder. You know what I mean? They're not in prison for, like, actual good reason. So you have to understand that needs to be a part of your framework when you're analyzing the situation, because most people think, like, oh, well, what the fuck have they done? Then why? Brother, it is an apartheid state. It is illegal to be Palestinian. That's it. Okay? It's illegal to be Palestinian within eyesight of a settler in the West Bank. It's illegal to be Palestinian and not be able to take off your fucking belt as quickly as possible when you're at a checkpoint. These are things that you cannot imagine. It's illegal to be Palestinian in protest. It's illegal to be Palestinian and defend yourself against settlers in the West Bank. It's illegal. Right now, here, I'll give you a great example. Israel offered Gazans work visas and work permits, okay, which allowed them to free travel into Israel proper. And there are thousands of Gazans right now whose immigration status is immediately, permanently in limbo. They are illegally inside of Israel right now because they're working in Israel. They were offered permits. And Israel quietly said all 2,000 Gazan work permits have now been destroyed, and every single Gazan Palestinian that was inside of the arbitrary boundaries of Israel proper are now illegally there. Think about that. It's that quick. How do you know so much? Where do you get your info? I read, motherfucker. I read. This is also something that is very important to me because I feel like it's being done with my money. You know what I mean? Oh, it was George Galloway who said that. Oh, shit. I thought it was Nelson Mandela. I was wrong. It was George Galloway that talked about how, it wasn't Nelson Mandela. I was wrong. It was George Galloway that talked about how Jews have been at the forefront of the anti-apartheid struggle. More messages from that chatter. Remaining family in Gaza have been spared, but they lost their homes. They sent one message every day to say, we're okay, please pray. Then they turn off their phones until next morning. When they let us know that they're still alive, they have not complained once. Just praise God. I am not religious, but their strength has inspired me. I hope the world likewise remembers their strength and fearlessness. Remaining family in Gaza lost their homes, but their lives have been spared so far. I have many other family members who have so far been spared. That's crazy, dude. I mean, this is like these are people. These are human beings, man. They have dreams. They have hopes. They want to work. They want to live a life of dignity. They deserve to live a life of dignity. And yet, you know, we've robbed them of that. We've robbed them of that for decades. It's unimaginable cruelty, and it's being done with our money. It's being done with our go-ahead. Okay? Sorry for the repetition again. I don't know what the rules are. Our messages get blocked. Don't worry about it. U.S. intelligence officials said on Tuesday that agencies that assessed the video showing a Palestinian rocket launch from Gaza undergoing a catastrophic motor failure before part of the rocket crashed in the hospital grounds. A senior intelligence official said that the authorities could not rule out that new information would come to light that would change their assessment, but said they had high confidence in their conclusions. Asked about the Times' findings, a spokesman for the Office of the Director of National Intelligence said the Times and American intelligence agencies had different interpretations of the video. Oh, I guess so. Okay. Well, I guess you guys have a different interpretation. Never mind. Discerning what happened is especially complicated because Israel and Hamas have been firing at each other since the war began. Israel's fired more than 8,000 munitions in the Gaza in what has become a brutal assault and had even hit the Al Ahli Arab Hospital with an illumination artillery shell 3 days earlier, according to the video evidence of the hospital's official Facebook page. Hamas and Islamic Jihad have continued to target Israel with deadly rockets with hidden launch sites inside of Gaza. Palestinian rockets have malfunctioned in the past, and one estimate says 15% of the rockets launched by Gaza militant groups failed. Within an hour of the hospital blast, an information war began. Hamas immediately blamed an Israeli airstrike, while the Israel Defense Forces soon denied any responsibility and placed the blame on a malfunctioning Palestinian rocket. Israeli officials released a report about the explosion on October 18th and also made one public conversation they said was intercepted between Hamas fighters blaming Islamic Jihad for the blast. Israel has also cited several other pieces of evidence that have not been made public, including logs of military activity, information gleaned from radar systems, other audio intercepts, and other videos. Meanwhile, Israeli officials have pointed to the Al Jazeera video in media interviews and social media. The Al Jazeera video footage was shared 3 times by Israel Defense Forces on X, formerly known as Twitter. In the post, the Israeli military identified the moving aerial object as a rocket aimed at Israel that misfired and exploded at nearly the same time as the Al Ahli Arab Hospital blast. Spokesman for the Israeli military also explicitly identified this munition as the misfired rocket that caused the explosion in interviews with CNN, the BBC, and in an interview with India Today on October 19th. They fucking lied. They lied over and over and over again. And the media not only took it, hook, line, and sinker, but they immediately fucking apologized for it. They literally apologized for it. They said, I'm so sorry. When I went on the BBC, not after Piers Morgan, I went on the BBC the next day, and the guest before me was screaming at the BBC for doing blood libel, as though it's blood libel to think that after 8,000 rockets have been dropped on top of Gaza, this 8,001st rocket would also be an Israeli one. That's how fucking insane it is. That's the level of arrogance. This is not a 100% certainty. I have to tell you this again. There is still a likelihood that this could be a misfired rocket, none of which changes the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is engaging in. But this aspect of the coverage is very important. It's very important to understand how quickly Western media took the IDF narrative and ran with it, even though they did not offer good enough evidence. They did not. And I am a fucking idiot. Like, I am a Twitch streamer. If I, with my own 2 eyes, could look at this information on October 18th, October 19th, and also see that this was bullshit and it was inconsistent, then how can you not see it? If you're in the media, you have entire teams. But the Times concluded that the missile in the video was never near the hospital. It was launched from Israel, not Gaza, and appears to have exploded above the Israeli-Gaza border, at least 2 miles away from the hospital. So that's important to understand. Here, they looked at all of it. The Nahal Oz interceptor is what actually fucking exploded. Like, approximate area where the midair detonation was visible in the videos, like around here. There's an Iron Dome site right there. To trace the object back in the sky, to trace the object in the sky back to Israeli territory, the Times synchronized the Al Jazeera footage with 5 other videos filmed at the same time, including footage from an Israeli television station, Channel 12, and a CCTV camera in Tel Aviv. These different videos provided a view of the missile from the north, south, east, and west. Using satellite imagery to triangulate the launch point in these videos, the Times determined that the projectile was fired toward Gaza from near the Israeli town of Nahal Oz shortly before the deadly hospital blast. The findings match the conclusion reached by some online researchers. I need you to understand, okay? If you were in here immediately fucking running, immediately running with the conclusion like, oh, dude, you're crazy, like you're wrong, and all your entire goal for the next week was to basically come back in here and be like, I told you so, Hassan. When I also personally readily admitted that there, once I looked at the impact crater, that this is inconsistent with the JDAM, immediately recognized that, which we still have no answer for the audio signatures from the balcony footage, which Evan has told me there will be more answers on. Okay. What the fuck? There's so-called circumstantial evidence. So I've only heard so far crater in the video from the Washington Post, and yet the video is shown to use otherwise anyway. Someone make it make sense. In addition, the video showed that the projectile in the Al Jazeera footage was launched over a barrage of Palestinian rockets. Israeli officials assessed was responsible for the hospital explosion. From 6:59 p.m. on October 17th, barrages of Palestinian rockets are fired from 2 positions southwest and northwest of the Al Ahli Arab Hospital, the videos show. Flames of the Palestinian rockets are visible in the nighttime sky as their engine propelled them northeast towards Israel. More than 25 seconds elapsed between the final Palestinian rocket and the hospital explosion. The Times cannot independently identify the type of projectile that was fired from Israel, though it was launched from an area known to have an Iron Dome defense system. The Israeli military says it doesn't fire Iron Dome interceptors into Gaza, and indeed the missile seen in the video may not have crossed over into Gazan territory. The Israeli military has stated that the Iron Dome did not shoot any interceptors in the questioned time and area, except the video footage disproves that. So it's important work and it will continue, and we probably will not have conclusive evidence for weeks or months on end. Okay? It's crazy how often you don't finish a thought. I know, because I fucking keep responding to people in the chat. I don't even know what to say about this style of social media propaganda. What is this? They who must be named Hamas equals ISIS. Oh my God, this Hamas equals ISIS shit is also fucking so stupid. It's so ahistorical. I'm gonna go ahead and say it's fucking racist, okay? The Hamas is ISIS narrative is so fucking stupid and only works for dumb white Ameroid apes who fucking don't understand that, like, these are warring factions, okay? It's so frustrating. It is so fucking racist. I'm losing my fucking mind. It literally is the exact same thing, the same energy as George W. Bush after 9/11 doing the Axis of Evil speech and then adding Iran into that speech, okay? And being like, Iran is also responsible for 9/11 in the Axis of Evil. When Iran was like, the fuck? Why you say fuck me for? You're about to use me for the next 20 years to fucking combat the mess you made, you fucking assholes, which is true. Imagine having 17 of the 19 hijackers on 9/11 be Saudi Arabian nationals, okay? And then turning around and being like, Iran is responsible for the Axis of Evil alongside Afghanistan and Iraq. It's insane to me. Like, literally pointing at the guys who literally are the number one enemies of Saudis in the fucking region and being like, they did this. So annoying. It's crazy how well I can pick up a thought and run it again. Yeah, but sometimes I literally forget to run the top of the hour ad break in the middle of all of that, which is not good. And then I have to run it 24 minutes into the top of the hour. But I digress. At the top of the hour, there's the 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah. This is also fucking gross, too. Israeli soldiers capture suspected Hamas fighters and make them hold the Israeli flag and chant Long Live Israel. By the way, these are just civilian workers who were arrested by the Israeli forces who just said they were Hamas fighters. By the way, Israel has gone nutty with it in a way that I think resembles America's actions in both Afghanistan and Iraq. They're doing like... A lot of people forget that there are rules to war, right? There are rules to what you can and can't do with your fucking captives. This is not something you are allowed to do. I don't care how fucking racist you are. I don't care how violent you suspect the people that you intercepted, the people that you arrested are, okay? This is completely unacceptable, okay? It is a fucking war crime. This is like, we are nearing the Abu Ghraib bullshit right now. We are so close. I've read so many fucking accounts of Russian forces engaging in acts of torture on Ukrainians that they fucking apprehend, okay? To extract information out of them or to even get like forced confessions out of them and shit. And it's so wild that we watch the exact same shit, if not significantly fucking worse, being done by Israel. Not even just this. It is so psychotic that this kind of activity is like championed, channeled, and defended. Anyway. Did you see that some Israel lobby org put ceasefires anti-Semitism on signs in Times Square? It made me actually sick to my stomach. Yeah, it's so fucking unhinged. Oh. Many stories from loved ones in Gaza. Israel has repeatedly blocked the marriage of another one of my cousins in Gaza and his longtime girlfriend, a U.S. citizen. Israel blocked every permanent application to leave Gaza to make it into his embassy appointment in Egypt for years. No freedom of movement, no dignity. They aren't hurting him, though. Dude, that's insane. Can you imagine apprehending someone that you just immediately say is a fucking terrorist and then making them hold the Israeli flag and shit? Like, what are you doing? Do a little bit of role reversal. Forget that they're fucking Arabs in your mind for a second and think maybe they're Jewish workers that the Nazis apprehended. The fuck do you mean? Like, I don't think people understand. When you have someone in your... When you have robbed someone of their freedom, there are very specific rules. When you have detained someone, there are very specific rules. This person is now, you can't humiliate them. This person is your prisoner, okay? It is psychotic to look at this and go, well, they're not like beating the shit out of him. They're simply just like, making fun of him and dehumanizing him further. You can't do that. If I ever get detained, I want to be detained by them law, says Shawarma Ghanem. Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you wish to be a fucking Gazan worker on a worker's permit in Israel. Nice. What a psychotic take. Very few people on the planet would swap places in that regard. Actually, probably no one. I love this, dude. This is like hyper nationalistic and psychopathic fascist sentiment being expressed so willingly on the timeline, and people don't recognize it. Why? Why do you not recognize that? Anyway. I remember you saying that trans allies get similar vitriol to trans people when they advocate for their rights. I've had a similar experience. I'm Jewish. I like to post calling for Palestinian rights, and someone called me a Nazi collaborator. I can't imagine what Palestinians have to deal with. Solidarity to them. Yes. It's just like Biden holds joint news conference with the Australian Prime Minister and says Hamas does not represent the vast majority of Palestinians in Gaza. Yeah. I want to point out something here, okay? This is a really good fucking take from Felix. I've seen this. Okay, I've seen this post circulating on the timeline from a behavioral economist, founder of Coheal, and a few other companies helping people withdraw from prescription meds. Sarah Nadav says, I want to see the mass graves, the refrigerated trucks full of bodies or corpses rotting in the street. There is no way Gazas could cope with 5,000 dead bodies this quickly, especially since they claim lack of electricity and water. Where are the pictures? So far, there are almost 300 comments and not a single picture of a funeral or a grave. Okay? To which Felix pointed out, one of my favorite scenes in Band of Brothers is in Why We Fight, which is the best episode in Band of Brothers. For those of you who haven't watched Band of Brothers, great episode. It's very traumatic. It is a one-to-one identical. Like I've read a lot on the Holocaust. I've seen the many photos taken at the time from concentration camps. It is a one-to-one horrifying comparison, but it's very accurate, historically accurate. The Why We Fight episode, when they finally, for the first time ever, see a concentration camp and are completely oblivious to the horrors that unfold, that they don't even realize what is going on in said concentration camps. And there's a scene in Band of Brothers and Why We Fight when that dumbass baker is whining to Easy Company about how they're requisitioning his goods for the camp victims, and Webster sticks his 1911 in his mouth. So many Zionists are the baker. Shut up. I said, shut up, you Nazi fuck, says David Webster, grabs the baker. The baker says, I'm not a Nazi. David Webster responds, oh, you're not a Nazi? My mistake, you fat fucking prick. What about a human being? Here, I'll just, you know what? I want to show you this. I'll show you the scene instead of reading it. Let's see if we can find it. Maybe they can. Oh, here it is. So they're taking all of the German bakers. There's a concentration camp down the fucking street, basically. Okay, a couple miles down the street. And they are taking this German baker's food to deliver it to the concentration camp, which they, by the way, also in another horrifying part of this, have to stop feeding the individuals in the concentration camp because they'll fucking die. They realize very quickly that if they eat for the first time ever, after not being able to eat, they will die. But that's a different story.
Take it off. Check the back and shut up.
Yeah, refeeding syndrome.
Ich bin kein Nazi. Not a Nazi. My mistake, you fat fucking prick. How about a human being? Are you one of those? Or are you gonna tell me that you never smelled the fucking stench?
Töten Sie mich nicht, bitte. Bitte töten Sie mich nicht. Ich verstehe nicht, was Sie da sagen.
Webby says he doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. Bullshit.
Yeah. He smelled it. He smelled it every day. Töten Sie mich nicht. Bitte töten Sie nicht mich. Mich nicht. Please don't kill me. Ich verstehe nicht, was du da sagst. It is impossible. At a certain point, it is fucking impossible to turn a blind eye to the atrocities, dude. It's impossible. Okay? And for the record, I have seen the fucking photos, contrary to what this freak is saying here. Okay? If you haven't seen the photos, it's because you're not paying attention. For as many GoPro footage as there are for the October 7th operations, and there are some gruesome fucking images, 100%. This notion that like October 7th was a perfectly executed military operation is a falsehood. Okay? It's not true. It was gruesome. 100%. It was. But for as many October 7 footage as there are that like journalists get to watch horrified behind closed doors at the behest of the Israeli government, there are thousands more lifeless children's bodies that have been recovered from the goddamn rubble. Just that no one is showing that. No one is aware of it. At this point, unrelated to the Gazan health ministry, like doctors and healthcare professionals in Gaza, every time they come out with a statement, they literally put the bodies right next to them. Yeah, I know. There's plenty of footage of mass graves. Gazans using ice cream trucks because the morgues are overfilled. And all of this is happening while Israel has deliberately shut off access. No electricity, no fuel, no internet. Internet is patchy inside of Gaza by design, so they can fucking control the narrative. Devastating. So cruel. It's so unusual. They have an excuse for every photo. It's not that they don't see it, they just don't care. Exactly. What is this? Were you surprised when you saw the Westerners calling every opposition person in the idea Nazi affiliated? Russia calls Ukrainians Nazis for justification and conservatives believe it. No, conservatives are fucking stupid, okay? And Russia's decision to denazify Ukraine is also a ridiculous one. I've talked about this quite a bit. Like, it's just, it doesn't matter. It's just propaganda. People love trying to justify their own cause. I mean, the former prime minister literally said fair coverage or both sides coverage showing the Palestinian side in this serves Hamas. That's what he said. Not my take on it. It's his take on it. You don't have to search super far and super wide to arrive at this conclusion. You will find an Israeli official openly admit said things, sometimes even in English. And the grossest part now is fucking Brandon also running along with this disgusting, horrifying genocide denial rhetoric, claiming that perhaps the death tolls are actually overestimated. Genocide Joe, baby.
I'm sure innocents have been killed. Palestinians are telling the truth about how many people are killed. I'm sure innocents have been killed, and it's the price of waging a war. I think we should be incredibly careful. I think not we, the Israelis should be incredibly careful to be sure that they're focusing on going after the folks that are propagating this war against Israel. And it's against their interest when that doesn't happen. But I have no confidence in the number that the Palestinians are using. Palestinians are
fucking disgusting, dude. What a fucking filthy piece of shit he is. An animal. I think, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is the type of shit that you say. This is the type of shit. I saw a tweet about this. This rhetoric, alongside with what fucking John Kirby said yesterday about like, well, some civilians are gonna die and there's not much we can do, is the fucking footage that you watch back from a plexiglass inside of The Hague 10 years down the line. Okay, if there was any justice, this is what you would hear back. This footage right here, this very moment, right here, is exactly what you hear back on the other side of a fucking plexiglass as you're sitting there with your hands cuffed in front of you. Okay? And they read it out and go, what did you mean by this? What did you mean by this? Of course, it will not happen because there is no justice.
It is war. It is combat. It is bloody. It is ugly. And it's going to be messy.
Yeah, this is the kind of statement people in Serbia and Rwanda got played back at them while they were sitting in a glass box in the Netherlands, except Serbia and Rwanda, not America. Never America. It will never happen to America.
And innocent civilians are going to be hurt going forward. I wish I could tell you something different. I wish that wasn't going to happen. But it is going to happen. And that doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it dismissible. It doesn't mean that we aren't going to still express concerns about that and do everything we can to help the Israelis do everything they can to minimize it.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, great stuff here.
Anger, the hurt, the sense of outrage that the Israeli people are feeling after the brutally inflicted devastation by Hamas is completely understandable. Israel has the right, and I would add a responsibility, to respond to the slaughter of their people. And we will ensure Israel has what it needs to defend itself against these terrorists. That's a guarantee. We also have to remember that Hamas does not represent, let me say it again, Hamas does not represent the vast majority of the Palestinian people on the Gaza Strip or anywhere else. Hamas is hiding behind Palestinian civilians and is despicable and, not surprisingly, cowardly as well. This also puts an added burden on Israel while they go after Hamas. But that does not lessen the need to operate in line with the laws of war. For Israel, it has to do everything in its power. Israel has to do everything in its power, as difficult it is to protect innocent civilians. And it's difficult. I want to thank the Israelis and the and President Sisi of Egypt for working with the United States to make sure that food, water, and medical supplies are getting through to innocent people in Gaza. The flow needs to increase, and we're working very hard with our partners to make that happen. We're also working around the clock together with our partners in the region to secure the release of hostages, and including American citizens behind.
He's like Hollywood celebrities. I hear you. I see you. Amy Schumer, thank you for sending me that open letter, Jack. Made me maybe understand, yeah, you're right. We got to release the civilians. We got to release the hostages, Aubrey Plaza. You're right.
Left behind and held by Hamas, and the safe passage of foreign nationals out of Gaza, not just Americans, but Australians and a whole range of people who are trapped in Gaza. I also want to take a moment to look ahead.
You said if you were a politician, what kind of speech would you give? Dude, every day I talk about it. Every day. I've talked about it on television. I've talked about it every fucking day. I don't know what to tell you.
Toward the future that we seek. Israelis and Palestinians equally deserve to live side by side in safety, dignity, and peace. There's no going back to the status quo as it stood on October the 6th. That means ensuring Hamas can no longer terrorize Israel and use Palestinian civilians as human shields. It also means
the human shields narrative, dude. Yeah. Was the Al Jazeera reporter's family human shields? Was that one Chatter's 17-year-old cousin, Khaled? Was he a human shield? Was he shielding rockets? As much as information is and access is cut off into Gaza, like, there are still humans, right? Palestinians are still human beings, no matter how desperately these fucking animals try to dehumanize them. And you can talk to them. They're around. They are people that you can hear from. Of course, if you are already so sucked into this idea that they are not human, then yeah, you will be like, well, maybe all of the Palestinians are collectively lying. They must be. They must all be collectively lying about the human shield thing. Yeah. All of these baby human shields.
And when this crisis is over, there has to be a vision of what comes next. And in our view, it has to be a two-state solution. It means a concentrated effort from all the parties, Israelis, Palestinians, regional partners, global leaders, to put us on a path toward peace. In the past few weeks, I've spoken to leaders throughout the region, including King Abdullah of Jordan, President Sisi of Egypt, President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, and just yesterday with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, about making sure there's real hope in the region for a better future, about the need, and I mean this sincerely, about the need to work toward a greater integration for Israel, while insisting that the aspirations of the Palestinian people will be part of that future as well. I'm convinced one of the reasons Hamas attacked when they did, I have no proof of this, just my instinct tells me, is because of the progress we were making towards regional integration.
Is it an example of a functioning two-state solution, or is it just a nice word to use in politics? I mean, I guess you could say Ireland, but also it doesn't even fucking matter because, but the entire, there's no two-state. There is no two-state solution. The two-state solution is just a way that Israel has tried to continuously engage in indefensible acts of expansion and settler terrorism, while saying like, oh, we just want to do a two-state solution. Come on, it's a two-state solution. It's a lie, complete lie. Okay, it just buys them more time to continue doing genocide. Yeah, MBS is the guy I talked to about human rights law. Yeah, literally. There is no two-state solution with one state having the standing military in operation in the second state. Okay, Palestinians have never been given a place for themselves devoid of Israeli control. Not in Gaza after 2005, and never in the West Bank. Ridiculous.
For Israel and regional integration overall. And we can't leave that work behind. And one more word on this. I continue to be alarmed about extremist settlers attacking Palestinians in the West Bank. That pouring gasoline on fire is what it's like. This was a deal. The deal was made, and they're attacking Palestinians in places that they're entitled to be. And it has to stop. They have to be held accountable.
Yeah, the Eye on Palestine account that I've used time and time again has been removed by Instagram. Completely unacceptable. Disgusting. Gross.
And it has to stop now.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. The only part of this speech that was good is at least he had the audacity, at least he had the decency, rather, to turn around and admit that the extremist messianic settlers, the messianic Jews, most of them American, by the way, backed by American evangelical movements, are engaging in an act of terror, which is true. They are. Their existence in the West Bank is an existence of terror. Two-state in Ireland is ultimately a failed promise. We were promised in writing by the British to have reunification after the Anglo-Irish War for Independence. We still haven't been getting that, so forgive me if I laugh when these dopes talk about a two-state solution. I'm just saying, like it's even that's not great, but still better than the current situation. According to Al Jazeera, Sharif Mansour, a representative of the Committee to Protect Journalists, has said 24 media workers have been killed in the current Israel-Gaza war. Anyway. You cannot have a two-state solution without purging, okay, literally purging, which is inherently an act of violence, the 500,000 settlers in the West Bank, and also the military in its entirety. The occupying force has to be removed from the West Bank. The 500,000 settler terrorists have to be removed from the West Bank. There is no two-state solution without that, okay? By the way, that part is not even in question. There's a reason why you don't hear about the West Bank a lot in Western media. Because that part is not even, like, there's no question there. It is a completely, unequivocally, internationally recognized act of violence. Okay? Every single person recognizes that right there, the conditions of the West Bank, are 100% an act of terror. Settler, colonialist terror. That's what it is. It is a fucking war crime. It's ethnic displacement happening in front of our eyes with our money. Okay? Just so you know. Anyway, let's talk about what's going on right now. So, Anthony Blinken reportedly told the Qatari PM to turn down the volume of anti-Israel incitement on Al Jazeera. That's what the U.S. Secretary said. Tony Blinken asked the Qatar Prime Minister to tone down the state-sponsored Al Jazeera rhetoric about the Gaza war. The Axios news site reports the request to turn down the volume of Al Jazeera coverage because it is full of anti-Israel incitement suggests that the U.S. fears Qatari network coverage of the war is inflaming tensions in the region. Notice how what's not inflaming tensions in the region? The actions of Israel. The actions of Israel are not inflaming tensions. The coverage of said actions, the only fucking place where there is any coverage of said actions, that's inflaming tensions. I am reminded of the famous quote from Jim Comey, who was the FBI director under Barack Obama, after police precincts were forced to wear body cameras, where Jim Comey said, this is going to lead to a spike in police brutality. This is going to create anti-police sentiment. It's not the act that is the problem. It is having that act recorded and shown to the rest of the world that is the problem. Disgusting. Meanwhile, while Anthony Blinken was too busy having this conversation, okay, while he was too busy being like, hey, you got to fucking tone it down a little bit, okay, you know what was going on? As Blinken told the Qatari government to tone down Al Jazeera's coverage of Israel's massacre, Al Jazeera's brave veteran journalist, literally, like in the same exact, that got leaked in the same exact hour, Al Jazeera's brave veteran journalist Wael Dahdoh's wife, son, daughter were killed in an Israeli airstrike which targeted a shelter house they had fled to. Wael received the news while on air covering the nonstop Israeli strikes on Gaza. On Al Jazeera English, they updated the story to say Wael reported on that very airstrike without knowing his family was among the victims. I mean, Al Jazeera is biased. I don't know how believable their coverage is. Brother, Al Jazeera is the only coverage. Okay? It's the only coverage. No one else is even allowed. You also recognize that Western media is biased in this circumstance as well. Also, I'm biased. I'm so incredibly fucking biased. I'm biased towards the Palestinian plight. I believe Palestinians are humans. This perspective is riddled with bias in comparison to the overarching narratives that you hear in Western media that are carefully concocted to dehumanize Palestinians, to make sure that you do not see their side of the story. I'm biased towards children being blown to fucking bits. I'm biased against that. I think it's disgusting. I think it's unacceptable. I'm biased against genocide. I'm biased against an ethnic cleansing campaign. I'm biased. There is no both sides. This is what you hear from Israeli officials all the time. There is no both sides. And I agree with them. There is no both sides in an apartheid state. There is no both sides in an ethnic cleansing campaign. There isn't. There's only one side that is the victim and the other side that is victimizing the Palestinians. That's it. It is unimaginable to me that we are watching any kind of fucking news outlet that even shows the humanity of Palestinians get eviscerated, that get shredded from all social media websites. People who support Palestine losing their fucking jobs. People who support Palestinians being put on lists left and right, while simultaneously acting as though there is any legitimate fear of loss of jobs if you are a Zionist in America. That is the American government's position. How fucking stupid. JERF, Jewish exclusionary radical feminist, a person who supports equal rights for women and believe all women, except when it comes to sexual assault, except when Jewish women are murdered, raped, and mutilated in Israel. Then it's all about context, and did it really even happen? Dr. Nama, I'm a feminist, you know that, but feminist community is usually all about intersectionality, is curiously silent about the rape, murder, mutilation of women by Hamas. Like, I do not know who is silent about this, okay? I don't know. I've never been so disgusted with the feminist community. Let's share and shame them for not speaking up against sexual violence and terror. You are? I'm silent about this? Yeah, totally. Famously, I'm always silent about Jewish people getting attacked and anti-Semitism. Famously, I love literal fucking Nazis coming in here to be like, dude, you're so silent about Jewish people being under attack. Like, dude, you are a 4chan groiper. The fuck do you mean? You were literally alt-right last year, and then you watched a couple debates, and now you have decided you're a liberal, and you're coming to me, telling me I'm not doing enough to combat anti-Semitism? Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, people come in here acting like you aren't the number one hated person on the internet for actual Nazis. Exactly. Craziest part is people who literally say, oh, well, some of these Nazis actually make great content. People that say stuff like that on the off season come in here and fucking turn around and tell me that, I'm in the wrong here. Suck my dick. Remember when the Nazi had you preemptively blocked earlier? Exactly. That last guy was even more hateful than a Nazi. He's an EU Servers League player. Well, Anyway. United Agents has said that its head of comedy is now being investigated, apparently for retweeting this post, among others. Check out the Oscar-nominated writer who flagged her hateful tweets and the nice thing he has to say about Palestinians and Muslims. I'm an Oscar-nominated writer who got there without an agent. Yes, that's a flex. So I don't give a fuck about deferring to agents. No one will stop me making a living. I'll drive a cab if needed. So let me tell you about the disgrace of Kitty Lang, head of comedy at United Agents. Kitty, who represents acts like Catherine Ryan, Nick Mohammed, Jamie Demetrio at United Agents, has been on a wicked spree sharing hateful crap, promoting mockery of Jews murdered in terror attacks and conspiracies that currently Islamists and neo-Nazis are spreading online. See below. Palestinian vision of a one-state solution. Palestinians walk down the street to murder their Jewish neighbors. Palestinian vision of a two-state solution. Palestinians have to get a bus to go murder their Jewish neighbors. Nice. This guy seems very unbiased. People are a bit harsh saying all the Palestinians have invented are plane hijacking, suicide bombings, and mass stabbings. They've also invented a time machine because they're clearly living in the Middle Ages with their rape and pillage barbarian shtick. Wow. Palestinians have successfully created a taboo around speaking negatively of them. Let me break that taboo for you. Famously, yeah, there's a big taboo of saying Palestinians are fucking barbarian rapist monsters who behead thousands of children and want to fucking do the Holocaust everywhere, all around the world, permanently. Like, that's the fucking common narrative. What are you talking about? That's literally what people say, like, and have been saying even before October 7th, and certainly after. Just say slurs, dog. We get it. Palestinian society is phenomenally toxic and racist society full of Islamic fundamentalist terrorists and their sympathizers who share candy when butchery occurs. Yeah, LinkedIn issues warning to cite shaming pro-Palestinian sentiment. I saw the list. If you want to be a fucking, if you want to see the laughable list that they've compiled of like people who have apparently supported Hamas, okay? If you're confused about which side to be on, there's a global, multiracial, multi-faith, popular movement for justice and solidarity in Palestine. So United Agents said that its head of comedy is now being investigated, okay? This guy is not being investigated. Vigil in New York for the Palestinian hospital that Israel didn't fire or destroy. Tomorrow there'll be a vigil for Sweet Tony, the son of Bigfoot, and a unicorn. Urgent. Copies of Mein Kampf running out in Gaza. If you're a neo-Nazi or white supremacist with a copy of Hitler's tome, Hamas need it more. They've worked hard to toxify Palestinian society with Jew hate, but war was hindered. Show your solidarity with fellow genocide seekers. The UN is right. The atrocities of Hamas didn't happen in a vacuum. They're the product of a reactionary Muslims who romanticize ancient sectarian bloodshed. Anti-Semitism is taught in Palestinian society. Money we give, Hamas take. NGOs, politicians, fools who indulge and encourage this. These are incredibly common sentiments expressed by conservative ultra-Zionists, 100%. It's unhinged, unfiltered, pure, unadulterated racism. But because the direction is Palestinians for said racism, it is completely allowed in the Western world. Please go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and fucking tell me that this is not allowed. The cause of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is Muslim anti-Semitism, the sole cause of the conflict. Yeah, totally. Root of the conflict, anti-Semitism and the aspiration of Muslim supremacy in the region, refused to accept minority groups such as Jews having freedom and autonomy. Major industry publications ran the story. None bothered to check the Twitter feed of the Oscar-nominated writer involved. Is it fair that someone like this can throw a tantrum and get people silenced for opposing an apartheid state and genocide? So what did Kitty Lang say? The top UK comedy agent Kitty Lang deleted posts after they were flagged by Oscar-nominated screenwriter Lee Kern. What was it? Like, what did she even say that people were fucking losing their minds over? Comedy podcast fans know Brett Gelman. He's been weird for a while, and now is full-blown. Yeah, I know. I've seen it. Everyone has lost their fucking minds. I like this post already. This is what Brett Gelman was saying.
Hey, fake woke Americans. Guess who actually lives on stolen land? You do. Guess who actually lives on stolen land? You do. You do.
What? This motherfucker's acting like he's dialing in from like the West Bank or something. She retweeted the first post.
You do. Me Jew, you do. Me Jew, you do. You live on stolen land.
So sick. Brett Gelman and two others. Colonizers is the new rats. Apartheid is the new they control the banks. Genocide is the new blood libel. Like, no, apartheid is just apartheid, okay? And genocide is just genocide. It's not the new blood libel, okay? Like, it's so awesome to just have this position and be completely oblivious to, like, Jewish, Israeli, Holocaust historians, okay? Being like, no, this is an apartheid, this is a genocide. It's like, how do you say this without fucking feeling a sense of embarrassment? You know what I mean? It's just so fucking crazy. Friends with Tim Heidecker, by the way. I mean, I don't know for how long, but true words from Amy Schumer from the Canary Mission, a litmus test for anti-Semitism. Literally every one of these Zionists is friends with a MAGA guy with a Hitler did nothing wrong t-shirt. No, I don't think so. I think no. The Kitty Lang tweets from that unhinged guy. I'm an Oscar. I feel like somehow the word settler has lost its meaning and it can be understood as civilian. Maybe a new phrase is needed, like settler paramilitary. Wait, what? Y'all were excited to repost the fake beheaded babies, but these real babies now have mere hours left. That's why these are the posts. If you're confused about which side to be on, there's a global, multiracial, multi-faith, popular movement for justice and solidarity with Palestine. There isn't one for Israel. Signs is an airstrike. Size of the explosion. AV evidence corresponding with JDAM strike signature. Israel saying the hospitals were fair game. Previous Israeli attacks on this building. Almost all governments blaming Israel. Sign it was a Hamas rocket. Israel said so. That's it? That's the reason why this person is being investigated? Yeah. Israeli Holocaust scholar Raz Segal decries Israel's assault on Gaza as a textbook case for genocide. But hey, guys, but listen, the fuck does he know? He's an Israeli Holocaust scholar. I don't get my information on the Holocaust from Holocaust scholars. I get it from Brett Gelman, who's like the 8th funniest guy on the shittiest fucking TV show you've never heard of. That's who I go to for my formative to inform my opinion on what is and what isn't a fucking Holocaust. Or what is and what isn't a fucking genocide. That's who I go to. I go to that guy. I go to Amy Schumer. She knows better. I love going to the fucking comedy bench warmers. Awesome. You know who I go to? I go to Richie Torres, the poorest district in America. Yeah. I should learn everything about the Holocaust, everything that I read, and everything that I know about genocide and how it's conducted, and ethnic cleansing and how it's conducted from the likes of Bibi Netanyahu, who are also Holocaust revisionists themselves. You know, that's who I get it from. I get it from the absolute freaks. I trust the least funny writer for Borat 2 for all my news. Yeah. Tearing down the hostage flyers is the new Kristallnacht. The Hamas charter is the new Mein Kampf. Shows the proof of beheaded babies. The new Holocaust didn't happen, which is ironic to say this because you're literally saying you're actively doing genocide denial. So is the Jews run the world bullshit actually true? Are you fucking stupid? No, dumbass. There is no Jews run the world shit at all. Don't try to fucking come in here and sneak idiotic fucking Nazi sentiment, okay? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my cock. Jewish people are not a monolith. Jewish people do not unconditionally support Israel, no matter how hard Israel tries to claim that that is the case, and no matter how hard Israel tries to make that a reality through active brainwashing campaigns, okay, of young American Jews through through the schooling system and through birthright and numerous other ways of like fucking instilling fear upon Jewish people not living in Israel. But that is not the case, okay? Despite Israel's best efforts. It is ridiculous and also anti-Semitic to make the assertion that Zionism is the position and unconditional support to Israel is the position of Jews all around the world. It is fucking ridiculous. It's not even the position of Jews in Israel. Not all Jews in Israel. One of the tweets used to smear them as an anti-Semite was literally from a Jewish man, Noah, criticizing Israel. Yeah, that's why you see so many non-Jews like Richie Torres, literally attack Jews that are at the forefront of the anti-apartheid activism in America. The audacity, the gall of the supporters of Israel's genocidal regime is so shocking to me. Like, these people are so fucking horny to be like, listen, I love Israel, which means I can tell you that you're a bad Jew. You're not a real Jew. It's like, are you fucking stupid? Are you out of your mind? The guy you just banned trying to say shit like that, he has a registered account on a certain site for gore posting. Actual sick human being. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Genuine question, is it okay to rephrase Zionists control the world? No, dude. They do not control the fucking world, dumbass. No. You can't just like substitute Jew for Zionist and be like, do they control the world? No. What do you mean they control the world? What the fuck are you talking about? America is right there. What do you mean? Oh, Jews control the world. Zionists control the world. America is right here, idiot. The fuck are you talking about? Israel can't do shit without our fucking go-ahead and our approval, our express approval. Let's not play dumb, Hassan. I'm going to keep it $1.50. We purge a lot of the fucking idiots in this community regularly. If you don't understand this position, you fundamentally are at odds with the way I see the world. Okay? I talked about this already. If you are an opportunistic 4chan loser that comes in here to be like, but, you know, the Jews, right? Am I right? You're a fucking dumbass, okay? Most of my primary sources come from on the ground, literal, like Israeli Jewish activists, okay? Israeli Holocaust historians, historians in general that are Jewish It's fucking ridiculous. I covered this a couple days ago, okay? Where I saw like unfiltered, pure anti-Semitic garbage on the timeline. Just straight up classic, like, look at these Jews in positions of power shit, okay? I've seen it a time and time again. I saw it with Kanye West posting that Excel spreadsheet of people who, 4chan Groypers suspect of being Jewish, and also other Jewish people in high positions of media or in American government. America's interests in Israel are to have a forward operating base or a aircraft carrier that is unsinkable in a resource-rich region full of foreign adversaries. Americans openly admit that their goal in Israel is one that aligns with their national security concerns. They like having it's like having a fucking American state with its own intelligence community in the smack dab in the fucking middle of this resource-rich region that can be destabilized with the American state. It's a command post. Superlib sits in front of 30K viewers with life experience. Me? Are you calling me a super liberal? Which one is it? Am I a fucking tanky who's like pro-Hamas, or am I a super lib? Lib? Daughter of Israeli Zionist speaks out. Here's a good take from a pro-Palestine Israeli woman. Oh yeah, this is really good as well. We'll talk about this in a second. I watched this video before. I'm sure it doesn't hurt that they buy a shitload of weapons and aircraft from Lockheed and Co. Exactly. You're whatever gets the most people mad at you at any given time. True. My hypothesis is we don't appreciate what kind of barrage of they want us dead news headlines Jewish people inside and outside of Israel have been subjected to, with Hamas attacks and criticism of IDF bombings, pushing them over the edge maybe. Yeah, but like, I'm sorry, you have to have a little bit of fucking moral clarity. If you can't demonstrate the moral clarity of a person who was literally in the fucking kibbutz, who watched their immediate family members get fucking murdered in the hands of Hamas militants, and then you can't be like that person, okay? You can't demonstrate that kind of moral clarity. I don't know what the expectation is. Like, oh, I'm sorry that you fucking think that Hamas is going to come and kill you in your Kansas grocery store. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, yeah, let me put on hold the fucking active genocide that's occurring currently in Gaza. Anyway, sorry. I love Gaza, but we got to stop killing, man. We want freedom. It's not that bad. Rate my takes. It's on. Hopefully have a good day, man. Thanks, chatter. Okay. Oh yeah, you know who's making out like fucking bandits in this circumstance, by the way? Here is intercepted phone conversations from More Perfect Union, okay? That looked at a Wall Street analyst who noted Israel's war as an opportunity that fits quite nicely with the company's portfolio. Talking to a Raytheon executive who also agreed they'll see a benefit on top of what we think is going to be an increase in the DoD's budget. Also, I'm running the 3-minute ad break now, okay?
Christine Lewog of Morgan Stanley.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning, Christine.
So maybe moving to a defense question. You know, the White House is requesting $106 billion in supplemental spending for a number of national security priorities, which includes over $50 billion in investment for the U.S. defense industrial base. Looking at this request, you've got equipment for Ukraine, air and missile defense for Israel, and replenishment of stockpile for both. And this seems to fit quite nicely with the Raytheon defense portfolio. So how much of this opportunity is addressable to the company? And if the dollars are appropriated, when would be the earliest you could see this convert to revenue?
All right, Christine, let me start on that. So as I think I mentioned earlier in the conversation, we've seen about $3 billion of orders so far related to Ukraine replenishment, and that's really replenishing U.S. war stocks. We expect another $4 billion of orders in the next 2 years. Yeah, most of that will play out over the next 24 to 36 months in terms of delivery. So you won't see a big revenue pop even next year from this. As we think about this next tranche, the president's $100+ billion request, which is more than $40 billion for Ukraine, what you're going to see is the same things that we have been seeing, but in much higher quantities. So obviously, the NASAM systems, which is the short-range air defense system, and the AMRAAM munitions that we're using there, we're going to see those orders pick up, we would think, significantly. The same is true with the Patriot air defense system. Again, those are GEM-T missiles that we supply for that. Those are in short supply today. So again,
how do they make money out of wars like this? Brother, he's literally explaining to you the exact fucking missile systems that are going to be sold to Israel, okay, with American dollars, and then how those missile systems have to be replenished, which means more American dollars going into replenishing American stockpiles, and also, of course, that you will never have your student debt, your student loan debt ever relieved, and you will never have health care. He's basically describing it. The way Raytheon execs are talking about increasing margins as a result of Israel's siege on Gaza sounds no different from a normal inventory call at a parts supplier, where we've integrated the war machine so well that the consequences are far from an afterthought. Exactly.
Big ramp there. But you're also going to see other weapon systems come into play, specifically around, countering the unmanned air vehicles. And, we have systems today like the Coyote, which is very effective in terms of short range dealing with these unmanned air vehicles. So again, I think really across the entire Raytheon portfolio, you're going to see a benefit of this restocking on top of what we think is going to be an increase in the DoD top line. Again, as we continue to replenish war stocks and also replenish some of the fleet in the Pacific. So that's SM-2s, SM-3s, and other munitions that are really a huge part of this backlog that we've got today.
Thanks, Greg. And how do we think about the margin profile of these incremental opportunities? Are these new contracts margin accretive?
I wouldn't say they're margin accretive, nor would I say they're detrimental to margins. These are going out at kind of normal cost type programs, right? So you're talking about margins, 10, 11, 12%. And again, these are.
They will have to increase production to supply both Ukraine and Israel, and they will never dial it back. Yes. Oh my God, no way. The mega corporation that makes weapons is profiting over conflict? No way. Dude, brilliant. Thank you. You single-handedly destroyed a really big part of the anti-war movement by saying, of course, this is what's going to happen. You are big and smart, big-brained and smart. Us, we are stupid, silly, and dumb because we have a moral issue with how capitalism operates. You just simply can point to this being the normal way of existence and then tell everybody that they're stupid in a moment where they're seeing the actual proof. I mean, this is important. Why is it important? Because it's one thing to just say that America's war machine directly lines up with the profit margins of the military-industrial complex. It's another thing to show how cold and calculated a executive at one of these military-industrial complex companies can speak on behalf of the atrocities that they will be committing with their weapons. Okay? I don't know.
They're well known in terms of the cost of these systems. We've been producing them for years, so we know what the costs are. And again, I think, it's helpful to overall margins, but it's not hugely accretive. Again, I think, Neil, 10 to 12 is kind of the sweet spot.
I think that's exactly right. These are mature, programs that we've got a lot of history on. It's all about getting the supply chain ramped up to deal with the increased production that we expect.
Great, thank you.
Anyway, researchers believe that a certain what?
Christine.
Across the entire Raytheon portfolio, you're going to see a benefit of this restocking. Yeah, there it is. Here's more. An investor on CNBC celebrates that defense spending could soar over $1 trillion now that the House has elected a speaker amid major geopolitical conflicts.
The struggle will continue, unfortunately, Kelly, but electing a new House speaker, while it doesn't eliminate the likelihood of a government shutdown in November.
You know what's really fucking annoying that I see a lot of neoliberals do online, where they will just say, you silly fool. Oh, you think it's just oh, wow, the war machine makes profits when war happens? How dumb of you to point that out. And it's no, we know that. We know that is really gross and really violent, and morally repugnant, okay? We do not defend these things. You do. Okay, you act like there's no other solution. There's no other way out of this. And it's no different than when people fucking turn around and say like, guys, these guys claim that the Iraq war was fought over oil. How fucking stupid. It's so reductive. It's like, yeah, it is reductive, except that doesn't mean it's untrue. It's true. Just simply hand waving away that and acting like that's just, a really simplified, oversimplified version of geopolitical conflict does not change its truth. You have, at that point, not disproven anything. You're simply just saying, I'm smarter than you. I see the nuance of being able to privatize the oil production capabilities of Iraq, which was previously nationalized, for decades, and certainly was still held under Saddam's control. It's so stupid. I see this all the fucking time. I saw this over the course of the past week of people trying to say my analysis is just simply reductive and it's just America bad. I see it all the time whenever I talk about America being bad. I don't just simply say America bad. I tell you why America is bad. That's the major difference. But I feel like a lot of people come in here and just plug their fucking ears after I say America bad and here is why, and don't hear the here is why part of it. Okay? And the counter never is, America good and here is why. The counter just simply ends there. You said America bad. You have no other way of analyzing the world other than America being bad. Well, it is bad. It's fucking bad. And I tell you all the time, a big part of my coverage revolves around why it's bad and how it's bad.
November, it does increase the likelihood of much needed increases in defense spending. In fact, given all the geopolitical crises across the globe right now, military spending can and will only increase. According to Statista, they anticipate increases every year between now and 2023, going up from $746 billion to $1.1 trillion in defense spending. If that's the case...
What? Check my logs. I'm a fucking Assange superfan and I rarely speak, bro. Keep looking for trouble elsewhere. What are you saying? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm nowhere near Nazi. I'm trying to explain that you cannot paint Jewish people versus the activities of the IDF. One has nothing to do with the other. What is happening? Stop fucking arguing with one another in the chat. You silly bitches.
Defense stocks may ultimately be defensive stocks. The struggle.
Anyway, artillery accurate to 5 meters can be fired by IDF howitzers. Did you see Piers Morgan get cooked by Bassem Youssef? Yes. What is this?
No, the Iraq War wasn't about oil. Just listen to John Abazid, the head of the U.S. Central Command who oversaw the entire Middle East during the war. Of course it's about oil. We can't really deny that. Well, f*** him. What does he know? How about Chuck Hagel? Now, this guy was the Secretary of Defense during the Obama administration. People say we're not fighting for oil. Of course we are. Well, what the f*** is a defense secretary anyway? Here we go. This is Alan Greenspan. He was the head of the Federal Reserve. Need I say more? I mean, come on. I am saddened that it is politically inconvenient to acknowledge what everyone knows. The Iraq War is largely about oil. Okay, you know what? This is bullshit, man. Okay, I have the proof right here. The State Department, right, had a Future of Iraq project, and before the war, they said Iraq should be open to international oil companies as quickly as possible after the war. I rest my case. What? No, that goes against your point. How you figure that? Dummy. They're saying that they're going to war to open up Iraq to oil companies. Okay, you know what? You're starting to really piss me off.
Yeah. The Iraq War is as about oil as the Civil War was about slavery. Yes. Even more so than that. Because slavery was was one mode of commodity production. When you say oil, you directly strike it at its heart. That is the materialist analysis there. But it is a pretty decent way to cover it, I think. You're right. It's a good comparison. All right. Can you watch the Cynical Historian's video on the Iraq War? He's a PhD historian. I want to see how you react to his analysis. Maybe. Not right now, but okay, here.
That being said, I do not stand with Israel at all on what's going on. And I'm finally starting to realize, for lack of a better term, how brainwashed I've been. I was taught to love Israel. I went to Jewish elementary and Jewish high school. And, we're singing the Hatikva, the national anthem. We're singing all these Jewish songs, and we're taught this one very specific view of history. We were taught basically that, the land was ours. We were taught that, we tried to offer them a solution. We tried to offer them peace, and they kept on attacking us. And the reason why we kept on gaining more and more land was because they would start wars with us. And we would defend ourselves, and we would just end up with more land. And so we would try and give it back to them every once in a while, but they wouldn't accept it. And now I'm starting to recognize more and more and more, firstly, that the Palestinians are living in, this is the phrase that's being thrown around, an open-air prison. 2.2 million people who are being restricted in their food, their water, their electricity, their fuel. Children who are born into a prison who are never going to be able to go anywhere and do anything. And this has been going on for 50 to 60 years. And we were taught to resent them. And so, obviously, again, the killing of innocent people by the Palestinians, awful, terrible, inexcusable. And then I watch Israel's response, carpet bombing this open-air prison with 2.2 million people. They're doing the same thing. I do not stand with Israel. I stand with the Palestinian people. I do not understand how we as Jews can stand by while a nation cries for freedom. They are trapped there. It might not be as explicit as putting them into gas chambers, but it's still genocide. And we talk as Jews in regards to the Holocaust of never again. Is it just never again to us? Or is it never again? Because I thought it meant never again. But we're still being taught this separation and this complete.
Yeah, that's a really powerful sentiment, especially the never again side of things. Never again doesn't mean, it can never happen again. Come on, surely everything else is different. Never again means understanding how it happened to ensure that it does not happen one more time.
Complete lack of identification of what is happening with these people. So, now, can I excuse the fact that being...
What about the rest of it? Oh, well, I don't know. Here.
To say this.
This is another example of someone who basically learned, or rather unlearned a lot of things that she had learned previously.
My perspective on Israel-Palestine out of my ass, okay? I'm not just guessing that Israel is committing a genocide against Palestine. I have studied and researched this. I have bona fides, and I will share them. First of all, I'm a Jewish woman. I was raised by a Zionist family. My grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. My family talks about our spirit of resistance and resilience constantly. Desiring goodness from the nation of Israel is in my blood, and still, I can see that this Zionist state is vicious, violent, and evil. If someone who is raised by a Zionist family, by people who believe that Israel has the right to exist and that it is our salvation, if I can overcome my pro-Israel bias and learn about this conflict, so can you. And frankly, I should not be calling it a conflict, it's a genocide. So when I was in college, around 2012, 2013, a bunch of my friends and loved ones started going on birthright trips. And I knew enough then to ask the question when they got back from their birthright trips, what about Palestine? And when these people I love, admire, and respect started talking about Palestinians and using language like terrorists, I knew I had to learn more. I also knew that I wanted to go on birthright, and I was nervous about being brainwashed by the trip, and I should have been nervous. So before I went on birthright, I decided at my small liberal arts school in Massachusetts to get a well-rounded perspective, educational perspective on Israeli-Palestinian politics. I took 4 courses: Suffering and Evil in the Jewish Tradition, The Jewish Experience, Middle East Politics, and Arab-Israeli Conflict. I also took international and comparative politics courses that often brought up Israel and Palestine in comparisons to, for example, apartheid South Africa. And by the time I finished my ample coursework on the subject before I went on birthright, I was already pro-Palestine. Because once you are in the literature, once you are in the research...
This is it. That's it. There is no, once you fucking learn about the ruthless conditions that originally Zionist brigades and then Israel subjected Palestinians to, it's over. It's over. There's no going back. You can't do that. You understand the situation exactly as it is. Just read. Just read. Don't fucking go on Ben Shapiro videos. Don't go on PragerU videos. Actually read a singular book on the conflict, on the matter, and you will develop an understanding that puts you at odds with 70% of the American population and almost 99% of the media. The messaging that you hear on this stuff is very deliberately crafted, very specifically crafted, isolated to individual acts of atrocious violence, okay? As though that violence occurs in a fucking vacuum. You don't even need to read a book. Wikipedia will fucking radicalize you on the matter if you don't have time to read a fucking book. That's it. I mean, dude, documentaries. Yeah, Ilan Pappé is a good person to read for any of his work on the matter, okay? Of Exeter College. He is a formerly Israeli scholar who denounced the citizenship to Israel. Norman Finkelstein is another good source overall, dedicated his entire life to the sickening conditions that Palestinians are subjected to and has been punished and blacklisted as a consequence of that. Don't look to any of the new stuff that he talks about, of course. That doesn't matter. His formative work, his more important work is on Palestine. Noam Chomsky has written extensively on this, talked about this issue extensively as well. If you want to fucking watch YouTube videos, there you go. These are actual scholars, okay? Some of which are historians, some of which are not, but they're still scholars. It's just like Ilan Pappé is the first one that I mentioned. I asked Noah about who I could use to I guess anti-Zionist pill a conservative Jewish friend of mine who is eats the propaganda hook, line, and sinker. Like if there's any book that he would recommend, and he recommended Nathan Thrall's latest book. Nathan Thrall is an American Jew living in Israel, in Jerusalem, and his latest book that just came out is quite informative. Edward Said is good. Nathan Thrall has been suppressed for the crime of humanizing Palestinians in his latest book, A Day in the Life of Abed Salama, the Anatomy of a Jerusalem Tragedy. Came out on sale on the 3rd this past month. It's just that for the most part, okay, like these aren't even Arabic, Muslim, or Palestinian authors. So it must question you. Yeah, exactly. No. I do this very deliberately. Listen to me. Chatters. I am speaking to the Western world. I'm speaking to Americans. There is a reason. Like there are, of course, brilliant Palestinian authors as well on this. The reason why I use, for the most part, Jewish authors, Jewish scholars, is because I want to ensure that people understand that these guys are because there's a very common misconception or a very common racist trope that many people are not going to overcome when looking at this from a different perspective. Okay? That's it. This does not mean that my perspective is not informed by Palestinians or Arab scholars. Of course it is. My perspective is. Anyway, let's continue.
Not the media stories about this, not the pro-Zionist rigmarole on CNN and MSNBC. Once you are in the literature and the data, this isn't a debate. This isn't a question. People talk about Israel-Palestine like it is incredibly complicated, and I reject that premise. It is not. We know that anti-Semitism exists globally, right? We know that Jews are not the most beloved population in the world. We know that Britain has a colonial history and they have taken on colonial projects even through the 20th and 21st centuries. Essentially, Britain already wanted to colonize Palestine. So did the United States.
To be fair, I think you are in a way biased against the Jewish people. Which books do you recommend? I gave him like 8 Jewish scholars, okay? And then he still went with, he said, interesting, then said, to be fair, I think you were biased in a way against the Jewish people. No, I'm not. If you think that I'm biased in a way against the Jewish people, you are fucking delusional, okay? Sorry, straight up. You are fucking delusional. Nobody would ever say, Hassan, you are biased against Muslims because you sometimes criticize Iran or you routinely criticize Saudi Arabia. You are Islamophobic. They never would say that. I am biased. It's just not against Jewish people. I'm biased against the Israeli state because I'm biased against apartheid. I'm biased against ethnic cleansing campaigns. I do not like ethnic cleansing campaigns.
And at the end of World War II, Britain and the US got to talking and they thought, who do we want to exploit for military labor someplace that is surrounded by brown people so that we can rape and pillage land that we don't currently have access to. Where's one part of the globe?
Your chat is overwhelmed with Zionists and Israel apologists? No, it's not. That's crazy. You're ridiculous for saying that.
We haven't effectively colonized yet. And there was Palestine. And Britain had been trying to colonize Palestine already. And so this was passed off to Jews who had just survived the Holocaust as a gift. Here we're granting you this parcel of land so that you and your progeny can exist in peace and not be violated anymore. Congratulations. Except that land already belonged to someone. Palestinians were already living there. And the US and Britain didn't give a shit about the well-being of Jews. They didn't care. This wasn't a gift for Jews. This was always intended to be a trap of, you do our military labor for us. We'll put you here and we'll grant you this parcel of land that already belongs to someone, that there are already people on. And in return, you will rape and pillage that land for us and we'll just all share in the wealth. And it might be a good idea too if like your entire population were to, have conscripted military service so you can really defend that land that is yours, totally yours, bucko. And if you see who has emerged as the political leadership of Israel over the last few generations, this won't surprise you. This insidiousness will not surprise you. This is how you get Benjamin Netanyahu, someone who absolutely agrees to the premise of Israel as a Zionist ethno-nationalist state, who says, we are here for one thing and one thing only, is to garner as much wealth from this earth that we have, as much tourist property from this plot of land, convert it to...
Someone posted a link to the video you and Zach corrected, so I sent them the reaction video. Their response was, the video's not convincing because these guys are smug. Not sure what I can do at that point. I mean, if your friend is like, I believe the Israeli tourism guy over a fucking literal scholar of Palestinian history, then it's a wrap at that point. You know what I mean? That person is oblivious. Damn, bro, I can't believe the fucking Israeli tourism guy, who is not smug, by the way, as he says like the most unhinged shit about Muslims. I'm actually, I'm in shock at how smug the fucking Palestine historian is, like the actual fucking scholar on the matter. Wait, what? Norman Finkelstein? Conversation with Norman Finkelstein on Michaela Peterson's broadcast or podcast? What the fuck? It's on Twitter? Do you think if Benjamin Netanyahu leaves, this will continue? Fuck yes, I do. Benjamin Netanyahu is like a direct vestige of the horrifying apartheid actions. But this happened before Benjamin Netanyahu, and this will certainly continue after Benjamin Netanyahu as well. He's just simply one aspect of it. David Brogg is that guy from the PragerU video. Anyway, let's
dollars and build up a military so mighty, a military apparatus so great that we wind up producing the world's weaponry. Yes, we have mined this land, and we have used the land to give you war machinery so that we can all murder each other 1,000 times over. And to the people already living here, well, we'll murder them too. I took basically a semester and a half of college courses on this, and I know in my bones that what Israel is doing right now is a genocide. It's evil. What they've been doing for the last 75 years is a genocide. It is drip violence, slow violence, protracted harm. It is meant to exhaust the civilian population of Palestine. It is meant to exhaust all Palestinians out of their will to fight.
It's hard to build an argument either direction where people won't scream back genocide. Wait, what do you mean? Just because somebody fucking screams genocide doesn't change the reality that, like, they are conducting ethnic cleansing. Here's one thing you can't fucking actually argue against: numbers. Now, I have seen people try to argue against numbers by being like, oh, how can you say Palestinians and Palestinians are being ethnically cleansed? Well, there's 14 million of them total, okay? And the majority are living in diaspora. The 2.2 million living in the Gaza Strip are actually internal refugees. The other 2 million also internal refugees in occupied West Bank, okay, pushed away from their homes. 700,000 of them have been expelled or was expelled during the Nakba, okay? Leading up to the Nakba, they were also being forcibly expelled with horrific war crimes being conducted towards them. Just because Palestinians have consistently still increased the number of their population does not change that reality. The idea that like, oh man, Palestinians, well, their numbers increased over the course of many years. How can this be a genocide? Is an insane one. Of course, people still fuck. Okay, they do. Actually, in a lot of circumstances, people even have more children when the likelihood of their children surviving is low. You're not supposed to look at population growth numbers, okay? You're supposed to look at what the projected rate of the population growth was supposed to be. If someone brings up the Palestinian population going up, just bring up the Uyghur population and watch their tune change. Exactly. Something I've also said was a forced cultural genocide with a mass surveillance state that's still in existence in China. But of course, don't ask my fucking interlocutors. They will say, you're wrong on that, Hassan. You've never criticized China on that, Hassan. You've never said that, Hassan. Yes, I have. You just never heard of it. You never heard it because it doesn't suit your purpose, because you want to say, like, I dick ride China. That same narrative is used to deny the first Great Famine in Ireland in 1741, when proportionally more Irish died than in the 1940s because the population increased into the 1800s. Yeah, the shocking insight into Israel's apartheid roadmap to apartheid with comparisons to South African apartheid is actually really good. I didn't even know this documentary existed, but it's comparisons I've made time and time again. My only fear, of course, is that there's going to be terms of service violation footage in here, because these documentaries in many instances show the gruesome nature of the apartheid and the violence that people are subjected to.
And all the benefit, the wealth garnered from that land, goes to the primary stakeholders, not the Palestinian people to whom the land originally belonged.
Oh, Jesus. What makes genocide unique is the intent to exterminate, not the number of population decrease. The Bosnian genocide is also established as genocide because of uncontrollable evidence of intent from the Serbs. The number of population in and of itself, Bosnia was not that large to begin with, so people use population number arguments so many times to deny it. Yes, saying the population numbers increased is one of the most common ways of denying any kind of fucking ethnic cleansing campaign, both successful or even unsuccessful. It is completely fucking ridiculous. Like, why do you think there is a 10-year drop between life expectancy rates when you go one city block, like one fucking border fence, take 2 steps away from a goddamn border fence, go into Gaza, it's 10 years younger. Leave the fence and go into Israel proper, it's 10 years higher. How does that happen? How? It's crazy. I do want to talk about something kind of funny and insane that the psychopathic German quote-unquote anti-fascists have been doing. I saw this yesterday. Here's the German pro-Israeli Antifa, which attacked a bakery run by leftists with migrant backgrounds with pig fat for hosting a pro-Palestinian leftist organization. They also flexed on it. The German left are so fucking stupid, dude. It's additionally ironic to be an anti-fascist German leftist who is like pro-Israel conducting genocide on Palestinians, and then also using pig blood or pig fat rather as your method of saying fuck you to the Muslims. The irony is that, it's not kosher either, you fucking idiot. Not only is it horrifyingly, stupidly racist, it also isn't kosher either. Today, in the middle of the night, a group of people came by our house project and Varane space. They smashed 2 windows in our communal space and hurtled inside glass jars with unknown substances. They're doing fucking hate crimes to I guess, own the Palestinians? Like, what the fuck? Police and firefighters said it was most likely pig fat, which indicates a clear Islamophobic and racist attack. This is not the first time the space of Casa and Bakarai has been attacked. A group that calls themselves Antifa took responsibility for the attack online. See the end slides for their statement. We are an active leftist migrant space hosting a diverse group of people and organized groups, collectives. We are an important space for non-white migrant community. For us, this feels like an attack to the BIPOC migrants living here and to the communities we support, specifically targeting marginalized people without first initiating or holding a space for a conversation or to understand what is really happening in our space is violent and racist and nothing new in Germany, especially in the current political climate. We will not be intimidated by these tactics. We are not afraid of speaking up. This was a cowardly act, and we refuse to bend to the mainstream German narrative out of fear of anti-Deutsche Antifa attacks. It's fucking so stupid. It's so incredibly stupid. Like, it also isn't like, you know what? I will say this about the pig fat thing, okay? The pig fat conversation is of course both horrifyingly Islamophobic, but also equal parts idiotic. someone somewhere along the line, okay, decided that like Muslims can't touch even pig fat or pig blood or something, which is not a real thing. Okay, you can't eat pigs. Okay, you can't eat pork because and it's not kosher either. Okay, but this notion that like you can't touch a pig is you know, mythology that someone along the line has hypothesized. Like the notion that like if you fucking you know, put pig fat on your bullets, if you dip your bullets in pig fat, like then Muslims can't go to heaven and shit. Like that's not a thing. Okay, not. People think it's like garlic to vampires, you know what I mean? For pig blood and pig fat. Yeah, it's just haram to consume it. That's it. It's not a fucking AoE nuke for Muslims or a spell. Yes, but it's also additionally fucking funny because like it's not kosher either. You know, 2 of the 3 Abrahamic religions don't eat pork. Where the fuck did this come from? They think it's like the cop kryptonite fentanyl or something. Anyway, ridiculous shit. It's in the Christian Bible too, but they can't read. Police brutality. German police are not joking. Yeah, they're fucking nuts. German police aching at the prospect of being incredibly racist and incredibly fascist, but now it's like allowed because they're doing it supposedly at the behest of Israel. You know what I mean? God, what a wonderful situation, dude. What a wonderful situation for these little fucking piglets, dude. What a wonderful prospect for them. Okay? They're like, oh, thank God. Thank God we can just be just as violent, just as racist, just as fascist as we want to be. We can just open up. We can open up on motherfuckers, you know? Yeah. Great stuff. Anyway, good job, Germany. You guys are killing it, dude. Really doing a great fucking job. You're saying this, but it's genuinely true. They've been complaining about a lack of public trust and insufficient funding and lots of red tape since earlier this year. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's also like straight up literal Nazis, at least in their special forces that they had to disband. So, you know, just many such cases. By the way, it's not even a sin to eat pork without intending to do so. Yeah, I mean, it's also, even if you intentionally eat pork, the fact that you're not going to go to heaven is also ridiculous. Like, that's not, like, you can sometimes sin, okay? And many do. It's religion. It's just, you know, people make up the rules as they go along. But even, like, the well-established ones are ridiculous. Like, it's just completely, people are just completely oblivious to how this works, okay? Anyway, Canary Mission, true words from Amy Schumer, a litmus test for anti-Semitism. If you scream genocide, but we're silent about the massacre October 7th, you might hate Jews. If you call for a ceasefire, but not release of the hostages, you might hate Jews. If, like, what do you think a ceasefire is for? Like, do you think people are just saying, like, hey, please cease the fire in Gaza, but also let Hamas keep the hostages? Like, who's saying that? Hey, guys, I have this interesting position where on the one hand, I think that Israel should cease its bombing campaign that's killing Palestinians, but I also think that the Palestinians should keep the hostages. Like, who's saying that? An in-law is recently retired police, and I cannot tell you how many different conversations start with not to be racist, but followed by Islamophobic shit. Oh, yeah. It's just like shadow boxing, dude. Ultra-Zionists fucking shadow box with demons that they've created in their fucking minds. You know what I mean? If you oppose Israel's right to defend itself, but say nothing of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, and Syria's continuous rocket launches towards the civilian population of Israel, you might hate Jews. Wait, what? If you oppose Israel's right to defend itself, but you also wait. I'm sorry. So again, I don't think anybody's saying like Israel has no right to defend itself. I think Israel can't say that it's defending itself while doing ethnic cleansing. But can't you flip this and be like, yeah, like Lebanon has a right to defend itself, or Palestinians have a right to defend themselves, and Hamas is one expression of said self-defense against an apartheid state? Because like a lot of this falls apart when you recognize, when the recognition comes for Israel being an apartheid state that is engaging in acts of settler terrorism and an ongoing ethnic displacement campaign. If you support Israel bombing Palestinian children, you are anti-Semitic. It's a wild ass take. Yeah, you have to say You think Israel has a right to self-defense? It depends. Of course. It makes sense, you know? You simply cannot turn around and use that as a reason to do fucking genocide, though. It's crazy. That's not self-defense. Not. An occupier has no right to defend an occupation. It's simple. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that, like, I'm going to sit here and be like, no, Israelis have to sit there. There's no, there can be no court structure, no police structure, no military structure whatsoever. It's just that you can't use it against those who you are colonizing and those who you have subjugated under an apartheid condition. You can't do that, you know? Anyway, if you spoke out against Israel's tragic bombing of the hospital in Gaza, but made no contraction once you learned that it was actually done by Islamic Jihad, you might hate Jews. Yeah, totally. If you use inflammatory language regarding Israel, no matter how flawed their government, but use measured and apologetic terminology around Hamas, a terrorist organization with whose charter clearly states their intent to kill Jews, you might hate Jews. If you chant decolonize but fail to condemn the chanting of gas the Jews at rallies in city streets and universities worldwide, you might hate Jews. Yeah, this is what is happening everywhere. Everyone is saying that. That's what's going on. If you're pained by the tragic loss of Palestinian life, as we all are, I don't think Amy Schumer is pained by the tragic loss of Palestinian life. She has made no such attempts at making anybody feel that. Amy realizes no one hates her for being a Jew, right? No, I think it's I think for Amy Schumer, she doesn't realize that people have hated her for a very long time, and it has nothing to do with her being Jewish and everything to do with her being a fucking hack, an unfunny, untalented, joke-stealing hack who is just fucking screaming from the rooftops about how Israel should have a right to eviscerate as many babies as it wants to, because if that doesn't happen, Hamas is going to come and kill her in her apartment or something. Just, it's hard. It's hard to maintain the presence of being this like supposed progressive liberal while also simultaneously defend an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. It's hard. You can't have both. So you have to constantly live in this like weird limbo where you have to justify it. You have to self-justify it. Okay? This is also playing into the part of making Zionism equals Judaism, which is exactly what Zionists want. Yes. Anyway, if you keep quiet at the top of the hour and don't tell people that they can avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing, you might hate those who are unsubscribed and are new to the broadcast. Do not keep quiet at the top of the hour. You can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. This is just Zionist grievance, Mad Libs. If you, but not, then you're anti-Semitic. Yeah. If you're pained by the tragic loss of Palestinian life, as we all are, which she's not, let's be real, but take no responsibility of being complicit in the spreading of rhetoric that equals pre-Holocaust propaganda, you might hate Jews. Bro, what do you... Pre-Holocaust propaganda? The fuck are we talking about? Saying exactly what Israel is doing is not blood libel. It's not pre-Holocaust propaganda. It's just saying exactly what Israel is doing. It also has nothing to do with Jews all around the world. We, the Jewish people, should have been given space to mourn, but instead have had to use all of our energy to defend not only our right to grieve, but to exist. Oh my God, thank God Amy Schumer is out there defending her right to exist. Everybody was like, please, you can't exist. I mean, they were saying that, but not because she's Jewish, but because she's like incredibly fucking annoying and just a hack in general. So glad how we and many people saw that libs actually don't differ from chuz that much. I mean, we have known that for a while, but it doesn't fucking matter because like there are a lot of liberals. I think people forget that like a lot of liberals don't see this. There is definitely an age difference. Like if you look at 18 to 35, opinions are very different about going to war with Iran, but every other demographic plus 35 is majority support for going to war to defend Israel. Like, think about that. And if you disagree with this statement, you might hate Jews. Yeah. Abusers playing the victim once again. By the way, you look good in green. Thank you. Yeah, she reposted Brett Gelman. Yeah. It's just like, this is, first of all, nothing she mentioned has anything to do with Jewish people. Especially when you consider that the leaders of the anti-Israel anti-Israeli apartheid movement are Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, Jewish organizations like If Not Now. So the idea that it's like, the anti-Zionism is just like anti-Semitic is really fucking stupid. The abuser Amy Schumer says no abuse is being done to Palestinians. Yeah. You know what's insane? That here in Poland, people defend Israeli atrocities all the same as if we aren't harboring 2 to 3 million refugees from the Ukraine war happening literally kilometers off the border. Yeah, but those guys kind of look similar to Polish people. You know what I mean? Whereas like in the minds of people, they legitimately don't understand that like Palestinians and Israelis kind of also look the same. If you think Palestinians are fucking brown, then so are Israelis. You know what I mean? But they think like, well, Israelis are white. They're different. What? They're not. Technically, they're not. They look fucking identical, of course. Israel's trying to fix that. I mean, they can't. Like, no amount of sterilization campaigns on Ethiopian Jews is actually going to do that. I just listened to your third Fear and Malding episode on Israel from 2021, and your views have been identical. I respect that so much. Episode name is Hetero Gay Marriage. Nice. I mean, there are... I've been talking about this for years. There's like videos out there from 2018 where I talk about it. I've always been consistently the only opinion that I've changed is like I used to think that a 2-state solution was possible, and then I realized very quickly that it was not, that it was simply a lie told by the Israeli government to continue stealing more land on the West Bank. Fear and Malding used to be political, yes. Aren't there 0 people who call for a ceasefire but not a release of the hostages? No, me. I'm the only one. That's me. I'm the only guy who's like, actually, no. The Israeli hostages have to stay with Hamas. I want a ceasefire, but also I think that the hostages should stay because like they'll have a super chill time or something. Yeah, the IG account Eye on Palestine has been removed from Instagram. You'll Never Walk Alone anthem is blasted out loud at Celtic Park as fans show their support for Palestine. The Eye on Palestine account is being reviewed by policy team at Meta right now. It's insane that they even took down the largest Palestinian account at a time when it is an absolute must to show Palestinian voices, to show what's happening in Gaza, when it is so difficult to get information out of Gaza by design. The fact that Meta would go along with this mass suppression of information campaign is, of course, not shocking to me, but it is still deeply frustrating nonetheless. So anyway, there was another thing that I wanted to show you about like suppression, and I also will tie this back to a misinformation campaign that has existed for quite some time. LinkedIn issues warning to cite shaming pro-Palestinian sentiment. The site listed thousands of people and grouped them by their workplaces after they posted on the Israeli-Hamas conflict. Over the last 10 days, by the way, it's not even Israeli-Hamas conflict. Like, come on, man. It's Israeli-Palestinian. Just say that. If you're not going to say Israel's ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, just say Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Because the people that are being killed are not Hamas. The people that are being killed are Israeli. The people that are being killed are Palestinian children. Okay? It's ridiculous. Everybody always says it's like, oh, it's a conflict, which in and of itself is ridiculous to begin with. But it's not a war, and it's not also Israel versus Hamas. That is what IDF says it is, but it's not the case. Scotland's first minister is of Palestinian descent, and his family are in Gaza right now. Yeah, I heard. Anyway, let's continue. Online posts asking the hashtag pray for Palestine entreaties for peace, please to free Gaza. Over the last 10 days, a website called anti-israelemployees.com published more than 17,000 posts, which one of the people behind the site has said been taken primarily from LinkedIn. The site, which claimed to be a global live feed of potentially supportive sentiment for terrorism among company employees, listed thousands of people and grouped them by their workplaces in an apparent attempt to shame them from their sentiments on the Israeli-Hamas conflict, which is, again, they're complicit. Western media is complicit when they fucking do this. This is McCarthyism. Okay? This is Red Scare shit. Okay? Now, there is another website that I was looking at before. That like showed all of the New York politicians that have said things that is pro Hamas according to this like the Solidarity OS something. What is it? I need to find it. Do chatters know what I'm talking about? Like it's not the Canary Mission. It's like a Solidarity Coalition or something. That's what it's called. No, it's not. It's not. Stop Anti-Semitism either. Not to run defense for Western media, but the objectivity neutrality standard is so strong that I wonder if they literally ever refer to an act of genocide as genocide contemporaneously. They might be applying a fucked up consistent standard using cagey terms like this. I think so. Yeah. Also, wouldn't all the efforts to suppress people for their beliefs or values serve to radicalize some of them? Sure, but it doesn't matter because the goal is to get the broader majority on board by actively suppressing information from one side and bullying anyone who actually even defends said position and making it seem like anyone that even defends the dignity and humanity of Palestinians is actually a supporter of the genocide of all Jews. This is done deliberately in an effort to stop any kind of conversation dead in its tracks because nobody wants to be fucking called a supporter of terrorism. Everybody knows that terrorism is bad, okay? So you're not wrong. It's depraved. It hurts Palestinians. It hurts everyone. Fuck, I need to find this goddamn website. It was like OSNC or something. OSN, no, not like Hamas Israel. Let's see if I can find it. Anyway, can you respond to this bullshit article someone shared with me? Calling Israel's actions genocide harms the cause of human rights everywhere. Brother, this is from Forward, okay? Forward and Tablet are not serious outlets. When I want to fucking hear the perspective of what people think in the Israeli left or Forward is not as bad as Tablet, I'll admit. Oh, I think you found it. Is this it? Voice of OC official statements on Israel-Hamas war raise concerns. Wait, is this it? No, this is Orange County. It's not that. Whatever. I can't find it had the word solidarity in it. And it's like all New York politicians that they say have been quiet on the atrocities Israel faced in New York. And then also on top of that, the reason why I wanted to show you that was specifically because it's so silly. Like what they consider to be unjustifiable. OSINT on Twitter. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up. It's not OSINT, dude. What are you talking about? OSINT is open source intelligence. What are you saying? Anyway, let's just move on. Let's just fucking move on. Maybe we'll find it one day, but probably not. Okay. Here. I do wanna look at what we were going to look at yesterday, which is The Lobby, a documentary that, yes, I think this is it. New York Solidarity Network. Thank you. You fucking found it. NYSN, Wall of Shame. Look at this. After the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, many of New York's elected leaders stood up and held Hamas terrorists accountable for their heinous actions. It was the just and humane thing to do. Unfortunately, not everyone could take that step. Some stayed silent while others tried to straddle the fence and stand with both terrorists and the terrorized in equal measure. Some officials even went so far as to justify Hamas' brutality. They've had plenty of time to do the right thing, but they've chosen not to. Let them know when you can't take a stand against terror, you do not stand for New York. Here are the elected officials. Zohran K. Mamdani, Assembly District 36 of Queens. I mourn the hundreds of people killed across Israel and Palestine in the last 36 hours. Netanyahu's declaration of war, the Israeli government's decision to cut electricity to Gaza, and Knesset members calling for another Nakba will undoubtedly lead to more violence and suffering in the days and weeks to come. The path forward, a just and lasting peace, can only begin by ending the occupation and dismantling apartheid. And it says, hold them accountable for their words. This is the unimaginably cruel and ruthless take, according to this website. This is the controversial take. How disgusting And then you can go on Twitter and hold them accountable by saying, shame on you, Zohran K. Mamdani. You don't represent New York when you justify Hamas terrorists. Was there ever a justification for Hamas terrorism here? No, but it doesn't matter because the person who made this website is mentally ill. No amount of condemnation for Hamas will change the dynamic. Some of these fucking psychos want you to simply say it is perfectly valid to genocide Palestinians, is perfectly valid to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. That's it. The governor has no empathy for her Palestinian constituents. Instead, she effectively calls for more deaths and war crimes. Sarah Hanna has made her position clear. She supports anti-Jewish terrorism. Sandy Nurse. My heart goes out to New Yorkers with family in the region who are scared, hurt, or mourning right now. I condemn violence against and kidnapping of any civilians, collective punishment, the military occupation, and apartheid. It will never bring peace. The ongoing violence between Israel and occupied and blockaded Palestine is a tragic conflict. Notice how these are in bold, as in the person who made this fucking website is upset that like what Israel is doing is even mentioned. Okay? Republicans are helping New York Democrats target the left's Israel criticism. This is from the Jewish Currents. The New York Solidarity Network is the latest example of a national trend. Members of both parties joining together to squash progressive scrutiny of Israel. I hate this fucking country. I hate this shit so much. This is who runs the site. Yeah, Sarah Foreman. We cannot allow anti-Semitism to become a part of the Democratic Party platform. The DSA doesn't belong in the big tent of the Democrats anymore, and it's time for the party leaders to show them the exit. Op-ed, DSA has failed to properly condemn Hamas terrorist attacks, even tries to justify them. This is literally, let me tell you something. There is no better way to show your fucking ass. There is no better way to show that you do not give a fuck about Israelis dying. You certainly do not give a fuck about Palestinians dying. Obviously, that much is clear. When you turn around and use, 1,400 deaths to do what? Purge the marginal influence that like a couple socialists have supposedly inside of the Democratic Party? Really? That's your first line of thought there? Sarah Foreman, Tyler Deaton, and Corey Johnson are the three people. Corey Johnson is the former speaker of the New York City Council who represented District 3 for 12 years. He now works in business consulting. Tyler Deaton is a political strategist who runs a bipartisan campaign at the national, state, and local levels. He manages political organizations on a range of issues, including religious freedom and anti-extremism. Religious freedom. Sarah Foreman is a veteran political operative who has worked on dozens of campaigns and led the East Coast, state, and local political fundraising operations for Emily's List. That's awesome. Look at this bipartisan consensus. The Bipartisan Coalition for Israel, who have now decided people who even mention anything that Israel is doing, like this one is so funny. Farah Souffrant Forest. Ooh, yes. Trumpet, drums. I love a good rally. Stop the genocide. Ceasefire now. Like, what of this? What happened here that like how insane, how fucking mentally ill can one human be? Jamon Williams, no words suffice all regarding the hashtag Middle East. I think that is like condemnable. Hashtag Middle East. Still, news of kidnapping deaths on this holy day in Israel is heart-wrenching. This act of Hamas in no way brings us closer to a solution, even as Palestinian life/suffering often goes undervalued. Now, you guys noticed that these guys were the ones that they said were just justifying Hamas terrorism. Okay? Now we move on to the people who are having it both ways. Like this statement. They're mad at this statement. And if you want, you can just reply to Jamon Williams with, you can't have it both ways. Either you oppose Hamas terrorism or you don't. I love that they bolded what they find to be offensive in this. We are horrified. Here's Julia Salazar. We are horrified by the ongoing events that began this past weekend in Israel and the Palestinian territories, and we unequivocally condemn the murder and kidnapping of civilians by Hamas. We mourn the loss of all civilian lives, including both Israelis and Palestinians. We also completely reject the notion that accountability for these crimes warrants the collective punishment of civilians in Gaza, where more than 2 million people have struggled to survive years of blockade and aerial bombardment. This is bolded to get you to understand, like, that's the unacceptable part. You must never, ever bring up the open-air prison that Israel is running. You must never bring it up because that's fucked up. They were created to counter DSA and BDS movements. They are Democrats. Anyway, like, Chi Ose, I've taken days since Hamas launched a brutal, inexcusable terrorist attack. Entire fucking, statement condemning Hamas. While blame was once more evenly distributed, the Israeli military occupation of the West Bank and its dominion over the Gaza Strip, now 56 years old, are the primary root of violence. Look at this. In fact, that they were unable to repel Saturday's terrorist attack from Gaza because their army was so preoccupied with repressing Palestinians of the West Bank. This is literally straight up the actual line from Haaretz. Okay? You, if you are an American a council district member, if you are a representative in New York, you are not allowed to repeat what the Israeli paper of record, or like the third most circulated Israeli newspaper, is saying. You're not allowed. That's insane. Same shit happened with Harvard. You have to literally say doing a genocide is epic. It's super cool as long as the Israeli state is doing it, and it's fucking fire. We totally think it's awesome. I'm very puzzled about the constant concern with which the world is showing towards the Palestinian people, says Dan Gillerman. I don't remember people shedding tears to the Taliban, he adds.
About something else he said in his speech, which is about the collective
giving the game away, by the way.
Punishment, as he put it, of the Palestinian people. And I want to talk about that in the context of the blockade and keeping fuel out of Gaza. I just wonder if you think that that is really necessary.
You know, I'm very puzzled by the constant concern which the world and also Britain, I must say, Mark, is showing for the Palestinian people, and is actually
yeah, I mean, you're shocked because you don't view them as humans.
Showing for these horrible, inhuman animals who have done the worst atrocities that this century has seen, and the worst atrocities that Jews have suffered since the Holocaust. I mean, you know, when the United States reacted to 9/11, I don't remember.
Which was, it was bad. Objectively, it was bad. It was so bad. Objectively.
Remember people shedding tears for the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. Your country, Mark, actually, Britain, actually joined them.
I think the Taliban and Iraq even is a perfect representation of like what not to do post 9/11. Like invading Afghanistan and invading Iraq were objectively failures, okay? Failures in policy, failures in occupation, were gruesome, violent, unacceptable. War crimes were conducted left and fucking right. And guess what? Neither had anything to do with 9/11. Like, perfect. It's great. Turning around and being like, yeah, you remember after 9/11 when we invaded two countries, which had nothing to do with 9/11, with progressively less to do with 9/11 too, in that trajectory. Remember when we fucking did that shit, dude? And it was awful, and millions of people were ruthlessly slaughtered, civilians, of course, and the trajectory of their lives were changed permanently as we destabilized an entire fucking region of the planet, and then, of course, extracted their natural resources. For Afghanistan, maybe minerals, possibly controlling the poppy fields and whatnot, which make its way into turn into heroin that makes its way into Europe, not America. American heroin comes from Mexico and China. Okay, remember when we did all of that and it was fucking sick? Yeah, Israel should do the same. Is a fucking ridiculous argument. It's a ridiculous argument. It's a ridiculous argument, and it's identical, but not in the ways that you think it is.
Them and even sent your royals to fight in Afghanistan. When the Ukrainians reacted to Russia's invasion, I don't remember people worrying about the poor Russian soldiers and whether they had enough food. All of a sudden, when it comes to Israel, everybody is becoming a great humanitarian, totally forgetting what happened 2.5 weeks ago, which is unforgettable and unforgiven.
He's like, why did the world see Palestinians as humans when we know they're not? Which is crazy. Okay. So does anyone have the lobby? I wanna watch the first episode of the lobby. So yesterday I talked about this. You might be wondering, like, oh well, what does AIPAC do? What does what kind of operations exist in America that create such a stranglehold on American politics. Now, this was republished by the Electronic Intifada, okay? But it is originally an Al Jazeera investigation. Al Jazeera was not allowed to publish this investigation, okay? They were not allowed to publish this investigation. Originally, they conducted this. They had a guy go and join these lobbying groups undercover and document everything. Al Jazeera also reached out to every single person that was in the documentary for comments. And then, of course, they were pressured to not publish it. This is the first episode.
In the first series of The Lobby, Al Jazeera's investigative unit exposed the role of pro-Israel operatives in Britain.
The headlines at 11 o'clock.
Israel's ambassador to the UK has apologised after a senior diplomat was caught on camera saying he wanted to take down the Foreign Office Minister, Sir Alan Duncan.
Sir Alan Duncan, who's a strong critic of Jewish settlements.
An undercover reporter for Al Jazeera doing an investigation into Britain's relationship with Israel.
This investigation exposes a covert Israeli campaign to influence British policy.
The investigation led to the resignation of Shai Massoud.
Yes, the UK version was published, and it, of course, created a lot of backlash, which never really went anywhere. But then the American version was slated to be published, and they stopped it.
A senior political officer at the Israeli embassy.
Mr. Massoud is also heard describing the Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson as an idiot.
The diplomat in question no longer seems to be a functionary of the embassy in London. And so whatever he may exactly have been doing here, his cover can be said to have been well and truly blown.
At the same time, Al Jazeera had been running a second undercover operation. Some of our reporters' covert filming was included in the first series of The Lobby. His identity became known. Tony had spent 5 months inside the pro-Israel lobby in the United States. He'd impressed colleagues with his understanding of the Middle East.
You have the resourcefulness and the depth, to sort of think strategically about this, whereas most people aren't able to do that.
A prominent Jewish online magazine described Tony as the perfect gentleman who became one of the town's best-liked Zionist activists.
You did amazing work here. The guys don't stop talking about you. They still talk about you.
Tony threw elaborate parties. And apparently anyone interested in telling a story about sinister Israeli influence in America's capital couldn't have asked for a better guest list.
I think Kleinfeld is the guy that went undercover, right?
In the new edition of The Lobby, we investigate the role of pro-Israel advocacy groups in this country in the first of a 4-part series, how the lobby is being drawn into Israel's covert campaign to spy on American citizens. Using an undercover reporter, Al Jazeera's investigative unit infiltrates one of the most powerful lobbies in the world.
Can we get some context, please? We're lost. What do you mean, dude? This is literally the first fucking 3 minutes of a documentary that very clearly defined exactly what they're doing. It is literally showing you the operations that the fucking... What context do you need? This is just a fucking documentary with an insider infiltrating one of the fucking Israeli lobbyist groups that show what level of influence and their and propaganda operations they conduct in the Western world. Fuck! What more context do you fucking need? I don't get it. Am I crazy? That's literally the context we needed. They didn't say any of that so far, I think.
$38 billion in security aid to Israel matters, which is what AIPAC just did.
We examine how the lobby, led by AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, has secured unwavering support in Congress.
There you go.
Congressmen don't do anything unless you pressure them. And the only way to do that is with money.
What the lobby is all about is to make sure that Israel gets special treatment from the United States forever.
Is that Mersheimer?
But after occupying Palestinian lands for half a century, the pro-Israel lobby is facing a new challenge.
We called for a full boycott of Israel, divesting from it, and eventually imposing sanctions on it to achieve UN-stipulated rights of the Palestinian people.
A movement to boycott, divest, and impose sanctions on Israel, BDS, was formed on American campuses.
Seems to be achieving its goals, threatens future American support for Israel.
we believe in.
Let me tell you something, okay? Boycott, divestment, and sanctions on Israel, okay? That was a movement that was crafted after the BDS movement against apartheid South Africa. Israel, which also had an apartheid regime, saw its ally, South Africa, not be able to maintain its apartheid status because of the external pressure applied to South Africa. External pressure applied to institutions like banks and commerce that wanted to pull out of apartheid South Africa. That was the major blow that destroyed the apartheid in South Africa. So the reason why there is 36 different states where there are anti-BDS legislation written, where, like, if you want to be a fucking teacher in the state of Texas, for example, you have to sign a form that says you will never support BDS, which is an insane thing, by the way. That is an insane thing that you have to sign. But, of course, and a direct violation of First Amendment rules, by the way, but it doesn't fucking matter. Anyway, if you're wondering how that came to be, this documentary will show that. AIPAC wrote that legislation because Israel saw the BDS movement work so effectively against the South African apartheid and decided, oh fuck, we can never have this happen to us.
Justice for all people. So that means the occupation has to end.
Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs responded with a covert operation to defeat BDS.
אתה צריך לעשות את זה עם הרבה מאוד עמימות. זה לא גוף צבאי היררכי שאם הרגנו את X, אז כל הגוף מתחתיו לא פועל.
So the Israeli government leverages Jewish organizations in the diaspora.
Absolutely.
It's a psychological campaign involving spying and smears.
You discredit the messenger as a way of discrediting the message.
Just stay on message. And what is that message? BDS is a hate movement.
While our reporter monitored pro-Israel groups, he was asked to go undercover for the lobby.
You're going into enemy territory. It's not for everybody.
We are a different government working on foreign soil, and we have to be very, very cautious. We have 3 different sub-campaigns which are very, very sensitive regarding data gathering, information analysis, working on activist organization, money trail. This is something that only a country with its resources can do the best. If we want to win, we have to change our ways. We have to think differently. And this is waging a holistic campaign.
Why was Finkelstein against BDS? Because Norm Finkelstein believes that BDS is in support of the complete evisceration of the Israeli state, and that is an untenable solution, which I agree with, by the way. I agree with Norm on that. I think that there's 2 different conflicting schools of thought here, okay? There are people like myself who believe that the boycott, divestment, and sanctions are to end the apartheid state, and some people who believe, and this is true inside of the BDS movement as well, that some people believe that this means the complete evisceration of the Israeli state, like Israel should cease to exist. Now, I don't believe that. Okay, I don't, and that was I think Norm's opinion might have changed as well, but overall, the most popular, the most popular forces is advocate not to completely wipe out the state of Israel or whatever the fuck. It's actually a movement identical to the the apartheid, ending the apartheid regime in South Africa. As you've said regarding abolition of the Israeli state in 2023, if you said this in 1950, you'd have a point, but it's 2023. It's unrealistic now. Yeah, exactly. As long as Israel exists, Palestine is not free. This is not true. Okay, I think this is a reductive thing to say. The reality of the matter is very different, okay? It's just not true. Oh my God. Okay, I have to, hold on. I'll be back in a second.
Against the other side. Take him out of his comfort zone. Make him be on the defensive.
Israel is involved in a secretive influence campaign whose aim is to discredit its challengers in the West.
In the Air Force, when you want to win, you have to have aerial superiority. If you want to win a campaign, you must have information superiority. And this is exactly the added value Israel capabilities, technological and otherwise, we can bring to the game, and we are working on that very hard.
In the United States, the lobby is working with Israel to spy on American citizens.
We're giving them data. For example, one day, Sima's deputy sending me a photo, just a photo in WhatsApp. It's written, boycott Israel on a billboard. In a few hours, our systems and analysts could find the exact organization, people, and even their names where they live. We gave it back to the ministry. I have no idea what we did with this. But in fact, 3 days later, there were no billboards.
We use all sorts of technology. We use corporate level, enterprise grade.
You believe in a one-state solution, but you believe that that state should be Israel? I don't give a fuck what you call it. You can call it Israel. You can call it isn't real. You can call it whatever the fuck you want, okay? What I give a fuck about is equal rights, equal representation, and reparations for Palestinians, and a right to return for Palestinians. That's what I want, okay? I don't give a shit what you fucking call it.
Social media intelligence software. Almost all of this happens on social media, so we have custom algorithms and formulae that acquire the stuff immediately.
In terms of like information sharing, we did add the Ministry of Strategic Affairs to our operations and intelligence brief, which kind of goes back to how do we get information about what's going on in American college campuses.
Generally within about 30 seconds or less of one of these things popping up on campus, whether it's a Facebook event, whether it's the right kind of mention on Twitter, the system picks it up, it goes into a queue and alerts our researchers, and they evaluate it, they tag it, and if it rises to a certain level, we issue early warning alerts to our partners.
They operate through subterfuge, and they walk a very thin line between the legal and illegal in what they do in order to gather information and to smear their opponents and ultimately destroy them. In order to understand how the pro-Israel lobby operates, you have to literally be a fly on the wall. If you can't obtain information publicly, you should try to get into the room through other means.
Our undercover report.
It's really interesting because, like, I've talked about this before when covering Who is America, right? Sacha Baron Cohen. If you remember back then when that first came out, and I love that show, if you remember, one thing that I brought up was how easy access was when you presented yourself as a IDF guy, Eran Morad. Like, these guys literally are so used to having this level of access. Everybody fucking chill out about Sidney Blumenthal's son, who obviously I do not agree with, okay? You know, some people can have good opinions on one issue and then wacky, kooky opinions on every other issue, okay? There's a lot of people whose brains broke during COVID. Please. Yeah, it broke probably from a large sum of cash put in his pocket. Yeah. I'm not here to talk about that.
Reporter Tony is British and Jewish and had recently graduated from the University of Oxford. He wrote articles and presented himself as a strong supporter of Israel. In Washington, he attended a course on the Israel-Palestine conflict.
I'm from the UK, and I'm just taking a course at Georgetown here over the summer.
He networked in the social circles of the pro-Israel lobby.
Hi, I'm Rona. I'm Tony. Nice to meet you. Good to see you. I'm good. Good to see you. Hey.
After building his profile, Tony was accepted on a training course in pro-Israel advocacy.
Welcome to Fuel for Truth DC's second boot camp. Congratulations, everyone, to being accepted. What we're going to do right now is just kind of like introduce ourselves. I'm Daniel. After undergrad, I served in the IDF and the paratroopers for 2 years and worked at AIPAC for a year.
One session criticized the UN agency that provides aid for Palestinians.
Children are taught in UNRWA Palestinian schools to hate Jews.
Another lecture dealt with the international...
I love that because, like, the messaging has not changed. Like, I've heard that so many fucking times from UNRWA, with our dollars, UNRWA is teaching children to hate Jews. It's like, bro, first of all, they don't hate Jews. They hate Israel, okay? And that's number one. And you know what's radicalizing them into hating Israel? Not the fucking UNRWA schools, but instead the bombs that killed their fucking mothers and fathers. That might have something to do with that. I don't know.
National media.
Confronting media bias. During the last war, a lot of times videos are circulating of bombed areas or
spotting media bias. MSNBC, Vice News, Fox, RT, Vox. Every ounce of Western media is biased against Israel.
A lot of it's from Syria.
Nah, you're reading into it. Yeah, it could. I mean, dude, black people in apartheid South Africa hated the apartheid regime. It's so crazy. They must have learned it at school and not like learned it directly by being subjected to untold amounts of violence and terrorism, state-sponsored versions of untold amounts of violence and terrorism. Yeah.
Syria, from Iraq 10 years ago, all this stuff.
In role-play workshops, they were instructed how to respond to criticism of Israel.
Can I have a volunteer? Apartheid walls cutting off Palestine. Boycott Israel. Divest from Israel. Sanction companies that do business with Israel.
It's kind of odd that you call it a wall, given that like 90% of it is fence.
This is a photo. I see a wall.
Got it.
Why can't Israel do more?
It's so funny because they're teaching the people to be better debate lords on this, like literally to like disseminate misinformation. Do you see the reintegrated one-state solution as a unitary federalist or plurinational form? I am thinking of Bolivia with increased autonomy for indigenous peoples. I don't know. I don't think that would work anyway. Dude, hold on. Let's just
Our
watch this
undercover
for now.
reporter played the role of pro-Israel advocate.
Israel is doing a lot to help the Palestinians. I say actually Israel is doing all the best that they can, but it's a tough situation.
Businesses in Gaza can't freely send their trucks into Israel to sell their goods.
I think you.
Hassan, why do you not cover the woman in Gaza screaming and blaming Hamas? Says Stormtroopers 98Z. This is what, look at it. A perfect demonstration of what's going on in the chat, okay? Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Nazi freak. Beyond parody, dude. Yeah. Beyond parody. Just straight up coming in here to be like, whose side am I on today? Who do I hate more? Jewish people because I'm an anti-Semitic Nazi, or Muslims because I'm a Islamophobic Nazi? I don't know. Play both sides. I love a guy having like 1488 Nazi Hitler face as their fucking username, coming in here and being like, why don't you talk about the gruesome acts of Hamas? Like,
I find that that's actually a misconception. They do allow their trucks, and what they don't allow is dangerous material.
Okay, stop.
How is this domestic spying legal? Replace China or Russia doing this and the massive government would be up in arms? First of all, Russia and China do this as well, obviously. Every fucking large power in the world does this. The difference is Israel's allowed to do this because Israel's agenda aligns with ours. That's it. Israel as a state is basically another facet of the American military engine, the American espionage machine. There's a lot of information sharing that occurs between Mossad and CIA. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein is a great example of a person who has may or may not have worked with both of these agencies. I don't know. I mean, maybe someone should ask why Piers Morgan's guest that came after me, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, was spotted at Jeffrey Epstein's rape palace in New York in 2016, many, many years after everybody knew that Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex trafficker and a pedophile. Why was he secretly going in and out of Jeffrey Epstein's rape dungeon in New York? By the way, the Epstein being Mossad was a Joe Rogan thing? Wait, no, it's not a Joe Rogan thing. Joe Rogan, Jeffrey Epstein may have been CIA or Mossad spy. Joe Rogan is a fucking dumbass. Just because he said this as well does not change that reality. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell's father literally was Mossad, Robert Maxwell. And before that was, what's the original version of the intelligence agencies before? OSS. Yeah. You're a dumbass? Wait, what? Like anything Rogan says, something he came... Yeah, like anything Rogan says is something he came up with. Yeah. Joe Rogan, pointing to Joe Rogan to say, like, I don't know about the Epstein Mossad connections or Epstein CIA connections is ridiculous because, you know, he's a dumb goof. But yeah, in his defense, Ehud Barak was only at Epstein's mansion more than 10, but less than 100 times in his own words. Let's be fair to the man. I pre-watched the Road to Apartheid doc and added timers for TNC to Hoscord. It's a lot, so I don't know if it's really good, though. Okay. Yeah.
After the course, Tony was accepted as a volunteer at a pro-Israel communications group called the Israel Project.
It's Tony Kleinfeld. Kleinfeld. Like Seinfeld, but with a K.
The Israel Project, known as TIP, describes itself on its promotional videos as a strategic communications group.
At TIP, we believe we've found the answer.
Thank you, Chatter, by the way, for the TOS.
Israel's enemies have left the battlefield of the Middle East and are now fighting on the battlefield of public opinion.
What you have with regard to the United States and Israel is a special relationship that is unprecedented in recorded history. Not simply that the United States gives Israel a tremendous amount of economic aid and diplomatic protection, it gives that aid and protection no matter what, right? It's not conditional. And the Israel Project will go to enormous lengths to achieve that end.
During his placement as a volunteer, Tony took notes on what he saw and heard in TIP's offices. He worked in what they called the war room, where media and communications are monitored. Staff described having contacts at numerous media organizations. Their primary means of influence is by forging friendships with reporters.
Chatter asks, does that mean any country in the Five Eyes countries could get away with this? Not necessarily. I don't think it's the same. I think the level of control that America has over Israel, and I mean, I guess vice versa as well, but the collaborative collaborative nature of the Israeli-American relationship, like these two countries, is different than all of the other Five Eyes nations. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's not. I'm deleting Twice if you still talking about the same shit I heard you like 10 days ago. All right, it was fun. Fuck Twice and Amazon. What? What is this person saying? Are you going to cover any other news? I keep checking in and you arguing with chatters. They not going to get it. Guess I need a timeout. K, see you later, King. Yeah, you're right, dude. I should stop informing my audience on the many different ways in which sorry. I got a crazy message. Sorry. Okay.
One employee claimed that during talks on the nuclear deal with Iran, TIP applied pressure on the Associated Press news agency to change a headline.
Is it because of Israel's strategic location they get all this breathing room? That, and also, I think the collaboration between the Israeli security apparatus and the American security apparatus is a little bit more than like the Australian intelligence. Like, I'm thinking, like, strategic location, Australia would be the closest to, and New Zealand obviously would be the closest to what we're talking about. Like, Canada is already America's hat. The UK is already America's little child. The only one that is, like, I guess, strategically important as far as its location goes is the New Zealand and Australia because of its proximity to China. And even then, I don't think they have the same level. Like I don't think Japan right now could get away with the stuff that Israel is doing, for example. Does that make sense?
Tony read the Israel Project's annual report, which described TIP's mission as building an echo chamber for pro-Israel information. That means using the media to amplify and repeat TIP's messages, as well as what the report describes as neutralizing undesired narratives. Tony saw one document which claimed
if we decided to end support for Israel tomorrow, they would cease to exist. They wouldn't cease to exist necessarily, but they would definitely have a much harder time existing. I wouldn't say they would cease to exist, though. They would just have to cooperate with all the other regional powers rather than engage in like the endless bombing campaigns and the annexation when they feel like it. You know what I mean? But you're right. It would be very different than the way that New Zealand and Australia operate.
That the echo chamber was within their grasp. Weeks before he started, Tony discussed with a senior manager how Tip deals with the media.
Things that you do loudly. A lot of them are things you do behind the scenes. You can get a lot more done by making questions get asked by journalists. And if you create it from multiple directions at the same time through multiple journalists, then you create a kind of sense of crisis. We develop relationships, a lot of alcohol, to get them to trust us.
The basically messaging on the following BDS means essentially kind of a hate group targeting Israel. They're anti-peace.
We try not to even use the term just because it builds their brand. We just refer to boycotters. The goal is...
Which is wild because, like, that's why even in a community such as this one, more people are aware of the top of the hour ad break than they are aware of what BDS is. And every time I bring it up, people go, whoa, BDSM. Like, they've very effectively suppressed any kind of communication on even the mere mention of this, like, very important, peaceful movement against apartheid South Africa that was successful against apartheid South Africa. And people don't know the history of it, and they don't even know it even exists, right? But the top of the hour ad break does exist. And if you don't want the top of the hour ad break to exist, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
To actually make things happen now. And to figure out what are the means of communication to do that.
In 2005, Palestinian civil rights groups sought a peaceful means to protest against Israel's occupation. They identified goods from Israel and called for their boycott. The BDS movement was born.
BDS adopted a nonviolent strategy because we think it is morally consistent and very effective.
I think, isn't this guy like on the terror watch list too now or something?
Against an enemy that is extremely powerful militarily, we called for boycotting Israel, divesting from it, and eventually imposing sanctions on it, as was done against apartheid South Africa, to achieve basic Palestinian rights under international law.
Over the past decade, BDS has grown around the world. By campaigning for Palestinian civil rights in land controlled by Israel, BDS believes it has exposed a deficiency in the moral defense of the Jewish state.
BDS is saying that what Israel has to do is treat the Palestinians in its midst the same way it treats Israeli Jews. The problem is that if Israel does that, there are more Palestinians, or there will be more Palestinians inside Greater Israel than there are Jews. And that means that if you had a system where everybody was treated equally and there was one person and one vote, that you would no longer have a Jewish state.
The secretive Ministry of Strategic Affairs, based in the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem, was given a mission: establish a covert campaign to defeat the BDS movement.
אנחנו אחראים על המאבק בתופעה, ובמסגרת זו יש לנו 4 רגליים: התראה, הרתעה, התקפה והסברה. אז אני אגיד לך שכשאם אתה רוצה לנצח בניהול מערכה, אתה צריך לעשות את זה עם הרבה מאוד עמימות. כמו שכשעבדתי על סוגיות צבאיות, כמו חיזבאללה, או כספי טרור, או סוריה, או כל מדינה אחרת שאיתה בעבר ניהלתי מערכה מולה כקמן. לא הלכנו ואמרנו לצד השני מה אנחנו מתכוונים לעשות. השארנו אותו בעמימות.
Didn't Dr. Ofer Kassif have criticism on them when he was on the stream? Yes. There is a fear that BDS in and of itself could be... Omar Barghouti literally lives in Israel. Yeah, I remember reading something about him recently that like his like not allowed to... he doesn't have freedom of movement any longer or something. Hold on. What was it? What happened to Omar Barghouti? Let's see. Can't find it. Co-founder of Boycott, Divestment, Sanctions. He received the Gandhi Peace Award in 2017. In March 2017, Barghouti was arrested in Israel on suspicion of tax evasion of about $700,000. But as of June 2021, he has not been charged with any offense in regards to this arrest. Barghouti opposes the two-state solution because he doesn't believe a Palestinian state is viable and would not resolve the fundamental injustices that have been brought upon the Palestinians. He instead supports a one-state solution encompassing all of what is now Israel and Palestinian territories, which these will be replaced by a secular democratic state offering unequivocal equality and citizenship. I mean, basically what I say. And communal rights to both Palestinians, refugees included, and to Israeli Jews. Palestinian refugees would be allowed to return to the state, which would have a transparent and non-discriminatory immigration policy. I think that this is, the reason why Norm Finkelstein originally misunderstood and considered this to be like a destructive force that is impossible. Yeah. Oh, he has travel restrictions. Sorry. Chatter, who said Omar Barghouti lives in Israel. In 2016, the Israeli Interior Ministry refused to renew his travel permit, limiting his ability to travel abroad, and informed him that due to evidence of his center of life being in West Bank, his permanent residency rights were under review. In March 2016, Israeli Interior Minister Arieh Deri was quoted as saying, "I've received information that his life in Ramallah and that his life is in Ramallah, and he's using his resident status to travel all over the world in order to operate against Israel in the most serious manner." I mean, basically, a lot of the counters to BDS is the same great replacement things that you hear, which is that, oh, if you want a one state, like a one solitary secular state, that means you want Jews to be ethnically cleansed. How are they going to do that? By allowing Muslims and Palestinians to come back to this new formation of the state where everybody has equal rights, and then they will be able to. What are you going to do when Israel removes you off this platform? Go to kick? See, this is what is really frustrating about this conversation. This is infinitely more complicated than the way you present it, okay? Like, people aren't stupid. I don't want to speak out of my ass here, but the idea that you think that, like, you can, you know, that like, Israel is going to personally remove me from this fucking platform is psychotic, dude. This does not mean that there are literal doxing operations that in the United States of America that work to sometimes dox random individuals, high school students, college students, nurses, doctors, drivers, and the like the Canary Mission, the Canary Mission Project. Okay, but as far as forcing someone off of a platform, especially like a prominent voice, that doesn't come without genuine pushback. IF Palestine is a great example of this. Obviously. And, we'll see what happens. We'll see what comes of this, okay? No, Israel does not control all types of Western media. You guys are so fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. My main gripe with BDS against Israel is that it will never work in terms of the boycott. We rely on way too many Israeli goods in our daily lives. Sanctions are the only things that will make any sort of change, but that will never happen. Exactly. But I think that creating pressure on the ground is still a good thing. Oh, my God. Israel does control Western media. You serious? Brother, the Western media is incredibly biased towards the Israeli position because the Israeli position is identical to the American position. The Israeli state, being a genocidal apartheid state, is quite complementary to America's interests in the region. That's it, okay? Shut the fuck up. There is no cabal, okay? You're quite literally watching how there is no cabal, and this is a complex sequence of very legal, above-board American institutions and American instruments and governance that Israel utilizes, just like many of our other allies do for different things, okay? In this video in and of itself. If it was a fucking cabal, then this video would not exist. Does that make sense? There would be no reason for this because everyone would be like, what do you mean? We love Israel because we are being mind-controlled by the Jews or whatever the fuck you think is happening.
Government ministers attacked me in person. One of them.
Thank you. That's a great one, too. Saudi Arabia does it as well, if you want another example, okay? But nobody's talking about the Wahhabist cabal, okay? Like, you think it's an accident that Mohammed bin Salman puts on his fucking big boy jeans and comes to America on the eve of, like, before the Jamal Khashoggi assassination, and then has interviews with The Atlantic? How did that happen?
Threatening BDS leaders with targeted civil assassination. and others threatening to revoke my permanent residency, along other threats.
לא מעטים מבין מנהיגי ה-BDS מקיימים קשרים כספיים, קשרים ארגוניים, קשרים אחרים, עם גורמים עוינים למדינת ישראל. תפקידנו, באמצעות הפעלת המודיעין, לחשוף את הקשרים האלה, ובהחלט באמצעות החשיפה הזאת, גם לדעת לפעול נגדם, לבודד אותם, גם להעביר מידע לאותם גורמים מודיעיניים בעולם וגורמים אחרים. ישראל חייבת לבצע סיכול אזרחי ממוקד במנהיגות למול פעילי ה-BDS.
The campaign includes monitoring the activities of American students.
Yeah, that's a good take, by the way. Yeah, chatters be like, Ari Emanuel is the most powerful person in Hollywood and Jewish, so therefore Israel controls all media. Except, like, chatters also don't realize that I'm literally represented by Ari Emanuel's agency. You know what I mean? Like, even if someone is a Zionist in a position of power, it still doesn't, like, it doesn't work in the zero-sum way that you think it does. Okay? You weren't able to finish your thought about what Dr. Ofer Kassif had to say about BDS. I think that there's a lot of counter propaganda against BDS that, like, unconditionally says it's anti-Semitic. So much so that I think a lot of people think it is. Like, a lot of people just, like, kind of run with that. You know what I mean? That will get no pushback. What do you mean? What? Anyway, let's continue.
אנחנו עכשיו למשל נמצאים בתהליך שלם של ליצור תמונה כוללת על הקמפוסים. אם אתה רוצה לנצח תופעה, אתה צריך לדעת להיות עליה בעליונות במידע וידע.
Our investigation into the role of the Israeli state at US campuses led Tony to an employee at the embassy in Washington. She's American, and her job is to analyze BDS activity for the Israeli government.
So, like, nobody really knows what we're doing, but mainly it's been a lot of, like, research, like, monitoring BDS things and reporting it back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and, like, making sure everyone knows what's going on.
Like, okay, one thing I have to mention here is that, like, we, in some ways, we literally fucking look at, oh, by the way, here, I have to point out something, by the way, about Boss Man over here. Endeavor's Ari Emanuel, WME, William Morris Endeavor's Ari Emanuel denounces Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu after deadly weekend attack. Now, of course, his perspective is not because, like, you know, he's just like, he's saying it's a massive intelligence agency failure, and he's correct on his position, but, you know, that doesn't mean that, like, we are in agreement. Like, I wouldn't say he's an anti-Zionist, you know what I mean? But again, like, it's not a morally corrupt Bibi Netanyahu exposed Israel and its people to rape, death, beheadings of children, murders of fathers, mothers, grandmothers, and he did it to stay in power. I just think it's time we get rid of this man. Bias towards your boss? First of all, he's not my boss. And I also don't like his brother, who currently is living my dream of being the American ambassador to Japan. Brother was one of the worst mayors of Chicago on a long history of shitty-ass fucking mayors in Chicago. Okay? Rahm Emanuel. But agents aren't bosses.
They need a lot of research done and stuff like that. When they talk about it in Knesset, like, usually I've, like, contributed to what the background information is. I'm not going to campuses.
No, the current mayor is awesome.
Connecting organizations and, I guess, campuses and providing, like, resources and strategy if students need it.
Is the Israeli embassy trying to leverage faculty?
Yeah. We're working with several faculty, like, advocacy groups that kind of train faculty, so we're, like, helping them a little bit with, like, funding, connections, bringing them.
Oh, fuck. One thing I wanted to say is, like, regardless of the ominous music and shit, like, a lot of this is exactly how lobbying works, okay? I just want you to understand that as well. Like, this happens in every facet of American interest. It is certainly not exclusive to Israel. I think this is, like, I guess the only difference between this and other forms of advocacy is that because Israel is, like, an American forward operating base in the region, that they can get away with doing a lot more and also demanding a lot more support as well.
Them to speak, having them speak to diplomats and people in the MFA that need this information. So I kind of want to be that resource to show students, like, we appreciate what you're doing, we see what you're doing. Here's some information if you need anything at all. We can connect to you, just kind of be that person there for you.
Julia was president of the pro-Israel group at Davis, which is part of the University of California. Davis began as a center for agricultural studies, and
Some claim lobbying is a core to democracy, but I feel the opposite. What do you think about lobbying in general? Claims lobbying is a core to democracy. Like lobbying in the old times, when you petitioned for a position and got signatures, is entirely different than what we're talking about. Okay? Lobbying in the way that it works right now is not a core to the democratic process at all. It's a major burden. It's a legalized form of bribery, and it goes beyond bribery, actually. It's worse than that, because it literally is a way for corporations to write direct legislation. You will see how bad lobbying is in this situation. AIPAC straight up fucking wrote 36 pieces of legislation in different states that basically made it impossible to keep a job if you are a supporter of boycott, divestments, and sanctions on Israel.
its students are known as Aggies.
I came to UC Davis, which had a reputation of being like a really pro-Israel. Now it's like the top 5 most anti-Israel schools in the U.S.
Why is that?
Because of everything that happened in the last few years. It was just particularly bad. And there's a huge Muslim population in Sacramento, which is right next to Davis.
Oh!
The growing support for the BDS movement in Davis and the lobby's response to it is part of a narrative that's unfolding across America's campuses. Students for Justice in Palestine, or SJP, brought a divestment motion before the Student Senate.
I was very, very nervous. The entire room was filled. I think we had about 600 students and people from the community coming in to witness this vote.
I am here today because, quite frankly, I am ashamed. I am ashamed of my university for supporting apartheid of my people in Palestine.
I ended the speech with something along the lines of being on the right side of history, and for the university to end its unethical ties with these corporations who were doing brutal things to Palestinians.
We knew they were going to win because our entire student senate was all pro-BDS, and they ran for that purpose and won for that purpose, and we've been pushed out of student government for months.
Good evening. My name is Julia Rivkin, and I'm the president of Aggies for Israel.
Students streamed the hearing online. The pro-Israel group also filmed it with another purpose in mind.
Hello, I am the student government leader of Aggies for Rhodesia. Please listen to what I have to say.
Their videos would play a key part in the story that was to unfold in the days ahead.
I was waiting to see what she would say. I was waiting for a blow to come my way, and that blow sure came.
We have been ignored and disrespected year after year, but we have never been silenced. We are a beacon of peace and inclusion on a campus plagued by anti-Semitism.
The talking points were that the resolution was anti-Semitic, that it was divisive. If it's divisive...
I mean, by the way, the Aggies for Rhodesia thing is a joke, but if you've ever seen Western-focused propaganda for Rhodesia, it is fucking identical to what IDF propaganda looks like for Israel right now, down to the fucking blue-eyed, blonde IDF soldiers they fucking show on Instagram and show on fucking TikTok.
And the fact that you either support human rights or you don't, then so be it.
The intolerance that spawned this resolution is the same kind of intolerance that has spawned anti-Semitic movements throughout history.
The entire thing looked very rehearsed, very, very aggressive, almost comically so.
Julia and her pro-Israel allies had already decided that they didn't want to debate.
At 4 a.m. the night before.
I was actually the president of Knowles for Israel at Florida State. I regret that shit so hard. I cried every night for 2 weeks after October 7th, knowing that I was on the wrong side of history for years and zealously advocated for that wrong. Dude, it's okay, man. As long as you fucking change your mind, that's what matters. I don't fault people for holding positions loudly and proudly, as long as they demonstrate competently the capacity to empathize with those who have been victimized by the groups or entities that they represent, or that they've been told to blindly demonstrate loyalty to.
Me and my team were like, you're going to lead the walkout. And I was like, okay. And they're like, we're going to film it just for our own purposes. I was like, totally cool. So when everything was happening, we went into it knowing we were going to lose. So our strategy was how to ultimately win while losing the vote.
This is our victory. And we who are victorious need not legitimize the words
was a wowing moment. To have them just stand up, everyone just kind of was like, what's going on? It was very shocking. As they were leaving, it was just a very big rush of relief to not have that tension, those bad vibes in the room. And so we started cheering, actually, and it was a great moment.
You're standing in the back, it looks like some seats have opened up.
But the passing of the BDS motion proved to be just the beginning of a bigger story. In part 2, how the lobby worked to undermine the student decision.
Those swastikas, who did them?
We don't even know.
Hi.
Hello.
Couldn't Iran dump money to do something like this for Palestine? What? No. First of all, let me tell you something. I don't think Iran wants a fully fleshed out Palestinian state. Okay? I think it serves Iran's interests to literally not have that. It's just like it serves America's interest to not have a developed Kurdish nation state in the region. It serves Iran's interests to not have a Palestinian nation state. Also, having said that, it's pretty funny to think that like Iran has the capacity to engage in this kind of propaganda when they're just permanently sanctioned. Like they are under like. How about Iran figure out ways to get fucking vials for their medicine? Okay, first.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Our undercover reporter was meeting an employee of the Israeli embassy in Washington. She had led a pro-Israel group while at university in California.
So if you are here tonight in opposition to this resolution,
Students at Davis were about to vote in favor of a divestment motion. During the debate, the pro-Israel group staged a walkout. They uploaded videos to publicize their protest.
Our thought was to control the narratives by having the speech. Like we wanted it to cause attention. We wanted everyone to see us walking out to show that like this doesn't represent us. We're shit about this. So that's how we kind of formulated it. That day, all of us released like 50 op-eds in major news sources so that when people made a hashtag and like a whole thing trending, so when people opened their Facebooks, it wouldn't be them celebrating their victory, it would be us sharing our stories. Once it blew up, then random people, like the Huffington Post contacted me and was like, do you have anything to say? And I was like, conveniently, I wrote an op-ed 2 weeks ago just in case. People who weren't involved in anything, like their entire newsfeed was Israel stuff, and like that was what we wanted, because that's how we got the word out there.
How do you delegitimize the other side?
Delegitimizing them, kind of through that lens of taking over and like making them sound crazy at their game. The student senator who's Muslim made a Facebook status saying like Israel will fall, like Sharia law is taking over Davis, like we love Hamas, like that kind of status. So that happened.
Like that's a joke, right? Like this person is making a fucking joke, but it doesn't matter. Like it's like very obvious that you can just take that and go, well, he's Muslim and he's saying that, so he must mean it.
We had been called terrorists and told that we were Hamas sympathizers, that we want to bring Sharia law to campus and things like that.
See, there's motherfuckers in the chat still saying doesn't look like a joke to me. Exactly, dude. That's what I mean. Dude, American brain rot is that powerful. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Muslims do not have the capacity to fucking ever joke about these sorts of things, okay? You can call me Hamasabi every day, but if I were to fucking turn around and not and make a joke about it, you'd literally fucking bully me on it. You call me Hamasabi every fucking day. I sit here and I take it. I don't say this is fucking disrespectful. I don't say this is Islamophobic. The moment that I ever adopted that and went like made a fucking subtle joke in that direction, immediately, oh, dude, look at this guy. He's making light of Hamas. What do I always say? Those who defend Palestinian emancipation cannot be careless or callous in the same way that those who defend Israel's genocidal actions. This is just the truth. You cannot be callous. You cannot be careless. You can't even have a moment of fucking joy or humor. Anything and everything you say will be used against you. And not just against you, mind you. Used against whatever cause you are advocating for. There is a very clear, flagrant double standard in this regard. And that double standard is not simply an Israeli double standard or a Zionist double standard or a Jewish double standard or whatever the fuck people think it is. That double standard is caused by 20 fucking years of manufacturing consent to dehumanize Arabs and Muslims so we can justify America's actions in the Middle East. Okay? Those who are black, those who are brown, those who are Latino in this community know this as well. Those who are trans know this as well. You can never make a joke about transing the youth. I can because I'm not trans, right? But if you are trans and you make that joke, someone will fucking take it and take it seriously. Just like when I make jokes about the Great Replacement, when I say I am doing Great Replacement by fucking your mom, psychopathic right-wingers will take that seriously and go, look at him, he's doing genocide. Okay? My favorite is when some fucking dumb fuck comes in this chat, says some like incredibly stupid shit, and then immediately starts crying like, oh, I'm getting death threats in my PMs. Yeah, it's not cool. Stop fucking sending. I don't even believe you, but if anyone is actually fucking sending him death threats, you're a fucking piece of shit. Go tell the mods and they'll ban those people, okay? But suck my dick also.
Hi everyone, my name is Azka Fayaz. I'm a second-year political science major.
Azka Fayaz was a committed BDS activist and claims that pro-Israel students repeatedly tried to link her to political violence.
They just came up to me and said, you're a terrorist. Are you a terrorist? You're gonna bring, terrorism to the student government and things of that nature. And vote smart.
I know her. It was ironic. She was directly making a joke of that. When I saw it, though, given the climate at the time, I did grow concern.
People who were involved, they were like, hey, there's actually a lot of negative postings on social media. They're sharing your picture and the cover photo.
It's fucking ruthless, dog. You see this shit? You can't even make a joke about the Islamophobic bullshit that people say about you. You can't do it. You can't fucking do it. Which is wild. Because they can say whatever the fuck they want about you. Even in their criticism. Even in their fucking criticisms, they're like, oh, you want Sharia law? That means you're about to be a rape slave to the Muslim barbarians, actually. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Sharia law means being a fucking rape slave to the Islamic hordes. You fucking animal. Where did you come up with that? Did you go to the fucking racism factory to come up with that take? You fucking asshole. Even in the fucking condemnation, you're being a fucking animal, Hayvan.
With your caption, it's turning really ugly. That caption was reposted and retweeted over and over and over.
Yeah, look. Shut the fuck up. I would say anti-Semitic pro-Hamas should burn in hell, but she's a Muslim, so that's redundant. Like, it's such a funny fucking thing to say. It's like when Ben Shapiro and like right-wing reactionary clown asses go, queers for Palestine? More like chickens for KFC, am I right? It's like, shut the fuck up. I know what you think about. I know what you fucking think about queer people. We can see what you have said. Guy on a fucking particular subreddit, I know what your perspective is. You're a fucking animal. Holy fuck.
For again, I knew that something big was sort of going to happen.
Pro-Israel students were taunted by pro-Hamas students after an anti-Israel vote passed on campus. Listen and watch.
Anti-Israel vote.
And right after the vote passed, a student senator posted.
It's just like an uphill battle, man. For fucking years and years and years, it's always been an uphill battle because you're not like launching a criticism against a fucking unjustifiable apartheid state, right? You also have to go against white supremacy, which is an antiquated institution that is completely calcified in American existence. You have to go up against Islamophobia, which was played a prominent role in the justification for the Iraq and Afghan occupation. You know what I mean? That's why it's like an impossibility almost, which is why I can't help but admire the resilience of the Palestinian people, both in surviving under this brutal occupation and apartheid structure, but also for nevertheless resisting and continuing to advocate for their existence and for their humanity, no matter how difficult that battle is. It's unimaginable.
Posted this on Facebook. Hamas and Sharia law have taken over UC Davis, BRB crying, over the resilience.
I don't have the capacity to bring Sharia law to the University of California, Davis. I don't think any of us really do have the capacity.
But you want it, right?
They wanted to try to make me look as evil and violent as possible. How can we use their words out of context in such a way that their victory doesn't seem so victorious anymore?
Conveniently, like the divestment video just happened to do that. Like when they all started shouting Allahu Akbar as we were leaving, like that was really nice for us in a way because like we caught them just, you know, doing what they're doing.
See? She knows. She knows. That's it. That's a perfect demonstration. Like when you say God is great, it automatically triggers the fucking racism gene that all of these fucking Americans have. So she knows. Oh, they already look scary. And then they fucked up by saying Allahu Akbar. You know?
And then it like went viral on YouTube.
Anger and tension running high at the University of California Davis campus.
It's the same shit. People were like fucking popping off on the Stop Anti-Semitism thing, the Glory to the Martyrs thing, okay? Glory to the martyrs does not mean glory to fucking Hamas. In Arab culture, martyrdom does not specifically mean soldiers, but people don't know that, okay? When someone says glory to the martyrs, they're talking about the fucking children and civilians that have been killed. But you don't know that. You don't know that. Why should you know that? You've learned nothing about Arab culture. You don't know anything about Islam. And you don't need to, because you can be blinded by your stupidity. People that have been ruthlessly slaughtered by the Israeli occupation are still considered martyrs. Children are considered martyrs. Okay? It does not mean that like those children are strapping bombs to their fucking chests. Just like Allahu Akbar just means God is great. It doesn't fucking mean I'm going to blow you up. But Americans think, oh, Allahu Akbar, I saw it on TV. That guy, whenever someone says it, that means they're going to blow themselves up, right? It relies on you not knowing. It relies on you not understanding the cultural significance, okay? I'm reminded of that time when that fucking valedictorian said, instead of saying like, God, what was it? Like, I remember the valedictorian that once said like Allah instead of God, and everyone fucking freaked out. Allah just means God. Yeah, she said one nation under Allah. It just means one nation under God. Allah is God in Arabic. And it's just bigotry. And that's the craziest part about it. It's like, it's bigotry masked as like some kind of political commentary. Here,
Fox, a recent Upstate graduate is going viral for the speech that she gave to her senior class, boldly sharing her faith and opening up about hardships in her life. I sat down with her to hear her story.
Even if you accomplish all of your dreams or none of them at all, you are still valuable and you are still good enough because you are made in the image of God.
These are the parting words from valedictorian and senior class president Lydia Owens to her graduating class at Woodmont High School. In the 3-minute speech, Owens shares how her decade-long definition of success was redirected 2 years ago.
I don't think this is
the
right
one. I had a reality
one.
check almost 2 years ago when my
This
mom
isn't the
passed
one.
away. When tragedy struck my life, it was not my...
No, you sent me the wrong one. It's not a white girl. Here, this is the
I
one.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under Allah, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Under Allah. Well, the high school is issuing a response saying the school division did not endorse nor pre-approve the change in wording to the Pledge of Allegiance at the Justice High School graduation ceremony.
Like, this was a newsworthy story, dog. There's 7 minutes that Newsmax cut on this. I mean, come on. Come on. Come on. What is this?
Let's bring in our panel for their reaction, including member of Project 21 and host of Money
Allah means Satan. Good
Talk
one,
with
dude.
Melanie Collette. Melanie, welcome to our panel. Melanie, let's start with you. What do you think about this?
My jaw dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine with yours.
That is that's an absolute disgrace. And especially for that student to pull that at the last minute and not tell anybody that that's what they were going to do. That's an absolute.
Yeah. Cool stuff, man. So like when Arab Christians, when they talk about God, what do these people think that they say? To be fair, I don't think these people know that there are Arab Christians. So it's also just the same God. Like, it's not a different God. It literally is the same God. My cousins say Jehovah in school and no one made a news segment on it. Yeah, it's the same if a Latino student said one nation under Dios. What's next? Arab Christians, Hassan? Clearly you've made this up. Why? Because I don't know of such a thing existing, because I'm both racist and also uninformed. But it doesn't matter because I'm also American, which means that I can be as racist as uninformed as I possibly can be. After all, look at this fucking 7-minute and 32-second video on Newsmax that is simply people fucking endlessly chirping a student because she had the audacity to use the Arabic word for God. Now, what's next? Are you going to tell me that, I don't know, there's Arab Jews? Is that what you're going to tell me next? Pfft, okay, bro. Hello, have you heard of Israel-Palestine? There's no such thing. I don't have to know anything about anything because I'm an American. And we run the world regardless of the fact that we're all diabetic fucking idiots. Fuck!
What you just saw played out late last week as the Student Government Association voted on a resolution to boycott the Jewish state of Israel.
They kept showing it over and over again. And then they just said that the Muslim students forced the pro-Israel students to leave the room.
Reports say when the Israel supporters tried to object to this vote, the pro-Palestinian students you just saw tried to shout them down with cries of Allahu Akbar.
I invite you now to stand up. Really, stand up. And join me in walking out of the room.
Of course, we know that they left willingly, and they stated that they were going to walk out of the room.
It's incredible to hear Allahu Akbar shouted in the middle of this university.
And
obviously.
what does that represent, Megan? The subjugation of women, the torture of homosexuals, the torture of Christians.
You're on Fox News. What are you saying? This is the fucking subjugation of homosexuals network. Hello? What are you saying? This is my favorite fucking take. Another thing I repeat all the time, which is that conservatives hate conservatives of other countries for their conservatism. It's like, bitch, what are you talking about? You literally believe the things that you claim Muslims believe across the board, which already is not true. Unironically, Muslim Americans are more tolerant to the LGBT community than white evangelical Protestants. You fucking asshole.
Crucifixion of Christians. That's what it has come to represent. And that's what they're shouting.
The pro-BDS activists at UC Davis then faced another crisis.
2 days after a resolution passed, unfortunately, someone defamed the Jewish frat house and had painted swastikas all over it. Outrageous, just not acceptable behavior at all. What was upsetting to us, however, was they had the media there right away.
Disturbing discovery for a UC Davis student. Jewish students found swastikas painted on their fraternity house in Davis.
The swastikas were discovered that morning and around 10 a.m., my best guess, and I believe the news media were there by 11.
Pro-Israel students say they feared recent events would lead to this.
This week has been sort of a bad week to be Jewish on campus.
After years of heated meetings, a student body passed a resolution Thursday urging UC Davis to end any
Brother, I'm sorry, but if you think that it was Muslims who did that, and not just like literally a fucking Nazi, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Like the idea that it's like, oh dog, watch out, really bad week to be Jewish on campus. Someone drew a swastika outside of our fucking fraternity. Also happens to be happening at the same week as the BDS protest movement. It's like, hello? Why would that fucking literally be? Why would those two things be aligned with one another? Unless you have a specific purpose of trying to marry the two. The Nazi could also be a Muslim? Yes, infinitely less likely, okay? Before you fucking screech about the Grand Mufti in Palestine or some dumb shit, the notion that like, the notion that contemporary Muslims, okay, are aligned with Nazi ideology is a psychotic one. I know there's photos. There's always photos. You can be like, oh, well, these guys, Heil Hitler. Look, there's that one fucking shop in Gaza that is like the Adolf Hitler shop or whatever, you're actually wrong. If you think that contemporary Muslims, the contemporary Islamic world, is not completely aware of the fact that neo-Nazis in the Western world want to wipe them out, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Fuck! Yeah. There is also the shop in South Korea as well. The idea that, like, neo-Nazis love Muslims is so fucking stupid. And then you have Mr. Adolf Hitler on Twitter saying he stands with Israel. Yeah, but that's Mr. Adolf Hitler from India. That's different. Let me tell you something. Okay? Yeah, swastikas drawn by Muslims are essentially zero compared to swastikas drawn by white supremacists. That shit was drawn by a skinhead. Exactly. The idea that Jews in America should be afraid of Muslims and not neo-Nazi white supremacists is a psychotic opinion. And vice versa. The idea that Muslims in America should be afraid of Jews in America and not neo-Nazi white supremacists is also a psychotic fucking take. It's not statistically accurate. It's not a real fear. The fucking guy, the landlord that committed that Islamophobic hate crime was not a Jewish person. They were a Fox News watching, right-wing radio talk show host listening, psychopathic Christian weirdo who did the Islamophobic act of violence towards that 6-year-old Palestinian child. Come on.
Affiliation with companies that support Israel.
So this is not out of the blue. We're pretty sure this is directly related.
Who were they finger pointing at but us?
Why does the world care so much about Jewish people? No hate or anything. I'm just curious as to why we protect them so much. What do you mean, dude? What the fuck? Because we're supposed to care about everyone. Hello? It's an insane question, dog. Also, read a fucking history book. Like, what are we talking about?
Us who were still on this high of violence.
Why does the world care about black people? I don't really understand. This slavery thing was like, I'm just curious. No hate, but like, why does the world care about like defending black people and like abolishing slavery? I don't really understand. I don't know. Maybe because it's fucking morally repugnant? Like, what the fuck?
Only getting this resolution passed still in high spirits just crushed us. Roseanne Barr tweeted, all the Jews should leave Davis and the rest of the school should be nuked.
What?
It was a crazy time. A general flooding of Islamophobia by the media.
Oh, she's saying like everyone that's non-Jewish deserves to get nuked. Oh, shit.
And I was dealing with like news outlets and media, and it was like the day after there was some swastikas on campus, and it was like it all blew up and became a full-time job.
Those swastikas, like who did that?
We don't even know. I think it's just some like random like white supremacist type people who just came, did it, left. We don't think it was students.
That's pretty surprising because it was very clear from their behavior towards us and their attitudes towards us that we had done some heinous crime to them and that we deserved to pay for it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. She does acknowledge it. Got it. That's cool. I mean, not on, you know.
Students who were part of the divestment movement painted swastikas on the fraternity. That's what she was hinting at. That's what she was trying to imply.
Why would we act against our interests and do that at a moment when we were, I guess, victorious? The fact that it was just so quickly.
Why would they do that when they're victorious? Also, why would they do that against their own, like who do Nazis hate more? Like, yeah, they hate Jewish people, right? They do. Nazis hate Jews. But right now, it's a fuck fest for Nazis. They don't know who they want to fucking align with in this circumstance. They're like, well, we do hate Muslims too, and Islamic immigration is really shitty. If there's one group that the American conservatives, American reactionaries, American fascists hate more than Jews, is fucking Muslims.
Tossed onto us as those who had done this. It was
not all the Nazis I've seen are jumping on the opportunity to go hard on Israel. Yeah, dude. You probably have a bunch of fucking weirdo freaks that I don't even want to give a credence to or even name, okay, in here that are taking advantage of the opportunity to act like they have valid criticisms, to mask legitimate criticisms against Israel as a way to instill anti-Semitic messaging. But we know who the fuck they are, and we don't watch them, and we don't listen to them, and we know that they're unserious and inconsistent and also fascist freaks.
Damaging. It was hugely damaging.
That was kind of our strategy. A lot of it was media-based, which is like kind of my interest in media. And I would say that's like 99% of what it means to be successful. That happened. Then there was another swastika. It was just like every day something new was happening, and I had to...
It was weird because they won.
Yeah.
So you'd think if they would win, why would they do
Exactly.
that? Yeah, it's interesting.
So, well, that was kind of our whole strategy, is we knew they were going to win.
Were you in touch with the embassy, or were you in touch with like any groups?
Pretty much all of the groups. Not the embassy, I guess our consulate.
As well as the Israeli consulate in San Francisco, Julia's anti-BDS campaign had the guidance of several pro-Israel lobby groups.
Stand With Us helped us a little bit in terms of actual research on the speech. They gave us some like legal research types.
You can be critical of Israel being genocidal without it being anti-Semitic. What they're doing is vile. Wait, you know that, you understand that like the Muslim students didn't draw a swastika, right? She's just saying she very openly used that as an opportunity to tie the Muslim students back to the swastika, which is, you know, insane because neo-Nazis hate Muslims too.
Stuff. I'm always biased and want to work with AIPAC, so they kind of helped for like moral support. And David Project helped us a little bit. It was more help like gaining contacts in like the media world. I guess we needed money to pay for somebody to film the speech. Like we had a Davis Faculty for Israel group, and like they were hugely helpful to us. They would, you know, because some of them were retired lawyers, so they'd write legal documents for us. They knew the administration. They were tenured. They had pull.
Despite the passing of the BDS motion, the governors of the university known as regents are under no obligation to abide by the students' vote.
As for that resolution to boycott Israel, well, UC Regents issued a statement saying they will not even entertain the idea.
After looking back on everything, I feel a little creepy because of what happened after the vote. People that were affiliated with the group just were smeared and had to deal with these very personal crises of the world calling us terrorists and the world thinking that we were this spiteful hate group. It's pretty unequivocal how organized they were, how brutal and ruthless that narrative was, and how it affected us in the end.
Back in Washington, our undercover reporter was attending the annual conference of the Israeli...
I don't know about neo-Nazi, but the SS had multiple Muslim divisions and had a wide range of propaganda linking their ideologies. Yeah, dude. Totally. Which is why currently, when we call someone a Nazi, we're actually talking about, you know, the Third Reich. We're literally talking about like a person who's 97 years old, like the Waffen SS guy in Ukraine who got a standing ovation. No, when someone calls someone a fucking Nazi, we are literally talking about modern day fascists, okay? And modern day fascists are the Ukrainian Nazi in Canada, sorry. And modern day fascists do not like Muslims. Shut the fuck up. There are far more fascists in Europe right now in support of Israel than there are fascists in Europe right now in support of Muslim immigration. Shut the fuck up. Bibi Netanyahu has collaborated with all of them. That's crazy to me. To act like this is not just a reality is so crazy, dude. Especially when you think about like Anders Breivik and his manifesto, or the Christchurch shooter and his manifesto and what he was trying to do. Like, who do the fucking Nazis hate more, dog? Who do you think? Are we really having a debate on fascists not liking Muslims? Yes, apparently we have to have this debate. Because there are dumb motherfuckers in here who think it's like relevant to the current situation at hand that the SS also featured like Nazi Muslims. Yeah. Hey, you know who else? Okay, if we're going to talk about collaborating with Nazis, you know who else tried to collaborate with Nazis? The Leahy Brigade. Okay? One of the most important, formative Zionist brigades also tried to collaborate with the Nazis and thought maybe the Nazis will actually give us a Jewish nation state. So does that say anything about the fucking Zionist movement? No. So shut the fuck up, dumbass. It's so stupid.
The American Council.
El Kurdo says, why never comment on what Erdogan does in Kurdish areas? I do. You just have never heard of it, or you're just in here to fucking cry and complain and act like I don't do that so you can get a fucking clip out. Talk about it all the time, actually, and have in this process, too.
The IAC's role is to connect American Jews to Israel. This year, combating BDS was top of the agenda.
I think we need to worry. The polling isn't good, and all of you probably know it. If you look at the polls, the younger you get on the demographic scales, the lower support for Israel is.
It's so funny.
It seems to be achieving its goals.
Isn't this the guy who, what's her face, had on her show? Michaela Peterson? Like, we were going to watch that video as well. That's crazy. Yeah, PragerU guy. Oh my God. So good. So nice. Next generation might actually say, well, fuck no.
Future American support for Israel. Younger people are leaving college less sympathetic to Israel than when they entered.
The lobby hope that a new partnership with Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs will become a game changer in the fight against BDS.
For years, we are trying to defeat the BDS and the delegitimization movement. We are all on the defensive, and I think we should move to the offensive, using especially cyber and internet tools to try and defeat this ugly movement.
Yeah, except, you know, you can't defeat the top of the hour ad break with cyber and internet tools. You can only defeat it by subscribing for $5 or for free at the top of the hour in order to avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I'm really honored to present my partners here, Brigadier General Sima Vakandil, the Director General of the Ministry of Strategic Affairs. Sima, please.
The fact that the Israeli government decided to be a key player means a lot, because we can bring things that usually are not existing in NGOs or civilian entities that are now enrolled in this thing. The Israeli government can look at the bigger picture and actually create this coordination and cooperation. We are the only player inside the pro-Israeli network who can actually say that he's filling the gaps.
The Israeli official described to members of the lobby the first phase of the covert war.
Ambiguity is part of our guidelines. That's why I'm not going to say anything too much about each one of the legs. The first one is intel, intelligence, or data, or information. What we've done is mapped and analyzed the whole phenomena globally, not just the United States, not just campuses, but campuses and intersectionality and labor unions and churches.
We started to establish a project called Israel Cyber Shield. This project is actually a civil intelligence unit that collects, analyzes, and acts upon the activists in the BDS movement, if it's people, organizations, or events. And we give everything we collect. We are using the most sophisticated data system, intelligence system in the Israeli market.
Yeah, they have incredible surveillance apparatus, which they sell to other countries. It's so like, I think, what was it? One is called Pegasus, where it's so over encompassing that the American government literally has told them to not use it anymore. But it doesn't even fucking matter because the American government also secretly purchases it from the Israeli government, which is wild. Many countries around the world use it. Pretty sure Pegasus hacked Jeff Bezos' phone, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's the one that foreign governments use to persecute journalists and the like. How is this not a Jewish cabal? No offense intended. There you go, 20-month subscriber. Suck my fucking cock. I'm sick and tired of this fucking Nazi bullshit. I can't wait for this fucking dickhead to go back to the mods and be like, dude, of course I was joking. Obviously, I was making fun of, like, I was sarcastically making fun of the dumbasses. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm Jewish myself, blah, blah, blah. He'll fucking say that, and he won't get fucking unbanned. You want to know why? Because you piece of shit are, at that point, a representative of my community, okay? You're a fucking piece of shit. It doesn't matter if he is being sarcastic, chatters. It doesn't matter if he's even fucking making fun of other people who have asked such stupid questions. When you're a 20-month subscriber and you write stuff like that, you know how many motherfuckers are waiting in here to take a screenshot of that and go, this is Hassan's 20-month subscriber. Look at the community he's fostered. Do you know how much I've heard that over the course of this past week? Look at Hassan's community. Look at what he's fostered. As though I haven't spent the last fucking 10 years dedicating my life to combating anti-Semitism. As though that has never been a prominent part of my commentary. Fucking unimaginable. They can't fucking get me on anything, so they now have turned their crosshairs on those in the chat. And if they can't find someone in the chat because we're fucking constantly moderating it like hawks, then they'll come in with a new account, wait 10 minutes, and write some dumb shit in the chat only to be like, look at his chat. Why are you calling him a piece of shit over and over again? It feels like you're posturing over this dude. He probably is in line with you more than those you're trying to appease with that ban. Because I don't wait. First of all, if you think that person is asking that question with sincerity, then no, he is not in line with me, and neither are you. You fucking asshole. Here, you get a perma too. Fuck you mean? Listen, brother. If you are a believer in a Jewish cabal, then you are an anti-Semitic person. It's that simple. There is no Jewish cabal. There is a cabal of capitalists. That's it. Some of them can be Jewish. Most of them are white Anglo-Saxons for the most part. But this notion that they are operating in a monolithic fashion, the Jews are operating in a monolithic fashion at the behest of Israel, is a silly anti-Semitic, nonsensical bullshit. The amount of Reddit and Twitter posts about your Discord and chat is insane. I thought you were overreacting, but holy shit, I don't think chat knows how insanely obsessed they are. Yes, dude. There are probably 700,000 messages spamming by over the course of like 3 to 4 hours, okay? And in that, if there are like 10 to 20 that someone can fucking catch before mods get to them, they will use the 10 to 20 fucking messages to be like, look at how fucking racist Hassan is, or look at how fucking anti-Semitic Hassan is, or in his community is. Look at how much they love Hamas. They'll come in here and say, while I'm like talking about fucking melted babies that the IDF engaged in, they'll come in here and be like, let's go Israel. Like they'll say shit like that, okay? And then they'll get banned because it's like very obviously being said in a way that is contentious. And then they'll turn around and go to a subreddit and be like, I just got banned from the Hassan place for the Hassan Abi chat for simply saying, let's go Israel, or for posting the Israeli flag. Well, look at these guys. They're Nazis. Yeah, you've spoken so highly of the Discord. Definitely reflects you. Exactly. I've only threatened to nuke it every fucking, and have nuked it in the past multiple times. You have to be a little bit impressed by the effort they put against you. It must mean that you actually have an impact if they feel the amount of effort is merited in countering you. No, it has nothing to do with my impact and everything to do with like how unhinged they are. It sucks. I wish they would use it for good. I wish we could unite against like common foes. You know what I mean? Like, spend some time fucking shitting on Ben Shapiro in the same way instead of cyber stalking me, you fucking freaks. Jesus Christ. Especially because a lot of these people also then say, well, we're aligned actually. But I just care more about what Hassan is saying because he's doing this as a detriment to the movement, This is the movement I care about. That's why I spend 0 time shitting on fucking Ben Shapiro in comparison to all of my days in the Hassan Abi broadcast, in his chat, in his Discord, screen recording, everything that's going on so that I can use it against him. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy. It has nothing to do with the merit that I bring to the table and everything to do with like the mania of my haters. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Take the defense activity that we're doing and make it into proactivity and offensivity.
Israel has used cyber sabotage. We suffered from intense denial of service attacks, hacking attacks on our websites. Israel decided to go on cyber warfare against BDS publicly. They said, we shall spy on BDS individuals and networks, especially in the West. We have not heard a peep from any Western government complaining that Israel is admitting that it will spy on your citizens. Imagine Iran saying it will spy on British or American citizens. Just imagine what could happen.
The Ministry of Strategic Affairs brings together this group called
Screen recording Discord is so funny. Same type of weirdo who will pose a teen online and sex and predator for months and be like, yeah, I busted this weird guy. He was sending me weird stuff for months. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're fucking weird too. Why the fuck are you presenting yourself as a teenager online? Like, you fucking weirdo. Anyway, like, well, a lot of people just like use any and everything to specifically present, to basically like attack their least favorite content creators. Is like very obvious that it has nothing to do with anything.
The Global Coalition for Israel, and it's like leading pro-Israel advocacy groups around the world. My view and the view of Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs, which we coordinate with sometimes, we communicate with sometimes, is like Europe is lost and it's basically over. And like they're turning a lot of attention now to the US because they feel we're on your path.
Can I join these? I'd love to. I don't know if you'd let me. But...
It's like a pretty sensitive conversation, but it's going well.
If China was doing this, if Iran was doing it, if Russia was doing it, there would be uproar. You would have Congress going after them, you would have hearings, you would have prosecutions. The question is, how does Israel get away with this?
It's modeled on General Stanley McChrystal's count.
Saudi Arabia gets to do it too. Come on. I mean, listen, electronic intifada is like...
Insurgency strategy
whatever.
in Iraq.
All right, I'm not going to say anything.
We've copied a lot from that strategy that has been working really well for us, actually. And one of the pieces is this operations and intelligence brief. We're using social media intelligence, a tool called Radian 6.
Every country does this to a certain degree, as best as they can. But like as far as their lobbying effort goes, our allies get to do it. Our foreign adversaries try to do it and usually fail to do it. But because Israel's existence works so perfectly in line with our goals in the region that they get to do it extra hard, more than anybody else.
Phasing that out over the next year, and we're bringing on more sophisticated technology that was developed in Israel.
An American should not be spied on by a foreign government that is able to access all this information and possibly undermine...
Is this something you should be worried about as a streamer? Bro, my life is literally fucking being cyber stalked on a daily fucking basis by a group of cyber stalkers that are significantly more diligent and more dedicated than any amount of time or effort some Israeli cyber security firm would spend. Also, I don't say anything that is like beyond the pale. I don't say anything that is unacceptable. I don't say anything that I should be ashamed of. You know what I mean? That's the other part. And also, I am marginal. I'm a marginal figure. I am not a powerful figure of influence or prominence. I'm just like a fucking dude with 27,000 live viewers right now. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of viewers. But the reality is that it's just like, it's nothing in the grand scheme of things. If you have multiple billions of dollars that you want to fucking target on ads and a propaganda machine, you would much rather ensure that... you know, you're taking out ads in the New York Times and on YouTube rather than trying to fucking stop like some random dickhead Twitch streamer.
Their ability to exercise their democratic rights in this country. So we're not dealing with amateurs. This is not an amateur work. We're dealing with a government that have a ministry at a ministerial level engaged in the systematic targeting of activists outside of its sovereign borders.
The only way it's going to stop is if, you know, somebody in the government points out this is illegal and we're not going to tolerate it. And if we do tolerate it, other countries are going to do it as well.
There's a company called Sensus, S-E-N-S-U-S. It's like very pricey though, you know. We had to raise like hundreds of thousands of dollars just for it. It's going to increase our discovery rate. We're discovering just about everything we need. It's also going to bring new sources online that we weren't able to access in an automated fashion, like message boards and we have ways to crawl message boards right now and to monitor them, but it's like disconnected from the event and activity discovery mechanism, so that we want that system to be all integrated. So we just signed the contract yesterday for them to start that work. They actually already started it. Good friends in Israel that are helping us with that.
You would think that since the United States has this special relationship with Israel and gives it so much largesse and protects it diplomatically at every turn and gives this assistance unconditionally, that the Israelis would do less spying here than other countries do. But on the contrary, what we see is that the Israelis are probably at the top of the list when it comes to foreign countries spying inside the United States.
Our investigation into Israel's covert war against BDS led Tony back to Julia Rifkind. She's American.
Dude, Saudi Arabia has so many parallels, dude. Another fucking regional power that we consider to be our most important ally. Also fucking protesting or finding protesters and activists or Shias and like, you know, participating in the assassination of these people, cooperating with social media, American social media companies that they own pieces to. Like, it's the parallels are incredible, okay? The parallels are so obvious. Fuck.
American, and her full-time job at the Israeli embassy is monitoring BDS. She summed up a typical day at the office.
Gathering intel and reporting back to Israel. That's a lot of what I do. Is report back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Strategic Affairs, and like make sure they have the right information. It's in Knesset of like what's going on here. So that's why I do a lot of like reporting. I talk to
Not nearly as successful as Israel when it comes to changing public opinion and astroturfing online spaces. Yeah, of course, because because Saudi Arabia is a Muslim country. Also, Israel didn't do 9/11, so. There's like a couple different reasons, but in the post 9/11 world, a bunch of dudes that dress like they do in Saudi Arabia are never going to be able to get Americans to go, yeah, actually, I vibe with that guy.
from tons of organizations, just trying to get the information that I could to report back and kind of like just talk through some of the issues with those people, see what their plan was, tell them maybe some ideas we've had, give them our support, the behind the scenes way.
Wow, it just looks like the state of Israel is employing little spies, and you can't take a breath without Israel hearing about it.
This lady really loves admitting to everything. Yeah, well, what the fuck is anybody gonna do? You know what I mean? It's not like this, brother. This documentary was not even allowed to be released. Like, what are we talking about? That like Electronic Intifada had to fucking release it after finding it themselves. So, like, it don't matter
about it.
That's why it was funny when that guy, the fucking Harvard professor, was like, "Wow, like I'm actually, you know, in fear that like I might lose my job over this, but like I want to grieve for Israel." And it's like, dude, come on. Like, anti-Semitism is a real problem, okay? Anti-Semitism is a real problem. Anyone that tells you that's not the case is fucking silly. They're a silly bitch. But like, you think you're gonna lose your tenureship because you support Israel? Really? On what fucking planet do you live in? Crackhead planet? What the fuck are you saying, dude? Hello? Really? You're gonna lose your tenureship at fucking Harvard for defending Israel? Are you out of your fucking mind? It's just so stupid. It's like, come on, dude. Come on. Especially ridiculous coming at the eve of like every student that basically repeated the Haaretz editorial board's piece in America are now blacklisted from like every fucking Wall Street company. Like, imagine coming out and being like, man, it's really fucked up. Like, oh shit. You know, you really can't stand with Israel nowadays. Like, what do you mean? First of all, you shouldn't be able to, okay? You shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to stand with Israel as long as it continues an apartheid regime, okay? Like, in a just world, you shouldn't be able to. You would at least have, like, the moral decency to be like, oh, I feel kind of fucked up about standing with Israel. They're kind of doing an apartheid and, like, an ethnic cleansing campaign right now in their open-air prison, right? But that's not the case. Like, that's not going to be the case in America. Oh, no, they can't work in Wall Street. Man, shut up. It's still fucking important that, like, a massive industry has been able to successfully decide, like, oh, yeah, if you put your name on it, well, you got doxxed now. If you put your name on a fucking on a document that said like the same thing that the UN Secretary General said yesterday, then you shouldn't ever be able to get hired. Like, come on, dude. Yeah, we're talking about this. Well, yeah, you can't be a teacher in Texas if you're you can't be a teacher in Texas if you're too pro-Israel. Oh, you mean you can't be a teacher in Texas if you're pro-Palestinian. Like, literally, there's a legal design for this. Israel's trying to make the UN Secretary General resign now for saying the violence of October 7th did not occur in a vacuum, which is true. Yeah. StopAntisemitism.org is awesome, though. They are pretty funny. I love them. Like, they do the... Was it Stop Anti-Semitism that, like, finds an anti-Semite of the year? And, like, they'll... Oh, here, we got anti-Semite... Anti-Semites of the week, Mahmoud Abbas. Bro, come on, dude. Dude, you are so unserious, dude. I love that. Oh, they said Mahmoud Abbas, anti-Semite of the week. Yeah, 37 states have anti-BDS laws in place to prevent public servants from being employed if they participate in BDS. Oh, that's so awesome. You know, Dua Lipa, Gigi Hadid, Bella Hadid, anti-Semites of the year. Check if you've been an anti-Semite of the week before. No, I'm too much of a fucking little fish. I'm not Mahmoud Abbas after all. It's pretty funny to put like Mahmoud Abbas on this list next to like actual fucking white supremacists. Like that's a real white supremacist, okay? Lauren Witzke, that's an actual white supremacist. This guy literally has an SS knife, actual white supremacist. Elijah Schaffer, this guy's an actual white supremacist. Like, imagine putting real fucking Nazis on a list and then Mahmoud Abbas. They named Ilhan Omar anti-Semite of the year that the Pennsylvania shooting at the synagogue happened. RFK Jr. is valid? Yeah, well, notice how I didn't say anything about that because I think it's valid too. Congratulations, Kanye. Anti-Semite of the year. Congratulations to Anuradha Mittal, chair of the board of directors for Ben & Jerry's. That's awesome because Ben & Jerry's did BDS. Dude, that's so sick. Oh, yeah, before I forget, yes, don't ever, dude. When Ben & Jerry's was like, hey, for the record, like, I think what Israel is doing is really fucked up, so we're no longer going to sell in Israel, that was the biggest, oh my God. When they pulled their ice cream out of Israel, people fucking lost their minds, okay? Also, I as far as I understand, both Ben and Jerry are Jews. But, you know, that's besides the point. Obviously, that would look stupid if you would say both Ben and Jerry are anti-Semites of the year. So they went and chose the chair of the board of directors of Ben & Jerry's, Anuradha Mittal. Oh, they didn't pull out of Israel. They just closed their factories in Israeli settlements and stopped selling in the settlements. They didn't even carry out pulling out fully. I told you this before, but my parents never got Ben & Jerry's literally because they're old school conservatives. I love that. That level of like grievances, that level of having a grievance with an ice cream, it was only some settlements, not the whole country. You're giving them too much credit. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, imagine pulling out of the settlements. That's really fucked up. Yeah, Ilhan Omar, 2019 anti-Semite of the year. But anyway, they often will like yell at Bella Hadid and will be like, Bella Hadid went to a pro-Palestine rally, which means she wants to do something worse than the Holocaust. Holocaust 2, but also permanent Holocaust around the world. Why? Because she said Palestinians are human and also went to a Palestinian rally. And it's like, dude, you're so crazy for saying that. You have lost your fucking mind, okay? Most normal people are not going to look at that, especially when Bella Hadid is like a telegenic white woman, okay? Like, she doesn't translate as like the average, look at the scary brown guy that's saying Allahu Akbar, okay? So it doesn't work that way. You will have a negative reaction because Bella Hadid is way more popular than Stop Anti-Semitism is as an institution. Anyway, both Ben & Jerry's support the company's divestment from the West Bank settlements, by the way. Yeah. Bella should condemn her kind, loving father for wanting his people to live freely. Yeah, it's really fucked up, Bella.
Julia spoke about her former days as a student. While at UC Davis, she was also an activist with AIPAC. The training she received from the most powerful arm of the pro-Israel lobby left its mark.
Wait, Bella Hadid is with Bradley Cooper, who just put his name on the pro-Israel letter? Really?
I can immediately tell when meeting with somebody where they were trying to take me. Like the way that I talk about stuff, like obviously I'm an AIPAC training camp, activist, the way they call it. So I can tell when somebody's on Stand Up Us or David Project, ICC, or Hasbara, cameras, you know.
At least their 2022 anti-Semite of the year was justified. Really well. Yeah. No. That's what I mean. They get it right sometimes. They do get it right sometimes. Like, that was perfectly valid. Which is why that's what I'm fucking frustrated by. Because, like, there are anti-Semites. Anti-Semitism is a very real problem, okay? So when you literally turn around and put, like, real anti-Semites in the spotlight, and then used that. It almost used that to like legitimize the smear of anti-Semitism against people who are not anti-Semitic for like pulling out of the fucking settlements in the West Bank, for example. It blows my goddamn mind. It's like, what are you doing? Like, you are not taking this shit seriously at all. Don't conflate like actual fucking legitimate media figures who are openly doing anti-Semitism with like Ben and fucking Jerry's. What is wrong with you? You're an unserious freak. You're an unserious freak when you do that, okay? Like, anti-Semitism is not a weapon to wield against whoever you have grievances towards. You know what I mean? It's fucking ridiculous. Like, yeah, no, they're saying what Kanye did is comparable to not denying ice cream, but pulling out of the West Bank, okay? Which, by the way, is not anti-Semitic. Like, pulling out of the West Bank is moral and just. It's what Israel should do. Bella Hadid with some cowboy guy law. Bella Hadid looks like she got a new man in her life because she was all over cowboy in Texas, stopping to pack on some PDA before crossing the street. Yeah, maybe that's why she's too busy fucking not condemning Israel's violent war crimes against Palestinians.
The commands that she has been given by
Too busy
these
kissing cowboys in
Israeli
Texas.
organizations, and she follows it really well.
I pretty much, all my friends work at AIPAC, all of them. So whenever we have events at the embassy, and there's like, oh, we should invite AIPAC people. It's like a joke that like, obviously I'm gonna be the one to like write all the emails down. So whenever they're like, we have to submit names and like lists for events, mine's like.
Don't worry, at Harvard, this is president of Accuracy in Media. Accuracy in Media uses citizen activism to expose media bias, corruption, and public policy failings. And immediately you look at it and it's like followed by Charlie Kirk, Russia Today, and 5 others you know. Okay, immediately I know everything I need to know about Accuracy in Media. This guy, Adam Gillette, who's the president of Accuracy in Media, says, don't worry, at Harvard, we haven't forgotten about the anti-Semites on your campus. Starting today, Accuracy in Media will visit them with billboards at their homes. Then they can explain to their neighbors why they don't like the Jews. As always, we'll never share private addresses. I need you to understand something. This is fucking insane, okay? This is fucking insane. You don't get to this level, dude. You don't, like, how dare you, okay? How dare you think you can do this? Who the fuck do you think you fucking are? And the irony here is that, like, if you don't have to smoke for actual white supremacists, dog. You don't have to smoke for actual fucking Nazis, okay? You only have this for people, for students who had the audacity to say that they're pro-Palestinian. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but what a fucking freak, dude. I don't want to see the blowback for this would be plastering the students' face on billboards. They already did that. They had like literal fucking cars roaming around campus. Anyway, I wanted to show all of this to you because a lot of people have their own pet projects, right? And they don't give a fuck about what's going on in Palestine. They do not give a fuck about what's going on towards Israelis. They're just using this as an opportunity to fucking launch a campaign of violence and harassment and threaten and want to threaten them because they just have like different opinions. AIM pushed the Vince Foster conspiracy theories. AIM criticized reporting about the El Mozote massacre in El Salvador. Wait. AIM supported the Vietnam War, Accuracy in Media, blamed the media bias for the U.S. loss in the war. During the Reagan administration, they criticized reporting about the El Mozote massacre in El Salvador. During the Clinton administration, AIM pushed the Vince Foster conspiracy theories. During the George W. Bush administration, AIM accused the media bias against the Iraq War. Again, yeah, the media is yeah, I mean, they're just like, this is just another fucking psychotic right-wing conspiracy theory cutout that is playing a role in the radicalization and the brainwashing of your fucking grandparents. I lost the Themasius playlist. Does anyone have it? Someone send it to me. Thank you, Weeby. Anyway, we haven't even fucking talked about anything from the playlist today. I've jumped from thing to thing to thing, and it's like 5 hours and 45 minutes.
There are growing calls for a humanitarian pause in the fighting between Israel and Hamas so that adequate aid can be let into Gaza. Israel has allowed food and water and medicine into the territory, but isn't allowing fuel supplies over fears they'll end up in the hands of Hamas. The U.S. Secretary...
That's a fucking disgusting way to cover this, dude. No, just say it like it is. They're doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, okay? And they're using Hamas is a justification for their endless ethnic cleansing campaign. But of course,
State Antony Blinken has proposed a temporary lull in hostilities. The war between Israel and Hamas is having repercussions in every corner of this volatile region. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Knell reports.
The slow trickle of aid. Just 8 lorries carrying water, food and medicine made their way into Gaza last night. But what's not getting in is fuel. Hospitals are struggling.
I skipped the rest of the lobby thing because it's too boring. It's too much.
Here, medics use their phones to light the way as a patient arrives, as there's no fuel for generators, and they're overwhelmed by casualties. Israel has banned fuel from entering the territory, saying Hamas, designated as a terrorist group by many Western governments, including the UK, may use it for military purposes. The UN agency, which looks after Palestinian refugees, has warned it could stop its operation in Gaza as soon as tonight without it.
If we do not get more fuel into Gaza, we as UNRWA, the largest aid agency in Gaza, will not be able to carry out any humanitarian operations.
With plenty of aid building up in Egypt, there's frustration about the sluggish relief effort.
This is one of the WHO truck loaded with the needed urgent needs for patients inside Gaza. There is a trauma kits, there is medicine and drugs, there is a disposable, which is much needed now to treat the patient and to manage casualty inside Gaza.
This baby was rescued by an emergency cesarean after yesterday's bombing in Khan Yunis. Its mum, Naveen Abu Oda, is fighting for her life. Her husband, a UN worker, was killed, and another 5 family members. There's been a big jump in the death toll, with official Palestinian figures showing many hundreds killed in the past 24 hours. At the UN, the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said the bombardment and blockade of Gaza violated international law, as did the use of civilians as human shields by Hamas.
I'm deeply concerned about the clear violations of international humanitarian law that we are witnessing in Gaza. Let me be clear, no party to an armed conflict is above international humanitarian law.
But diplomatic efforts continue. Now international calls are mounting for a humanitarian pause in fighting, with the US proposing a temporary lull in hostilities short of a formal ceasefire. And while Israel's war with Hamas is raging, there are other fronts heating up. Thousands of troops are now gathering on Israel's northern border with Lebanon, and there were strikes in neighbouring Syria overnight. It adds to the fears that what's happening in Gaza will create wider regional turmoil. Yolande Knell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
And let's cross live now to Yolande, who's in Jerusalem. Yolande, as you mentioned there, the Israeli government is pushing back against calls for a pause or a ceasefire in this conflict. But how are people there in Israel reacting to these calls from the international community?
I mean, this is all being covered extensively in the Israeli media, as you would imagine. But really, it's the Israeli military that has sort of been leading the efforts here and been talking about how Hamas in the past has diverted fuel that has gone to the UN for its own military infrastructure. So when it comes to a pause in hostilities so that aid can get in particular fuel, people are saying, well, you know, this is something that Hamas has a responsibility here. I mean, it's very interesting because the last few days there have been constant questions about when a ground invasion might begin. It does seem that the US is putting pressure on Israel to hold off on that at the moment and is now...
I think the real reason why the U.S. is putting pressure on Israel is because they think, by their assessment, that, like, you know, they're going to get fucking... They're going to withstand a tremendous number of casualties. The IDF, I mean. Why does Israel have bad relations with Iran? I love you, man. Thank you for asking that question. I don't know where to begin, okay? We're just going to move on. There have been a lot of chatters who I think are asking questions in goodwill because they're genuinely just like Oh, I saw this as well. This is an insane drop by Middle East Eye, not independently verified in a single source, but if this is true, it could be absolutely horrific. I didn't cover it because, like, I don't know how real this is. But Israel will flood Hamas tunnels with nerve gas under U.S. Navy supervision. I don't know how real that is, especially because the hostages are in those tunnels, so they would be killing those hostages. No shot. Also, a lot of people don't know this, but, or I guess they don't know this, but those tunnels have ventilation. It's not like those tunnels don't have ventilation. They have ventilation. Notice how I don't care that nerve gas is illegal, which as many chatters are pointing out, because I don't think that America or Israel cares about what is illegal and what's not illegal, okay? It's just not, that's not a thing. Please stop. I don't think that the United States would use nerve gas. You say Hannibal Director or the Samson option or whatever, but like, I don't think the United States would do that. No shot. Saudi Arabia gassed the catacombs when the mosque was overrun to end the siege. This has been done before. Vietnam countered the chemical warfare in tunnels by filling the entrance of the tunnel with water. I don't know. There's not enough evidence here. And also, they used chemical weapons in Vietnamese tunnels. Why wouldn't they here? Because it's 2023. And also, the other thing I wanted to explain here is that it is 300 miles of tunnels that have been built. 300 miles. I do not know the math of how long it would take to pump those tunnels full of gas. I don't think that you'd be able to do that. Meta is saying the Ion Palestine account was hacked and they're trying to contact the account owners. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. They probably clicked the phishing link. I've been getting phishing links nonstop, claiming that my account has been hacked from Tel Aviv ever since I started talking about Israel since October 7. I keep getting emails saying, like, they make it seem like it's a very old phishing maneuver. It's happened to me before, but this time around, I keep getting emails saying, here's someone who signed into your X account from Tel Aviv, from Twitter support, yeah, that kind of thing. And it's, of course, a phishing expedition. That's it. That's what it is. Can you show us one of these emails? Here. You want to see? Let me download it. Hold on. Here, you want to see? Here. On. Go. Here. I screenshotted it. It's from x@accountwarning.com. For those of you who don't know, that's a really good way to figure out a phishing campaign. This is not the first time this has happened to me, and it won't be the last, of course. If you want to understand, you have to immediately look at, here, I'll highlight it for you. First, it says new login. It doesn't even say someone's trying to access your account. It just says, we noticed a login for your account from a new device. This is exactly how you would get an email. It's the exact same email that you would get if you got an unauthorized login. Now, you need to understand something here, okay? Why did they say Tel Aviv? I don't know. Location is approximate based on login's IP address. But anyway, so one thing you have to pay attention to, the only thing that is wrong here is this. This is from x@accountwarning.com. That is incorrect. There is no accountwarning.com. That's not what it would come from. It would actually come from x.com, most likely, or twitter.com, most likely. So it's something that you have to be careful of. It's something that you have to be mindful of. It's a good fish. I respect it. It made me do a double take. I've had way worse ones than this one. I'll tell you that much. It's called The Domain. Yeah. But yeah, October 18th, 7 days ago, new login. If you don't know whether it's real or not, look up the phone number of the company and call them. That works 100% of the time. I mean, that's something you could do as well. But like I said, I like that in this one it says, like, you know, if this wasn't you can ignore this message. There's no need to take any action. Like, it's so perfectly crafted where it's just like, hey, guess what? You know, someone from Tel Aviv is logged on. Wait, what? I got this email. It was addressed to you. This is no joke, lol. Oh, do you run a fan account or something? Need your powerful voice. Bring them home. I'm reaching out to you on behalf of a global collective of agencies, influencers, and content creators who are coming together to raise awareness about the difficult situation in Israel. As you're aware, the people of Israel are currently fighting not just the war against Hamas terrorism at home, but also in the battle to tell their story to the world. During these times, your voice is needed. Our group has created a library of explainer videos that can be used directly on your platforms with the hashtag Hamas is ISIS or hashtag Stand with Israel. Top influencer creators already supported: Kim Kardashian, Madonna, Gal Gadot, Casey Neistat, Amy Schumer, Kylie Jenner, Jerry Seinfeld, and many others. Your voice can help make people more aware of the truth of what's happening in Israel and the war against terrorism. That's wild that they got Kardashians on it. Like, Israel was literally helping do ethnic displacement against Armenians, like, literally last week. That is crazy. Okay? Like, that's crazy. Fucking imagine being Kim Kardashian and be like, I am the #1 champion of Armenian rights. And then, like, the next week being like, actually, the #1 helper of Armenians being displaced by the hundreds of thousands. That state, I love them doing the same thing to the Palestinians. At least they admit you have a powerful voice. Yeah. What? A big YouTuber found a fan in Gaza? Oh, yeah. I don't want to watch that. Someone said the Eye on Palestine account was hacked. And I think that is probably what happened. That's probably way more likely than Meta taking them down. Bro, Kim posted pics of Armenian graves after fighting between Armenians and Azerbaijanis. Next week she posts pro-Israel. She probably doesn't know that Israel was helping Azerbaijan. I don't think. Do you think Israel has reached out to Aiden Ross to ask for his support? Yeah.
I'll come out with
Israel IDF running ads on kick.com next to just like Groyper Himmler. Groyper Himmler 1488 today is discussing whether the Holocaust was real or not. And then there's an ad running next to it from the fucking IDF. That entire fucking website, dude. Holy shit. You know, people talk a lot about Palestinian activists being anti-Semitic, and yet, you know, I don't hear them screaming from their mountaintops about fucking Kick.tv, okay? For a while on Kick, the most prominent content creators on the fucking platform straight up had out and about open neo-Nazis, dude. Wait, the idea of really advertising Kick? No, I'm joking.
With this new line about a sort of temporary lull, not a full-on ceasefire, in order for aid to get into the people who really need it.
And how likely...
This headline is unhinged. Turkey's leader lashing out at Israel defends Hamas. It's not unhinged. It is true. Erdogan did say, this headline is not unhinged. This headline is 100% correct. As much as I want to shit on New York Times for bias, this is not a biased headline. This is an accurate assessment of the events that took place yesterday. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, gave a speech to the parliament. In the speech, he said Israel is committing massacres, which is true in Gaza, and everyone clapped. And then I don't know if he got really heated in that moment or what happened. If you watch the video, it's like kind of funny where he's just like absolutely correct, and then he goes, "Hamas are not terrorists; they're mujahideen." They're mujahid, and they're actually warriors.
İsrail'e ve dünyaya sesleniyorum.
He says, this is my voice that I'm lending, I guess I'm yelling at Israel and the world.
Toplantılar yapıyorlar.
They're doing meetings.
Yaptıkları toplantıda
in the last
yine
meeting,
bir araya geldiler. Tüm
they got
Batı,
together, the entirety of the West.
Hamas'ı bir terör örgütü olarak görüyor.
And the entirety of the West said Hamas is a terror cell. We see it as a terror cell.
Şimdi buradan sesleniyorum.
Now I'm speaking out from here against Israel.
Sen bir örgüt olabilirsin.
You can be a group.
Çünkü bu Batı'nın sana borcu çok.
Because the West owes you so much.
Ama Türkiye'nin sana borcu yok.
But he rhymed it actually. Batı'nın sana borcu çok ama Türkiye'nin sana borcu yok. Whereas the West owes you so much. I think. Wait, is he saying that against Hamas? Wait, hold on.
Çünkü bu Batı'nın sana borcu çok. Terör örgütü olarak görüyor. Şimdi buradan sesleniyorum. Ey İsrail, sen bir örgüt olabilirsin.
Oh, he's saying to Israel, you might have a group, right? And the West owes you a lot.
Çünkü bu Batı'nın sana borcu çok.
The West owes you a lot.
Ama Türkiye'nin sana
But
borcu
Turkey
yok.
owes you nothing. And then everybody gets up and starts clapping, and they're like, damn, he's spitting. To which point, like, yeah, örgüt is organization. Yeah, he's saying, like, he's literally saying, like, listen, the West owes you a lot, but we don't owe you shit. Okay? And everybody gets up, but wait for it. In that, I don't know if this was a heat of the moment line or he just like rehearsed this already. I don't know if he got like real fucking fired up here because everyone's clapping. But his follow through, yeah, they're saying Türkiye seninle gurur duyuyor, which is a common chant. It means, Turkey is proud of you.
Ve Hamas bir terör örgütü değil.
He says Hamas is not a terror organization.
Topraklarını ve vatandaşlarını koruma mücadelesi.
Hamas is an organization dedicated to defending its land and defending its people.
Evet, bir kurtuluş ve bir mücahitler grubu.
And it says it is Hamas works for freedom. Like Hamas works for liberation. Hamas works for freedom, and it is a Mujahideen group. Now, why is this important? Okay, he said, I'm not condemning Hamas. I'm actually on board with it. I ride with them. I die for them. Okay, I mean, I'm saying that part. He didn't. I'm exaggerating. He didn't say that. Okay, why is this important? Does he consider PKK a terrorist org? Yes, he does. So that's one inconsistency right there. The second inconsistency also is that he is a fucking NATO leader. Okay, he's wilding out. He's wilding out. Like, there are appropriate ways to talk about Hamas or appropriate ways to talk about Palestinian liberation. The reason why he's going heavy-handed with it right here is because he also is like the leader of the Islamic world. You know what I mean? Or at least presents himself as such. Now, there are different factions within Hamas, like the Gaza Health Ministry or the organizational capacity of Hamas, like its form of governance, okay, that are not related to not necessarily not related, but like that operate independently from the Al-Qassam brigades. It's like the difference between, as we talked about before, the American Health Department or the National Institute of Science or National Institute of Health versus like the DoD. Okay, yes, they collaborate, but ultimately they're operated by entirely different people and work at the behest of entirely different goals. As far as Hamas's existence goes, the reason why he is going above board and saying, like, I stand with Hamas is not because he necessarily cares about Palestinian liberation. It's because he wants to present himself as a leader of Islam, of global Islam. That's it. Erdogan, before this moment, I feel, had never really been so outspoken against Israel. Like, he's always shit on Israel. He's always yelled at Israel, but simultaneously, while doing so, he's also maintained its trade relationships with Israel, training programs with the IDF and the like. You forgot 1 minute. Of course not. Of course not. I think this is an important change of pace. It's an important change of pace specifically because I think that just like Russia, Turkey sees a multipolarity as the future and want to maintain themselves as like regional leaders that have a stake in what happens in the region, that have a say in what happens in the region. I think that's what it is. I think that's the reason why you hear a lot of chirping coming out of Vladimir Putin, for example, talking about how he cares about the liberation of Palestinians. That's what I think is going on here. O Türkiye desene, niye Türkiye? Türkiye demiyorum çünkü alışmışım, ağzıma alışmışım, amına koyayım İngilizce öğrenirken, ne yapayım? Salak mısın? Türkçe konuşurken Türkiye demiyoruz herhalde. Allah Allah. Are these not just empty words soon? Isn't the contract going to end in NATO soon? Can you explain to me? I do not think America would ever allow Turkey to leave NATO peacefully and gracefully. I don't think America would ever want Turkey to leave NATO. What are you talking about? One does not simply leave NATO. What do you mean? The fuck? The West Economic Corridor purposely excluded Turkey. This posture could give him power to control where the U.S. trade routes that are supposed to go so they can compete with Chinese Belt and Road. Son olarak o değişti. Türkiye Cumhuriyeti globalde Türkiye yerine Türkiye denilmesini talep ediyor. Biliyorum. You say Erdogan voters are pro-Israel though, right? No. Erdogan voters, maybe, like people who hate Erdogan. There are nationalists, ultra-nationalists, and even liberals who despise Arabs due to the Syrian migration, the Syrian refugees that Erdogan brought into the country. And there's so many different conflicting values here. Okay? It's everything I say will mostly be reductive, but there are a lot of Turks that hate being compared to Arabs, and there is like a Turkic supremacist attitude there. That's one aspect of it. Most people also think that Turks are Arabs, which is why they get very mad, because they're not. And basically, the other reason is that like there's been a shift in attitudes where the liberal side has become less tolerant of Syrian refugees and think that like Erdogan is specifically Arabizing. Is that the word? Arabification, engaging in the Arabification of like Turkey, moving towards developing Arabization. Yes. Moving towards more Arab involvement and Arab leadership, like from Gulf states, and getting money directly from Gulf leaders. And Turks don't like that. Like a lot of liberal Turks do not like that. Liberal Turks have always taken pride in Turkey being like a Western adjacent nation. That's like it's like a Kemalist. It's a Kemalist principle. A lot of the reforms that occurred in the inception of the modern Turkish nation state were directly Kemalist principles that implemented forced secularization, and the Latin alphabet was utilized. There was a hat revolution, a surname revolution. So a lot of liberals consider that. Consider the Arabization to be moving in the opposite direction, especially because it's like tied with Islamist conservatism as well, right? Hat revolution, yes. And surname revolution, that's what it's called. What do you mean? Yes. So they want you to explain what the hat revolution is. No more fezzes and hijabs. Instead, Turks are to wear Western hats. It was like a modernization effort. I do think that the fezzes are sick. Hicab banlamadı, o 1980'den sonra geldi. Well, I mean, it wasn't like a full-blown hijab ban. Fez looked cozy, not gonna lie. Saw them in Indiana Jones as a kid and felt cool. Yeah. So, anyway, basically, yeah, the alphabet changed from Arabic letters to the Western Latin alphabet and the like. And Erdogan, in an effort to do what is best served for Erdogan, has engaged in social conservatism while simultaneously portraying himself as the leader of the global Islamic movement. And this is yet another indication of such. So although liberals and ultra-nationalists are very much anti-Arab and I would say pro-Israel, Erdogan has found himself in the midst of this like very weird coalition where you have literally like pro-Kurd TKP, Turkish Communist Party supporters that are like PFLP supporters in Palestine and DFLP supporters in Palestine. side by side with Islamists who are supporters of Hamas and Islamic Jihad. This is like a very weird moment in Turkish politics where the liberals and the social democrats, well, I wouldn't even say social democrats, but where the liberals are pro-Israel, and there is a marginal coalition there. It's not all too significant. The overwhelming majority, of course, are pro-Palestinian, and that pro-Palestinian side is literally picks aspects of like the pro-Palestinian side picks aspects that range from like the Turkish Communist Party, which are no fans of Erdogan at all, right? All the way to the more fundamentalist, more Islamist sides of the Turkish population. Very interesting situation. Israel has united factions that have warred against one another for a very long time in Turkey. You also have to factor in the fact that Turks are very militarist and they see every soldier as their son, Mehmetçik. So any militarist movement towards a terrorist organization is supported regardless of the humanitarian aspect. Bro thinks he's Turkish. True. Feels like we've moved past ideologies and just brutal pragmatism, not just in Turkish government. I think that there are a lot of people around the world. No, the ultranationalist Turks don't live in Berlin. Those are the Erdogan Turks. Ultranationalists are the fucking JJJ, the MHP supporters, and more, and beyond MHP, as a matter of fact. But originally, MHP supporters. Okay, the Grey Wolves. In Berlin, a lot of the Turkish supporters of Erdogan are Islamist supporters of Erdogan. They're not ultranationalists. Felix Biederman en büyük milliyetçimiz avu. Yeah. Why is that a Chapo meme? Funny. Salak yabancılar Erdoğancıların milliyetçi olduğunu sanıyor. Erdoğancılar siyasal İslamcıdır. Milliyetçilerin oyu İyi Parti ve Zafer Partisi'ne kaymaya devam ediyor. Kemalist olsa seni de ülkeye almaz bu arada. Atatürk dediğin adam Türkçü milliyetçi. Sovyetler Birliği'nin çökeceğini ve ilgi ve odağın Orta Asya'da olmasının gerekliliğinden bahsediyor. Biraz günümüz dünyasıyla beraber fazla bile kaçabilir Atatürk'ün bazı yazdığı şeyler. Bahse girelim, ülkenin minimum %75'i sığınmacı istemiyor. Kürtler bile sevmiyorsa Türkiye'ye gelen o sığınmacılarda bir problem vardır. KK ilk gün Hamas tarafındaydı. Şu anda İsrail tarafında açıklama yapan yok. Ümit Özdağ ince ve RTE dengeli açıklama yaptı başta. Şimdi RTE değişti, taraf seçti. I wonder why. That's actually interesting because people are saying that Erdogan originally made very a measured response. It could be because other political Islamists in Turkey have been openly in support of Palestinians way more than Erdogan. So maybe he wanted to like capture the attention when he saw the population, because it is a very popular cause in Turkey. So maybe that's the reason. I don't know. But what I do know is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break and I forgot to run it, so I'm running it now. Also, here's some good news. Gördüm Ahmet Davutoğlu'nun Hamas propaganda videosunu. Ford and United Auto Workers reach a tentative labor deal. Sources close to the matter says an important first step in ending the unprecedented strike. That's really cool. That's happening. Dumb Cuba. Why does the TKP explicitly include Marxist-Leninists in the name? What do you mean? They're communists. Is Turkey kind of like America in its secularity? Like, do you have the equivalent of Muslim Trump evangelicals too? I mean, I guess like Erdogan and Saadet Partisi or like other they do kind of have that a little bit. Okay, let's continue.
What do you think that is? Because over the last few weeks, we've seen a lot of support, especially from Western governments, the United States, the UK, for Israel's position. But now there seems to be a difference when it comes to the humanitarian situation that's unfolding right now in Gaza. So what is the Israeli government likely to do now?
I mean, certainly what we're seeing is a lot of international pressure on Israel. It has ruled out itself any idea of a ceasefire in recent days, but maybe this new language of a temporary lull, which the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken sort of made clear would be just in order for aid to get in to meet responsibilities for civilians. I mean, there's been a lot of diplomatic talk in the past 24 hours about obligations under international law when it comes to protecting civilians, saying that both Hamas is hiding behind them, using them as human shields, but also this very intense Israeli bombardment that is seeing a really very high civilian death toll. According to the local health authorities in Gaza, more than 700 people killed in one day yesterday. And that was the biggest jump we'd seen so far in the death toll. And these are just really, shocking images that are going out, that people are looking at all around the world of children who are being killed in Gaza in particular. The widespread destruction that is taking place. And yes, calls are growing internationally for just some end to the hostilities, even if it's a temporary end. Others have been calling Russia and the Arab countries for a full-on ceasefire, but just to have some kind of lull to let the aid in there.
And just to explain for our viewers what's happening there at the Rafah crossing. So this is the only essentially open border into Gaza, on the border between Gaza and Egypt. But Israel does have a lot of oversight in terms of what can get in and out.
That's correct. So, yes, this is the only crossing which is not operated by Israel. And Israel has said until its hostages come out of Gaza, more than 200 people who are being held by Hamas, it will not open its crossings again. So Egypt is the only option for now. There is plenty and plenty of aid that has been building up inside Egypt, flown in from around the world. But a huge sort of disappointment and surprise at how slow that aid is coming into Gaza.
It's a disappointment, but I wouldn't say it's a surprise. Like, I find it rather odd. That we have this we cover Israel like it's a fucking naturally occurring phenomena. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Piers Morgan asks Turkey leader, how do you get rid of Hamas? Turkey leader Cenk Uygur. Fucking TikTok, baby. Let's go.
Lorry loads yesterday, and it was expected that there would be a bigger convoy. Even then, it's still a fraction of what used to go into Gaza on a daily basis just to meet people's ordinary daily needs. So what the mechanism, we haven't really got full details of the oversight that Israel has, but we know that there are extremely stringent security checks on everything that's going in. And we've seen prior to the Rafah crossing opening, several times Israel actually bombed the area in airstrikes around the Rafah crossing. So it's made it very clear that it can stop supplies going in if it doesn't have those security checks carried out.
And Yolande, this is shaping up to be a critical next few hours, according to the UN and aid agencies, saying that they might have to halt their operations in Gaza because of a lack of fuel. What are we hearing about the situation in Gaza now as this deadline, essential deadline, approaches?
Yeah, there have been warnings for days about how fuel supplies were dwindling, and what's actually happened is
how does Israel dictate Rafah crossing? One, by bombing it, and two, by being Israel, the dominant power in the fucking area, an extension of the United States of America. Egypt is not a very rich country, okay? What the fuck are they gonna do if they have to listen to whatever the fuck Israel says?
Is UNRWA. It's the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, and because most of the 2.3 million people living in Gaza are classed as refugees, so UNRWA has for a long time been supporting them. It has the biggest footprint of any of the UN agencies in the Gaza Strip, so it's now been leading humanitarian operations, and it's been going to its own fuel reserves, what it had, and working its way through them, sending small amounts around to hospitals, trying to keep things going in their generators as much as possible. But now it's saying that fuel is completely going to run out. That means no fuel for the hospitals, which is, of course, a huge problem, as we've been hearing, but also fuel is essential for other things. They're saying just to kind of have fuel for the cars so that they can have their UN workers get from place to place in the Gaza Strip. And then also fuel could be used, if it came in, to run the water desalination plants. It could be used to pump away sewage. This is something extremely important with so many people living in very overcrowded conditions that can easily become unsanitary. So really, fuel is important to so many operations, but Israel remains extremely concerned that any fuel that would go to Hamas, and it's been saying Hamas still has support.
This guy, he's here to say, hearts weep for Gaza, but we cannot let Hamas continue. Yeah, which is why we keep killing more children.
As part of efforts to recover more than 200 hostages taken by Hamas, Israel is also dropping leaflets into Gaza asking for information about where those people might be held. And Israel is saying Hamas is still trying to send militants across the border. Deborah Pata visited a kibbutz where people are haunted by the events of October 7th. She is now in the Israeli city of Ashkelon. Deborah, good morning.
Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Like, you're bombing them. Like, here's why this is so insane, okay? Of course he's going to rip it in half. You're bombing them. Did you address the supposed fuel tanks found in Gaza? Why wouldn't Israel let fuel in if they already supposedly have tons of fuel? Do you think those fuel tanks are real? What do you think, dude? Of course I think those fuel tanks are not real. They're not full of fuel. You think Israel would let like 500,000 liters of fuel just sit there if Hamas had access to it? Get the fuck out of here. Those are empty tanks, okay? It's insane. It's insane that like they post shit like this and then people actually take it seriously. I've never seen so stupid propaganda in my life. This is the fuel reservoir located near the crossing that feeds Gaza electricity and power plant, and it's empty because Hamas, if it has any fuel, would definitely hide it in plain sight. Why don't you bomb it? Are you collaborating with Hamas? Exactly. Just think about that. Do you think Israel, that is like killing little fucking babies, little children, Israel is like nuking the shit out of the Gaza Strip? You think they're just like letting this much fuel sit there? Are you out of your fucking mind? Exercise a little bit of critical thinking and you will come to this conclusion that once again, the Israeli government is fucking lying. And they're not even doing a good job with their lies. Like, it's just, they rarely ever have to. They just go, they said Allahu Akbar. That's fucking scary, right? Look at these scary Arabs. Look at these scary Arabs. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. And that's all they need to fucking do over and over again. Anyway. Also, between fucking Hamas and the IDF, like, if we're talking about who's closer to ISIS, I don't know. One side has fucking killed ISIS leaders and has engaged in actual violence against ISIS. The other side, not so much. So I don't know. I wonder which side is which. Well, let me clue you in. It's not the fucking Muslims that are on the side of ISIS. Hamas sympathizer? Yeah, okay, brother. Yeah, when you got nothing else, you just go Hamas sympathizer, dude.
Good morning to you, Nate. Now, near frontline border towns like here in Ashkelon, where we are right now, Israeli tanks and troops en masse awaiting orders for an expected ground invasion, but that seems to have been held up.
In the absence of a ground invasion kicking off, those living in kibbutz communities near Gaza are not taking any chances after waiting hour after agonizing hour for Israeli soldiers to come to their rescue on October 7.
We had no time to think.
Imri Budin is part of a 6-man self-defense unit protecting Kibbutz Re'im, which is just 3 miles from the fence dividing Israel from the Gaza Strip. Prior to Hamas's unprecedented attack, his semi-automatic rifle lay gathering dust in a safe.
And all what you need is to hold them 8 minutes, 20 minutes until the army come and take care.
You know what's wild about this? Like, this is going to lead to fucking so much more crossfire. It's going to lead to, like, the idea of literally shooting these guys thinking that it's Hamas again. Like, Hamas is fucking coming through the kibbutzim again.
This is what we practice on, to be the first squad to delay everything in a few minutes.
But on October 7, Budin and his tiny squad had to hold off Hamas militants for nearly 6 hours before the defense force reached them. The men told us they now patrol the kibbutz daily to protect it, while the more than 500 residents living there have been evacuated to a town miles away. Prior to the attack, he said there would be an exchange of fire between Gaza and Israel several times a year. Now, as we saw, it is almost daily.
Yes, let's go to the shelter there. Yeah.
Okay, we're just going to go to the shelter. It's getting a little noisy here.
Go there.
Inside.
The men told us they won't feel safe until Hamas has been destroyed. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, Israeli officials swore revenge. vowing to decimate Hamas through a full-scale ground invasion.
Now, that ground invasion appears to have been complicated with the hope that more of the over 200 hostages captured by Hamas will be freed after the release of 4 women this past.
Imran Khan
Israeli force killed Palestinians in
has
several operations.
more about the operations that took place in the Kalandia refugee camp in the occupied West Bank.
Between 3 and 3:30 in the morning, around 30 Israeli soldiers mounted a raid in Kalandia refugee camp. This is the Al Batil house. A number of those soldiers actually came up these stairs and they simply was just smashing everything that they could see. You can see this cupboard has been upturned. They then moved into this part of the house where they broke the door down. That's actually Tasneem. She was in her room. Assalamu alaikum. She's obviously very, very quiet. She was in her room. This is her room here. Now, the Israelis threw a sound grenade. Now, I've seen these sound...
It's just... I mean, it's cute that she's just like so unfazed by all of this, you know what I mean? But also, how awful, dude. How fucking devastating. How awful.
Sound grenades several times being used outside. When they go off in the open air, they have this thunderous noise. You can just imagine how loud it was when it's in an enclosed space. They also kicked down this door and they were trying to look for Mutassim Al Batil. He was actually in a different room. Let me just take you here. But before we do that, do we know why your brother was arrested? Did the Israelis tell you anything?
I don't know why they detained him. They came in quite violent. They attacked and beat us for no reason. Some 50 soldiers were here. It's a small place, and the kids were here.
It's actually fairly standard for that to happen. The Israelis very rarely on the day tell them why they're picking somebody up. After all of that happened, they came in here, and this is where Mutassim was actually sleeping. They completely upturned the bedroom here. They actually took his mobile phone, and they took him away as well. Now, I'm going to take you outside in just a moment, but before I do that, I just want to leave you with this very quick thought. Some 1,400 people have been arrested since October the 7th here in the occupied West Bank. That's just in the occupied West Bank alone. After they arrested Mutassim from the house, the Israelis actually walked up this road and they shot their way out of Kalandia refugee camp. Now, you can see here, they're still using these sound grenades and they ran, basically walked up this street, still firing actually into the car. There's another bullet hole in that car there. Now, these raids are taking place in multiple locations on almost a nightly basis. 1,400 people have been arrested so far. 103 people have been killed. Imran Khan, Al Jazeera, Kalandia refugee camp.
The UN.
Hi, I'm Dunya Ashur. I'm 23. I live in Gaza. We evacuated home last week on Friday. I live in Tel Hawa. I lost my house.
Why did they take the guy though? Fuck if I know. He's Palestinian. That's it. I mean, there are more than 11,000 Palestinians in Israeli prison, and the overwhelming majority of them are locked away for literally nothing. Okay? For the crime of being Palestinian. These guys, I don't know. Maybe he fucking posted and he said Palestinian people are human. Maybe he said that. I don't know. Not even he is Muslim. That's all it took, brother. That's not, you don't need to be Muslim. You just need to be Palestinian. You can be Christian and they'll still fuck you up. Like, it sounds, I was thinking about this a lot. Like, in a weird way, I think that Israeli crimes are so fucking gross and vile in their mistreatment of Palestinians that, like, to the oblivious person who is, like, clued in on anti-Semitism for understandable reasons, they should be, right? But completely oblivious to those crimes, if you come in here and you're like, well, I know about anti-Semitism and I know how people lie about Jews, okay, to like garner support against Jews, right? It's understandable for you to immediately assume like, holy fuck, there's no way these guys, there's no way Israel is this brutal. You must be lying. This must be blood libel. Like, that's why I always urge people to go read and to see it with their own two eyes so they get a better understanding. You're not Jewish, so you're not one of us. People do the same shit everywhere since forever. He's Palestinian, so he's connected or knows something about Hamas. Yeah. Sarcasm. It's like the crimes themselves are so fucking heinous that if you are oblivious to that reality, then but you are aware of anti-Semitism and how anti-Semitism festers, it's understandable for you to go, oh, dude, like this is probably anti-Semitic. This is probably anti-Semitism at play here. There's no way that the most moral army would be so fucking violent and ruthless.
My mom lost her workplace. I managed to save my dog, but unfortunately I couldn't save my 3 cats. When we came here, we only had my dad's car, so we couldn't take my sister and her husband, so they stayed at home. And we came here, I don't know, the situation is really bad. There's no water, electricity. I don't eat, so I won't go to the bathroom. Nothing, I guess nothing after this war is the same. And I don't know if I'm the next one to leave, to die. It's really hot in here. We split. My mom and my dad, they sleep in the car. My sister, my husband, and her husband sleep here, and I sleep in the class. There are 30 people in the class. I just want people to know what it's like here. Just keep sharing what it's like here, to know that it's alright to resist. And I guess this is how we resist. And it's our land, from the river to the sea. Let's not forget.
All right, here it is. Mike Johnson has won the election to become the next House Speaker. Here's the full coverage. Mike Johnson also has a long laundry list of insane things that he has said and done. From what I understand, he's a young earth creationist, which I think is pretty fucking cool.
$1,000 is what I was just offered to pledge my support to Israel. This Zionist organization emailed me this.
Dude, I see a lot of this stuff. I don't know if this is real or not, okay? But I guess maybe. They even reached out to my fucking, they reached out to my fan accounts. DNC posted a cringe TikTok. I guess he wrote this.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, and then I see the look in your eyes. Turn around, bite eyes. Every now and then I fall apart. And I need you now tonight. And I need you more than ever.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say what I want to say. All right.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Major Garrett in Washington. We're coming on the air with breaking news. The House of Representatives has, after 3 weeks of legislative paralysis, elected a new Speaker of the House of Representatives. His name, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
I can't believe they got a Louisiana man by the name of Mike Hawk, okay, to be the Speaker. Respect. This shows decline, okay? This is a nation in decline, okay? Yet another example. This is a very unserious country.
Louisiana. Representative Johnson has secured the votes needed for victory. This happened just moments ago. He will replace Kevin McCarthy, who was removed as Speaker 3 weeks ago after being targeted by Florida Republican Matt Gaetz and others in the Republican conference. Johnson, age 51, became the Republicans' fourth nominee for the Speaker late last night after Tom Emmer of Minnesota withdrew after opposition from right-wing Republicans influenced by former President Donald Trump. One of the reasons that opposition arose to Emmer was he voted to certify the 2020 election. Representative Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan also withdrew in recent days in their bids to become Speaker because they could not secure enough votes to win in the House Republican Conference. Congressional correspondent Scott McFarlane is on Capitol Hill. Scott, history may record this as the consensus of the exhausted. Republicans have been through this over and over and over again, and now they've landed on a new Speaker. What can you tell our audience about Mike Johnson of the 4th District of Louisiana.
He's in his 4th term, a former talk radio host, a lower-ranking member of House Republican leaders.
Yeah, having a former talk radio host is the worst idea of all time, okay? Mike Pence. Mike Pence probably out of all of these goons is like the most manageable former talk radio host. I'm assuming this guy has a fuck ton of insanity in his repertoire that we will be hearing more from. I love that this man is 3rd in line for the presidency. It's fucking awesome.
And as of 24 hours ago, not even a top vote getter inside his own Republican conference to be the nominee. Mike Johnson, as you said, also voted to decertify the 2020 election won by Joe Biden. The person who was the...
I like that everyone was talking about how like, oh, well, Jim Jordan played a role in January 6th. And then they were like, the new Republican speaker, Mike Johnson, was the mastermind of the January 6th plot. How the Trump coup attempt propelled Johnson's rise. I love that they went with like, I love that they went with a guy who they couldn't have found a worse person for this. Okay.
Mr. Johnson, you helped lead the efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. Will you
Next question. The effect on the scene was to imply the media was dredging up an unpleasant episode from Johnson's past that besmirched his moment of triumph. But in reality, Johnson's efforts to hand Donald Trump an unelected second term are no mere biographical detail. I mean, I guess the only thing this guy hasn't done is turn a blind eye to sexual assault that was happening when he was an assistant coach, for example. You know what I mean? Chat, I do not cover active shootings, okay? You know this. I don't cover... I know that everybody loves yelling at me and says, Hassan, you cover breaking news all the time. But no, I actually don't usually. Unless it's a fucking time of conflict, I don't cover active shootings, okay? Oh, just don't worry, I got more. Mike Johnson was elected. He authored a national Don't Say Gay bill, but it's much worse. It would ban any exposure to transgenderism to those under 10 years old. It could ban trans teachers, therapy, and more. Not only that, but he is a young earth creationist. He is a big-time advocate for, I believe, a national abortion ban. Like, yeah, he doesn't believe that dinosaurs exist, so that's fun. Russia, China veto U.S. push for UN action on Israel, Gaza. Act on the Israel-Hamas conflict by calling for pause in fighting in protection of civilians to stop arming Hamas and other militants in the Gaza Strip. United States put forward a draft resolution. Why did they veto it? Russia's UN ambassador Vasily Nebenzia accuses the U.S. of putting up a draft resolution that represented Security Council authorization of a ground offensive in Gaza by Israel, while thousands of Palestinian children will continue to die. After the double veto, the U.S. Security Council then voted on a rival Russian drafted text that called for a humanitarian ceasefire and withdrawal of Israel's order for civilians in Gaza to relocate south after a ground assault. Russia failed to get the minimum amount of support needed, winning only 4 votes. A resolution needs at least 9 votes and no vetoes by the United States, France, Britain, Russia, China to be adopted. It was Russia's second attempt at a resolution. Only 5 council members voted in favor of a Russian text on October 16th. The 10 members of the Security Council now plan to work on a new draft resolution, Malta's UN ambassador Vanessa Fraser said. This crisis is also gripped by a growing risk of regional spillover. This demands our undivided attention, she said. We have a duty and obligation to act. I agree. Well, Mike Johnson is here to save the day, boys.
The nominee as of this time yesterday, Tom Emmer, voted to certify that election, but the conference has pivoted to Mike Johnson, who just ran the table inside a fractious Republican conference, which right now has been defined by bad blood amassed over the past 3 weeks. You watched history. This has never happened before. A speaker's never been voted out by his own party. That's what happened 3 weeks ago with Kevin McCarthy. And you saw them come together on a series of nominees between then and now. Steve Scalise, the majority leader, tried it, didn't get the votes. Jim Jordan, the Judiciary Chair from Ohio, went to the floor 3 times, couldn't get the votes. Tom Emmer had the nomination for 4 hours and bailed out, couldn't get the votes. Mike Johnson just now got the necessary votes, swept his own party. This typically happens once every 2 years, Major. It's happened nearly 20 times this year, and it has concluded.
We'll give you, our audience, a little bit more on Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Let's look at some of the aspects of his most recent voting record. You can see there he voted against, as Scott McFarland just said, certifying the 2020 presidential election. He voted against legalizing same-sex marriage. He voted against a Ukraine aid package in May of this year, opposed the most recent continuing resolution in September to keep the government opening, and he was part of the legal team that defended former President Trump in the first impeachment hearing and trial in the Senate about issues related to Ukraine. I want to bring in CBS News Chief Election and Campaign Correspondent Robert Costa. Robert, that is to say, Mike Johnson has never been a committee chairman. He's never been a subcommittee chairman. He is a backbencher for a House Republican conference that quite clearly and evidently wants a backbencher, someone who is less experienced than those who sought the position and could not secure the votes to hold it.
That's exactly right, Major. And to really understand why Mike Johnson...
I can't tell if he's a backbencher or a mastermind. What's going on? Make up your fucking minds, media. What the hell is happening here? I mean, regardless of whether or not he's a backbencher, he is Mr. Anti-gay marriage, Mr. Anti-abortion. He is. I mean, I don't know. The rest of it is just like really basic stuff, like anti-minimum wage stuff like that. But he's also pro-Israel. Hello, that is not unique. There is not a single member of Congress that would not be unequivocally pro-Israel. Have you met our Congress? What are you talking about?
Of Louisiana, this Republican most people in the country didn't know about a few minutes ago, is now Speaker of the House in the line of succession to the presidency. Let's look at a picture from last night of Congressman Johnson, now Speaker Johnson, surrounded by his colleagues, because this picture really tells you about why Johnson got this role. See, behind Johnson is Elise Stefanik, the conference chair. You have Steve Scalise over his shoulder as well, the majority leader. They're the leadership, but who do you see tightly packed around him? The backbenchers, as Major Garrett just said. It's the backbenchers who elevated him. Those congressmen and women who you don't know about. They're looking for someone to break up the leadership, someone new to come in, and someone who echoes former President Trump's politics in many ways. And this is someone who hosts a podcast where he talks about his Christian evangelical values with many members of Congress. He's well known inside the House, not outside the House, and he's someone who's kept a low profile on television, but he's well known as almost a conservative figure rising through the policy ranks in the House. So he has that foundation of relationships, even if he doesn't.
I love this. Speaker nominee Mike Johnson is a virulent Christian nationalist and anti-LGBTQ MAGA extremist, his critics. Perfect. Bro, he's from Louisiana. You fucking cowards. You absolute cowards. You got so close.
Doesn't have the political capital, which is going to be very...
You got so close to a beautiful man from Louisiana. You got so close. You went to the right state. You were so goddamn close. No, I'm not talking about fucking Aikido vision. I'm talking about... God damn it. Here, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. You got so close to a big, beautiful man. I'll tell you what. Also is anti-Holocaust. He's seen the camps. And he's come back with a beautiful idea about making sure that we pay more attention to funding to the Department of Homeland Security. No, I'm not talking about where mama at. I'm talking about Clay Higgins. Congressman retracts Auschwitz video and apologizes after criticism.
Could be a railroad anywhere, right? Except for this one's at Auschwitz, Birkenau, the expansion of Auschwitz, where 4 more large gas chambers were built.
The GOAT. My GOAT. You got so goddamn close, dude. You got so goddamn close to an absolute legend, and then you had to go with this fucking piece of shit. Really? You had the GOAT. You had the literal GOAT. He could have been the guy.
Garrett just said. It's the backbenchers who elevated him. Those congressmen and women who you don't know. He's well known as almost a conservative figure rising through the policy ranks in the House. So he has that foundation of relationships, even if he doesn't have the political capital, which is going to be very important. As you know, Major, facing him right now, real challenge.
Yes.
How to fund support for Ukraine and Israel, as well as government funding.
And just for our audience's benefit, Rob.
I like this, like, how to fund support for Ukraine and Israel. Like, it's such a hard prospect to push a Ukrainian funding bill and an Israeli funding bill. Like, that's the easiest thing to pass in Congress, man. It's as easy as, like, I don't know, condemning Hamas and offering full-throated support to Israel. which is the first bill that he passed, I think.
Robert, you know
A
this well. I
messaging
want you
bill.
to help them walk through this. He will be the speaker at the top, the apex of power in the House of Representatives. But all the other Republican superstructure remains. Steve Scalise will still be the majority leader. Tom Emmer will still be the House Majority Whip.
The chair appoints the
Meaning those people who sought this position will now be beneath him, and they will have to offer their support, their guidance, their floor capabilities, their legislative capabilities to this newly minted speaker. So he will be reliant, that is to say, Mike Johnson, on people he's just bested for this coveted position.
And we will see if they can keep a united front, because you now have a new speaker who believes, certainly based on my conversations.
Thank you, Paul Rules, for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I didn't even realize that it was top of the hour time until you just gifted 10 people. That's when I realized that realize. I'm Clay Higgins.
With his colleagues over the past 24 hours that he does have power now, and he wants to use it. Speaker Johnson's already issuing his own letters about his agenda in terms of how he wants to handle appropriations. It's not necessarily the agenda of Majority Leader Scalise, though Scalise, being from Louisiana as well and a mentor, is certainly going to be a right hand to this new speaker. So will Tom Emmer, the Majority Whip. But what's going to be intriguing to watch and important for the country is how does he handle spending on all of these crucial fronts. This is someone who comes out of the House of Representatives flank that's anti-spending, that wants to restrict abortion rights, that wants to restrict the size of government. And this is someone who is not just kind of a conservative, he's a deep conservative on social issues, cultural issues, economic issues. So you have right now in the United States someone with an ideology from the right wing of the Republican Party assuming the speakership of the House.
Republicans have described this 3-week period as chaotic, a bad look, and now they have a speaker, which means they are a legislatively re-energized body, which means they can now engage with the White House. So I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Weijia Jiang, who joins us. Weijia, what's the perspective on this development from the White House?
Well, Major, the White House and President Biden have been very careful not to talk about any potential candidates who may become the Speaker of the House, because that wouldn't be in the president's best interest, because he has to work with whoever it is. And in this case, it will be a bit awkward because, as you've been talking about, Congressman Johnson led the charge in the efforts to try to overturn the election that Joe Biden won back in 2020. But they have talked about the urgent need to fill this void, because right now President Biden is at the center of the world when it comes to the U.S. foreign policy. And he has been trying to convey that America is back, that allies can count on America, and that America is a leader for all democracies. But at the same time, you have this split screen of the dysfunction of Congress. And it's really fitting and really pretty remarkable timing, Major, that he's actually starting a press conference at this moment with the Prime Minister of Australia, who is here to talk about the security challenges in the Indo-Pacific. And so that prime minister has goals too, namely to get a submarine transfer that requires congressional approval. So all of this, Major, to say that yes, this is
back in elbow, mate.
For the president
Elbow
to move
nose.
his legislative agenda forward. So there will be relief here at the White House.
Give
that the
elbow to
Republicans were
fucking
able to elect someone,
submarines, mate.
even if it is not whoever the president was hoping it would be, although he never publicly said one way or another. Major.
There are busy days in Washington, but this is a particularly busy day. And as Weijia just mentioned, there is a split screen effect worth taking note of. The House of Representatives now propelling itself toward swearing in a new speaker. Meanwhile, just down Pennsylvania Avenue and the Rose Garden of the White House, President Biden with the Australian Prime Minister. Weijia, I want to ask you, has the president said anything in his opening remarks or in engagement with reporters new about the situation in Israel?
Yes, Major.
All right, we're getting past that. All right. Elbow. Fucking elbow. Fucking Albanese. Okay, let's watch this. Here, let's get some fun stuff. Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater official Unreal Engine 5 trailer. This is so fucking hype. But also, I'm a little worried that it's gonna still be shit regardless. Why? I have heard that they did the release. They did the major release of the collection, right? And it seems like it needs patches already. This is what I've heard so far. So I'm a little scared because it's Kojima that has made this game beautiful. It's not Konami that has made this game beautiful. Yeah, I heard that the MGS collection is running like hot dog shit. Do I understand the basics of CQC? What, close quarters combat? Yes. There was a new Yakuza trailer too. Oh fuck. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Dondoko Island reveal. What the fuck is this?
準備はできてるな、春日。やるしかねえ。やってやりましょうや。気合い入れてこうぜ。とりゃ。よしよしよしよし、いい子だ。いくぞい。
What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Bro, it's 2022. You're not getting a complete game and it's going to be buggy as shit and you're not getting any Easter eggs. You have to pay for those in DLC now. Yakuza. Alan Wake comes out on Friday. Yeah, well. You see Star Citizen story mode gameplay? It's completely crazy. What? Yeah, it's called fucking... Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot the name of the game. God damn it. The Bethesda game that I played a lot. And I can't believe I've already forgotten its name. Starfield. How crazy that I forgot the name of this game that I spent countless hours on. What does that say about this game in general? I feel like it says that the game is kind of mid. Me. Also, I forgot to run the top of the ad break, but alright. Alright. Right where I left it. This area is so slammed.
Craven wears. You know the story behind it?
Didn't know there was one.
There was some mine outside Sav. There was a man-eater who'd killed close to 100 workers. Craven was young, in his prime, and he tracked the lion easily. And it took a few hours. When he finally got close enough to draw his blade, the lion was stronger, faster, more cunning. And it was only through luck that he managed to strike a killing blow. And the sensation.
Why is this in danger?
Moment,
I know.
Oh, they're looking at each
Craven
other.
had never been so close before. So he took that mane as a reminder. And like a bloodhound, he uses it to find killers who stink of death. Just as much as the man-eater.
A true hunter.
Bro.
I was worried Lee wouldn't have any spirit left in him, being locked away for so long. He's like a coiled viper.
It's all in his file. Gargan was a born hunter. Lee, he was molded into one after all that madness with his parents. Vengeance gives us purpose, like few things do.
This entire fucking area is
2
nuts.
years ago?
Around then, when the spider caught him,
Man like that? He must be aching to unload on someone.
he will have his chance. I just hope we get to see it.
J'ai entendu un truc. I hear you were not impressed by the story.
There we go.
Hello? Why'd you stop talking? How many more fires must we light out there?
As many as we need to. Raven said they surrounded him in his dream.
But if his dream is accurate, then the fires are fated to happen anyway. Why not wait for them?
I will hit in on his terms.
Oh, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 more motherfuckers there. Why does no one ever look up? Brother, if they looked up, then we'd be cooked. I'm just shocked that that guy doesn't see me. You know what I mean? That guy over there.
You'll sleep it off.
There's another one of these silly bitches on the perch, right? Like another drone, I thought, but I can't see it. What difficulty setting is it on? It's super Omega hard mode. I literally have it on hardest difficulty.
Requesting patrol shift. I'm there. Someone take a look and report back.
Heading over.
Can I perch him? Can I perch both?
Hunter down. Cover me. I'm going after him.
Wait, what? Hunter down? Why? How do you know?
We'll take him out.
You don't know that. He didn't find a body. What a fucking asshole. He didn't find a body. That's bullshit. I mean, I've taken out a bunch of them this time, you know? Luckily. You know, wanna watch El Clasico? What's El Clasico? Fuck is this fit? Okay, how about you chill, dude? This is a traditional Japanese fit. And there's nothing wrong or perverted with it. He's safe.
Nice to sleep you.
That's weird to say.
I've got you.
Got me where? Got me fucked up, I think. Bitch. Alright, we gotta get some of these motherfuckers to... Whoa, they're looking up now. Chill, brother. Chill, Brody. Wait, why is he danger? Oh, now you're safe.
Nighty-night.
Nice diaper. Man, chill. This is not a diaper. Okay? I have incontinence.
Stay down.
Got who?
Check up top. He's webbing us up.
Oh, he found one. Wait, did he see me? No, he did not. Come on. Aw. Oh, fuck. Oh, I fucked up.
Down you
Wait.
go.
Oh, I didn't fuck up. Can I?
That's you, Spider!
Maybe above us. The spider's
Maybe?
hanging us from webs. To me.
Think
we
so?
hunt as a pack.
You think so? You think that's what I'm doing? Crazy, dog. Why would you? What would lead you to believe that? What can I hit here? That?
Over there. I'll get on his trail.
There we go.
Hey, where are you?
No matter what you do, don't look up. Didn't expect you to actually be decent at stealth.
I could
Brother,
really use some answers instead of questions right now.
this is like
That looks
not
promising.
even.
All right,
This is
Craven.
barely stealth.
What are you looking for?
I am really big at fucking cheesing, like cheese moding the stealth in this game, though. I do that all the time.
Scorpion and Lee on a hunt, but Black Cat's a thief. I don't.
Oh, I hate robots.
Never gonna win best in show with that attitude. Nice.
I hate dogs and I hate robots.
Kitty. Robot.
Dog robots are the worst, dude. In video games, dog enemies are the absolute worst. What do you mean?
Those teeth are no joke.
Why are we acting like that's not the case? Historically.
Roll over. Play dead.
Oh shit! Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh god. What is going on? See, this is why I said I hate robots. Uh-oh.
Those teeth are no joke. Heal. Roll over. Play dead.
Perry. Call me Rick Perry, bitch.
Finally. I was wondering when animal control would show up.
Oh shit! Fuck this. Humans I can fuck with, you know what I mean?
Actually, now that you're here, question. What's Craven hunting? Maybe I can help.
You won't live long enough to help anyone.
Wanna bet?
Fire, you fool!
Oh, shit. Chill. Fuck.
Listen, this would go a lot easier for everyone if someone just filled me in.
Craven hunts what man fears most. That's all you need to know.
Oh, so he's hunting failure? Intimacy? Clowns! It's clowns, isn't it?
Oh shit! Fuck! I hate this. Oh god! No! Ow! Fuck! Ah! Dude, what the fuck? Dude, they two-tap me. They two-tap me. What the fuck? Why is this game so fucking hard? They actually have hands, dude.
Those teeth are no joke.
That's crazy, brother. You can't parry them? I am. It's just that, like, they keep hitting me super fucking hard before I can even... I don't think I can double parry. I think that's the problem. Not Hassan, I'd be saying this game was too easy yesterday. I mean, it kind of was. I have 4 skill points. Maybe that's why I'm fucking up. Press L after an air attack behind your enemy to allow to dodge your air combo. Use the victim of oppression in the past shield for 50% damage reduction. Wait, what? Adds a chance for a free gadget shot at the end of a 4 hit. Upgrade Peter so you have more abilities. Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. This is good, I think.
Those teeth are no joke. Heal! Roll over! Play dead!
Oh shit!
Finally! I was wondering when animal control would show up.
The dogs make it way harder.
Actually, now that you're here, question. What's Craven hunting? Maybe I can help.
You won't live long enough to help anyone.
Wanna bet? Listen, this would go a lot easier for everyone if someone just filled me in.
Craven hunts what man fears most.
Oh shit!
You need to know.
Oh, so he's hunting failure? Intimacy? Clowns! It's clowns, isn't it? Good riddance, I say.
Out of the way! Pull it down!
Oh shit! They are tough ass enemies, chat. God damn, that was hard. They're not actually though. No, the dogs are.
What were you protecting?
I don't think the suits have different abilities, do they?
Scorpion, Martin Lee, Black Cat. This Craven guy's putting together quite the team.
The diapers were holding you back, dude. I think so too, chat. I mean, actually, I have no idea. I have an Xbox, Lamau. Haha, lol. Imagine being a micro cuck. You condemn Craven? Absolutely not. I support him. I know he's pushing Z. We've already covered this. And I am too. Yeah, he's Craven a beard.
Have a nice trip. Is this the best you can do?
Damn.
They said you were a killer. Imagine my disappointment.
There's no fucking way. He just put a fucking necklace. He put a fucking chain around his neck.
He's not teaming up with supervillains for some hunt. There is prey. Felicia.
Why would he have an issue with this? Like, I guess Craven has a different opinion on crime. You know what I mean? He wants to fucking... Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is protecting the people I love. Oh, God. This kid is not getting into college, dude. God damn, dude. This college essay sucks.
Where are you?
Bro, you are not getting into college, my man.
For what?
En serio? My date's almost here and you're surfing the web?
Ma, no one says surfing the web anymore.
Can you just please get dressed?
Okay. See, you got your good lipstick on. You must really like this guy, huh?
It's me.
Miles?
I'm sorry. Next time, I promise.
Miles.
I love you.
Yeah, Miles actually stood with Palestine, so he's not getting into Harvard. You know what I mean?
Hey, so I found a base belonging to those safari pirates, or hunters as they call themselves, and learned their boss's name, Craven. And he killed Scorpion. And he's got a whole hit list of supervillains.
Wait, what? Does this mean Lee?
Don't know, but this list is extensive. These must be the people Marco warned us about. They were hunting Sandman.
No way.
And Felicia's on their list too.
Black Cat? Your ex?
Exactly. She won't listen to me if I say she's in danger. But maybe she'd listen to someone she doesn't know. If MJ reached out to you with some addresses, would you be up for taking point on this?
I got you!
Thanks, really. I gotta clear my head for a bit, but call me if anything comes up, and we're going to find Lee, Miles. I promise.
Guess I've got some time until MJ calls. What's going on in the neighborhood? Maybe I should try to find some hunter hideouts. That truck's in trouble.
Do not need this right now. Try taking a deep breath. I don't need a deep breath.
Anyone seen some robbers who are looking to lose a fight?
Okay, dove right into it. Get another group of fucking masked thugs. Multi-ethnic coalition of thugs. A lot of them got guns too, and they're yacked out of their fucking minds for no reason. Oh fuck. Dude, I'm getting my ass cheeks blown to smithereens.
Did you guys know that the bags banks use don't have big dollar signs on them? I know. I was disappointed.
What is this? B drones. Oh god. Motor pool blind? What does that mean? Oh, they're hunter spots. I have not unlocked slingshot yet, no. I need more health. And I think I need more damage too. I need more tech parts. I get it from crime. Slingshot is L2X on the ground. I don't think I have it. Oh, I do. Oh, God. All right,
Hey,
MJ.
Miles, I have those
talk to me.
addresses Pete mentioned for a few Black Cat safe houses.
Head into the first one now.
Thanks for offering to do this. Pete can get kind of blindsided by Felicia. I know
Damn,
you're
is she
busy with your
intimidated?
college essay.
It's cool. I always have time to Spider-Man.
Sounds like you're as good at work-life balance as I am. Scrambling to finish my Hunter story. Might save my job. But you guys, what happened to Scorpion? And Lee in the Wind?
Can't focus while he's out there, MJ.
Don't let it eat you up. Might be best to just focus on the task at hand.
That's not all. When I face Lee, I got some new powers. They're blue and weird.
I mean, I'm no expert on spider powers, but could it be from stress? What you're going through, it's a lot. But you're not alone. Even Pete and I, we're still figuring it all out. One thing at a time, right? We'll find him.
I know. Thanks, MJ.
And Miles, be careful with Felicia.
Peter, MJ, and Felicia had a threesome in the
do we
comments?
got?
Shut the fuck up.
Place looks like it was ransacked.
Are you serious?
Perfect chance to use the AR tech Genki upgraded. He must be behind there.
Oh.
Scratch marks.
Bro, I did not need an AR tech for that.
Any sign of her?
Found some scratch marks with traces of metal. I'll run it to see if it matches her claws.
Peter had a dream they had a threesome? The fuck? The Vinky?
Those marks will analyze themselves.
Wait, I still need to analyze it over here? What the fuck's going on?
Just have to isolate the molecular components of the metal filings I found. Let's see here.
Corrupted atoms. Avoid destroying essential atoms.
Try that again. Nice. Titanium. What else?
What are these? Can you?
Got it. Cobalt. This is looking good.
Dude, science is so much fun. It's always
Who
like
says
puzzles.
science isn't fun?
True. Oh fuck. How do we blow up this shit?
That's not right. Done. Tungsten. Match.
Hassan, you did science wrong? I don't think so.
Did it. It's her. Scuff marks from her shoes. She must have been hustling.
I feel like I don't need the Batman Arkham Asylum this shit. You know what I mean?
She was grabbing something
God.
from that box on the wall.
Okay, god damn.
Looks like an emergency stash box, but it's empty.
Yeah.
Hunters. That should be enough to reconstruct the scene.
Hey, yo.
But she's on the run.
They're already onto her. This is exactly why the city needs to be warned about the hunters.
W.
She could've-
Gat Riz Duke Dennis 24th
Keep me
Street.
posted.
Whoa!
Well, I
That's
guess we
gotta
know
be
where
her.
she is.
Well, this went from a friendly warning to a rescue mission pretty quick. I just hope I'm not too late.
Felicia's resourceful, but everything we've seen
Hassan,
from
you're
these
literally
hunters has me
40.
kinda
So is
worried.
Duke Dennis, motherfucker. What do you
You're worried
mean?
about your boyfriend's ex? That's compassion.
He's the same age as me. Fuck you mean? Miles or Peter, who's your fave? What do you mean, dude? I'm not fucking racist. Obviously, Miles.
Looks like I just missed them.
Any signs of where they went?
Let me scan the area and see. Another stash box. This one's still locked. She risked her whole life to get to it. Gotta open it, but the power's disconnected. This is the power line that was severed. Went down there.
Why is it
Something's blocking
no.
it? An electrical node. I bet there's more. Another node down.
Someone said Peter Piker. I can't. Okay, dude. First of all, you can. I would have really appreciated that if when I was a kid. I'm just like him for real. Also a sexless virgin nerd.
What did I miss?
What am I looking at here? What? Oh, fuck? Oh. I did finish
Bet the
Cyberpunk,
generator
yes.
could power that stash box. Tether my web to the generator. I can get into the box. Just Looks right. Nearly there. That did it.
Dude, I'm so good at electricity. Bro, I'm literally certified electrician. Miles is gonna fucking need that electrician certification because he ain't getting to fucking college, okay? Not with that essay. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times looking ass essay, dude. No shot is he getting into college, okay? My man needs first of all, I mean, he has natural lineman technique, okay? He could just fucking fly up there. He'd be the best lineman, dude, and he could fuck all the bucket bunnies.
Paris. MJ, how's your French?
Non-existent, but send me what you got.
Okay. There's some instruction manual for a Wanda Watoon.
Watoon? I'll do a search. Give me a sec.
Hunters. Wherever they're headed, I should follow.
According to a translation of the Mystic Arcana, that wand is old. We're talking BC old. Supposedly, whoever wields it can create portals to pretty much wherever they can think of.
Like magic?
If she gets her hands on something like that.
I can think of some uses for it.
Miles, let's just stick to the plan.
We're in position. She's ours.
No one else is making electrician lineman jokes while playing Spider-Man, okay? And talking about bucket bunnies and shit.
Gotta clear these hunters out. Whatever that wand does, it does it brightly.
Something wrong. This entire hunt. What's the matter?
Oh, fuck. Did I just drop a guy? Hold L2. Oh, I can fire line here as well? What the fuck? Can I fire line here? Oh, I can only fire line here. That sucks. Oh, wait. Can I fire line onto this thing? No, I can't. Oh, I can.
I don't like this.
I don't like this.
She up. We should rush the Sanctum Sanctorum. Drag her out.
I don't quite like this.
No exit we don't have covered. Skin her alive.
Don't quite
Either
like
Black
this,
Cat's doing
mate.
magic in there, or I'm missing out on a hell of a rave.
Is there anything I can fucking throw a web to get this guy's attention or what? Oh, he's safe. Nice. Right, get up here then, mate. Fucking hell. Nice, nice, nice. Easy peasy. Lemon pie cheesy, if you know what I fucking mean. I don't know what I fucking mean either.
Sweet dreams.
Not a fucking face, mate. Not a fucking face. What are you fucking doing then? Oh, I hate those fucking flying critters, yeah? Oh, nice. I don't like that. I don't fucking quite like that, mate. I don't like it.
She's going with us. We have the Sanctum surrounded. She's already evaded us twice. But this time, now she's ours.
I've heard rumors of weird things going on inside this building. Like the rumors are true.
You're done, mate. You're fucking done. You're done. You're done, mate. You're fucking dead.
What the hell is happening there? She trying to distract us?
How can I fucking do it?
Here's the nap
Fucking
time
hell.
you ordered.
Create a fucking web line. Come back up here then. Fucking hell. Peter Parker Pecker, if you know what I fucking mean. Lad. You're safe. You're not safe. It's how it is.
Thanks for your cooperation.
Thank you for your cooperation, mate.
That is costing us precious time. Be patient. Capture her and we gain footing inside Kraven's empire. Trust him. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. We should leave it.
The French from that postcard translates to, my reason for living. Time is short.
A new partner?
With Felicia, you never know.
Dude, it's not Peaky fucking Blinders. That's what you fucking think, mate. That's what you fucking think, mate.
I'll suss it out.
Yeah, suss it out then, mate. Fucking suss it out, mate. What was his danger? What is the danger there? What is there fucking danger there? Alright, it's safe now, mate. Are you safe? You're not safe. It's wrong. It's wrong. You think you're safe, but you're not fucking safe, mate. It's just what you're thinking. What you're thinking and what you're doing is different. Getting tired of the accent, not at all.
The spider's
Oh,
here.
what the fuck?
Take them both out.
He's got the craving fit. My man's got the craving fit. You think you're fucking craving, mate? You're not him. You're not him. You're Nottingham. You're not him and you're Nottingham, mate.
Don't stare at the lights. What is she doing?
2 and 2. Fucking easy peasy, mate.
Just heard something.
Yeah, turn around, mate. Turn around, mate. Turn around. Fucking hell.
Spider-Man's here.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Spider-Man's here, yeah? Yes, he is. Well, you got a fucking problem then. Yeah, you do. You fucking got a problem now, mate.
That's the
What's
last
going on then? That's the last of
Now
them.
let's see what's up with Felicia.
Can you please stick to your Turkish accent as usual? No, I won't, mate. No, I fucking won't, mate.
Oh, that's a first.
Little spider wants to play, huh?
MJ! She stole the wand! And magic is very real.
What happened?
Hey, Cat! Can we talk? Will you slow down?
Back off before I portal you into the Pacific Ocean.
How'd you get on our comms?
You're still using the old channel. Don't you have better things to do, kid? Felicia, you have to stop. This is reckless, even for you. Who's this? Huh, that you, Red? How are things with the old spider these days?
Oh my god. It's a helicopter!
Can you knock it off? I'm trying to help you.
I don't need your or any other spider's help.
You know what you can do with that wand?
She's just gonna use it to steal more art. Rude. I can hear you, clowns.
Whoa!
Oh shit!
Felicia, that could have hurt people.
That was sick. That was actually fucking sick.
Watch out! The hunters are back.
Huh? They must really like me.
We can end this tonight. We can stop the guy trying to kill you.
Steal your own mystical artifact.
What the fuck?
Cold. Didn't even bring my scarf.
What the fuck is going on? Black Cat is getting away. Fuck you mean? What am I supposed to do?
This was never about Craven.
She's a good thief. This is why you play the side content? Wait, why? What have I missed?
Why won't you help me stop this guy?
You're Spider-Man. You've saved the city before. You'll do it again.
Spider-Man was right about you. You only care about yourself.
Look,
Spidussy.
not that it's your business. My girlfriend's in Paris.
Oh, buy
I got her in
visibility.
trouble with some bad people.
Buy visibility.
Have you ever done something for love?
Respect. Much better buy visibility than Kirsten Cinema.
She needs me now. Only I could figure out how to go more than 10 feet with this thing.
MJ said not to trust you.
Wait, how did she go to fucking Alaska then?
But you gotta make your own choices, kid.
There's the cat. Take her alive.
She's mine.
You should go. Portal out of here.
What the fuck?
The instruction manual for this artifact was not clear.
You seem to be getting better at it.
Not better enough.
We're gonna figure it out. Together.
Damn. Lucky attitude, kid.
Spider-Man, not kid, thank you.
All right, Spider-Man. Let's see what you've got. portal!
Get the wand away from it!
No time to waste!
Nice. I love the combo shit, dude. It's fucking sick. Oh, I died. It would be an honor to be eliminated by her, even if she's a Fed. Okay, well, I'm gonna end it here at 8 hours. Okay, because I'm tired. I keep ending it whenever I die, but one of these days I'll end it on a moment where I'm not dead. Oh, all right, lads. All right, lads. All right, lads. That's all I got for today. That's enough internet for today? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. That's enough internet for the day, lads. Anyway. I will see you guys tomorrow. Okay? And that's it for the day. Like I said, peace and love. Be kind to one another. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. God in Discord at your prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. The Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. There he is again. The sun is streaming. The sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat bites, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. System you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small,